Hello, everyone, and welcome to our December 3rd, 3 p.m. session of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors. As usual, we will start our meeting with an invocation by Pastor Zach Zabinden from Salem Baptist Church. And just as a reminder, tomorrow starts the Bethlehem Walk. I'm sure he'd love to see you there. So, Father, if you come up, and then it'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Mr. Peterson. Please stand if you can.
Thank you. Let us pray. Thank you for your word, Lord, that tells us to, first of all, give prayers and intercessions and thanks to be made for all men, for kings, for all that are in authority, that we may lead a quiet and peaceable life in all godliness and honesty. For this is good and acceptable in the sight of God our Savior, who will have all men to be saved and to come into the knowledge of the truth. And Lord, we just want to thank you for this time in the life of our county, Lord, where we celebrate the lives of those who have spent so many years serving. And Lord, I just thank you for these men and these women who have spent not just hours and not just days, but years in service to us, the people. And we pray, Lord, just like the scripture reminds us, for peace in their lives so that we can have peace in our lives. Lord, we just thank you for the burdens that they've carried. And Lord, we also pray for those that will continue and those that will take their place, that you will bless them with strength and resolve and wisdom from your Holy Spirit. And we pray all these things in the blessed name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You tell me what to do. All right. The first item on our agenda tonight is presentation of resolutions of recognition. And I'm going to pass the buck on these. At least on the first one, anyway.
All right, Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'll go ahead and read a resolution about you. It's a brief summary of some of his accomplishments, and I'm going to read it just the way he wrote it. So get comfortable.
Where's the camera? Wait a minute.
It's a nice, tight 1.5-hour presentation, so I don't think we have a slide deck with this, but okay, here we go. Resolution recognizing the Honorable Manuel Alvarez for his exemplary service to Goochland County. Whereas Mr. Manuel Alvarez Jr. was elected to the Goochland County Board of Supervisors in 2011 and again in 2015, representing District 2. And whereas during his 2 terms, Mr. Alvarez was elected by his peers to serve as chairman of the Board of Supervisors in 2014 and again in 2019. And whereas Mr. Alvarez has served honorably for 8 years, providing his constituents and all the residents of Goochland County with public service marked by integrity and commitment. And whereas during his tenure, the Board of Supervisors were able to successfully refinance a large portion of the 2002 Tuckahoe Creek Service District VRA bonds in November of 2012 in order to achieve debt service savings over the next 23 years. And whereas Goochland County received a AAA credit rating from Standard & Poor's Rating Services in February of 2015, and in November of 2018 received a AAA rating in its first ever attempt from Moody's Investor Services, becoming the smallest county in the United States to receive that rating. And whereas Goochland County was awarded the Taxpayer-Friendly Community Award of 2017 and was recognized as the most taxpayer-friendly community in the nation by the American City and County Exchange, the ACCE, for outstanding performance on taxes, spending, and transparency. And whereas Mr. Alvarez approved his first county budget as supervisor in April of 2012 of $67.6 million, and in April of 2019 he approved his last county budget of $87.5 million, all while keeping the Goochland County at a low 53-cent real estate tax rate. And whereas Mr. Alvarez and his colleagues in the fall of 2013 undertook the creation of a strategic plan for the county consisting of a vision, mission, and 5 strategic goals, and thereafter set about implementing that plan and accomplishing those goals. And whereas, under the leadership of Mr. Alvarez, the county acquired and built its first county-owned fire station, Company Number 6, which opened in the spring of 2017, replacing the old Company 6 fire station. And whereas, Mr. Alvarez and his colleagues made significant increases in public safety staffing, resulting for the first time in the county's history in October of 2019 that all county fire stations were staffed 24/7. And whereas Mr. Alvarez worked with the county sheriff's office to fund and implement the county's public safety communications project and the construction of Goochland's new Emergency Operations and Communications Center and courthouse security building. And whereas Mr. Alvarez was instrumental in advancing the revitalization of the old Goochland Middle Central High School Cultural and Educational Center infrastructure, which was recognized by the Virginia Commonwealth University's Wilder School of Government with an Excellence in Virginia Government Award, and twice with the Best New Renovations from the Virginia Recreations and Parks Society. And whereas Mr. Alvarez and his colleagues authorized construction of a new animal shelter in July of 2017, partnering with Goochland Pet Lovers to create a much-needed new facility with a target opening date in early of 2020. And whereas Mr. Alvarez and Goochland County renewed its commitment and investment in broadband internet service for the entire county by implementing a 10-step to broadband internet initiatives, a new engagement by the county to address broadband needs throughout the county. And whereas Mr. Alvarez was instrumental in Goochland County resolving its voter precinct reassignments and in cooperation with the Circuit Court approved a boundary line agreement between Goochland County and Louisa County, establishing the official boundary between Goochland and Louisa, substantially resolving decades-old questions and concerns regarding the shared border. And whereas Mr. Alvarez approved several new park and facility improvements at Leaks Mill Park, Tucker Park, Central High Cultural and Educational Complex, including the Agricultural Center, Matthews Park, Hidden Rock Park, and Sports Complex, and space study renovations implementation. And whereas Mr. Alvarez regularly engaged with citizens, including holding town hall meetings for District 2 and over 150 board meetings and public comment periods. And whereas Mr. Alvarez demonstrated leadership in managing the county's financial resources through his service on the county's Audit and Finance Committee, and during his tenure, Goochland County was recognized with a Certificate of Achievement of Excellence in Financial Reporting for the years 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2018. And, there's more, and recognized by the Government Finance Officers Association, the GFOA, for distinguished budget presentations for the years 2014, 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. And whereas Mr. Alvarez approved and adopted numerous ordinance amendments, resolutions, plans, and policies throughout his tenure to include a 25-year capital improvement plan, a capital impact model, the 2040 Major Thoroughfare Plan, the Arterial Management Plan, the 2035 Comprehensive Plan, Public Facilities Plan, a Public Utilities Master Plan, a Long-Range Transportation Plan, Rural Long-Range Transportation Plan, Road Service District Policies, Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and a countywide space study and the zoning ordinance rewrite, just to name a few. And whereas Mr. Alvarez spent his time and lent his talents to numerous boards and commissions to include the Goochland High-Speed Internet Committee, the Richmond Regional Transportation Planning Organization, the Board of Supervisors Audit and Finance Committee, and the Rural Economic Development Committee. And whereas Mr. Alvarez's insight, leadership, tireless commitment to our community, and presence on the Board of Supervisors will be greatly missed. His caring nature, the positive impact he made in so many ways upon so many people, will long be remembered and felt by the Board of Supervisors and the residents of Goochland County, Virginia. Now, therefore, be it resolved, on the third day of December, that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors publicly recognizes the Honorable Manuel Alvarez, Jr. and extends its sincerest appreciation for 8 years of exemplary public service and best wishes for his future endeavors. Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this resolution about you.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions, aye. Thank you, this is a lot more work than I could have put down, but now, we're going to ask Mr. Peterson to read it in Spanish.
Hola. You probably could.
Thank you again, I've said enough already, but as others were speaking, I thought about when we came into this office 8 years ago. By the way, tomorrow we celebrate 15 years in Goochland County, December 4th. So anyway, Becky Dixon was here, and Norman Sales, and Ned Creasy, who was terrific, and he was a great mentor, and one of the people that talked me into running for this job. And Becky was kind of a spark, and she really started a lot of these things, you know, the Central High School, the animal shelter, and we've been lucky because Norman left. Norman was calm. When we came in and we were ready to do stuff, it's like, wait, you can't do that. Here's how it works in government, and slowed us down a little bit. And then between Becky and Norman, we kind of got going in the right direction. And Becky was a spark. I think we were lucky to find someone like John, who has been kind of the fire that has kept it going and is bringing it all to fruition. So I know I'm leaving the county in better hands than when I came in. And it's been really a lot of work, but a lot of fun over the 8 years. I've enjoyed it, and like I said earlier, very fulfilling. And I really appreciate everybody who came out tonight. And Father Zavindan I think he gets a record for the most prayers opening our meeting. So I'm really honored that he's here tonight.
Yes.
And honored that all of you are here. Most of you, I think a lot of the deputies I see here are started probably within the last 8 years. So that's a great thing. And I really appreciate your support over the years. And Sheriff Agnew, I made a little mistake at some point last year that got a lot of attention. When you wake up at 7 in the morning and you get a call from the Washington Post, you know it's not going to be a scary. Well, the second call to me was from Jim Agnew, and because he'd already been called by the Washington Post, the FBI, who knows who else called him. But anyway, the support I got then was unbelievable, and I really appreciate what you guys do for this county. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Got a little more film.
Yeah, there you go.
Ready?
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
The one that really works.
All right. Oh, wait, I left my, I'll leave that right here. Okay, good. So Lisa, bless her heart, printed this in big print for her. Okay, so it looks like quite the thing here. Okay, you ready? All right. This is a resolution recognizing the Honorable Robert Minnick for his exemplary service to Goochland County. Whereas Mr. Robert Minnick was elected to the Goochland County Board of Supervisors in 2011 and again in 2015, representing District 4. And whereas during his 2 terms, Mr. Minnick was elected by his peers to serve as Chairman of the Board of Supervisors in 2016. And whereas Mr. Minnick has served honorably for 8 years, providing his constituents and all the residents of Goochland County with public service marked by integrity and commitment. And whereas during his tenure, the Board of Supervisors were able to successfully refinance a large portion of the 2002 Tuckahoe Creek Service District's VRA bonds in November 2012 in order to achieve debt service savings over the next 23 years. And whereas Goochland County received a AAA rating from Standard & Poor's Rating Services in February 2015, and in November 2018 received a AAA rating in its first ever attempt from Moody's Investors Service, becoming the smallest county in the United States to receive that rating. And whereas Goochland County was awarded the Taxpayer-Friendly Community Award of 2017 and was recognized as the most taxpayer-friendly in the nation by the American City County Exchange, ACE, for outstanding performance on taxes, spending, and transparency. And whereas Mr. Minnick approved his first county budget as supervisor in April 2012 of $67.6 million, in April 2019 he approved his last county budget of $87.5 million, all while keeping Goochland County at a low 53-cent real estate tax rate. And whereas Mr. Minnick and his colleagues in the fall of 2013 undertook the creation of a strategic plan for the county consisting of a vision, mission, and 5 strategic goals, that's probably that word, and thereafter set about implementing that plan and accomplishing those goals. And whereas under the leadership of Mr. Minnick, the county acquired and built its first county-owned fire station, Company 6, which opened in the spring of 2017, replacing the old Company 6 fire station. And whereas Mr. Minnick and his colleagues made significant increases in public safety staffing, resulting for the first time in October 2019, all county fire stations being staffed 24/7. And whereas Mr. Minnick worked with the Goochland Sheriff's Office to fund and implement the county's public safety communication project and the construction of Goochland's new emergency operations and communications center and courthouse security building. And whereas Mr. Minnick was instrumental in advancing the revitalization of the old Goochland Middle Central High School Cultural and Educational Center infrastructure, which was recognized by Virginia Commonwealth University's Wilder School of Government with an Excellence in Virginia Government Award, and twice with Best New Renovations from the Virginia Recreation and Park Society. And whereas Mr. Minnick and his colleagues authorized construction of a new animal shelter in July 2017, partnering with Goochland Pet Lovers to create a much-needed new facility with a target opening date in early 2020. And whereas Mr. Minnick and the Goochland County renewed its commitment and investment in broadband internet service for the entire county by implementing a 10 Steps to Broadband Internet initiatives, a new engagement by the county to address broadband needs throughout the county. And whereas Mr. Minnick was instrumental in Goochland County resolving its voter precinct reassignments in cooperation with the Circuit Court, approved a boundary line agreement between Goochland County and Louisa County, establishing the official boundary between Goochland and Louisa, substantially resolving decades-old questions and concerns regarding the shared border. And whereas Mr. Minnick approved several new park and facility improvements at Leaks Mill Park, Tucker Park, Central High Cultural and Educational Complex, including the Agricultural Center, Matthews Park, Hidden Rock Park, and Sports Complex, and Space Study renovation implementation. And whereas Mr. Minnick regularly engaged with citizens, including town hall meetings for District 4 and 150-plus board meetings and public comment periods. And whereas Mr. Minnick demonstrated leadership in managing the county's financial resources through his support of the county's Audit and Finance Committee. And during his tenure, Goochland County was recognized with a Certificate of Achievement of Excellence in Financial Reporting for the years 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2018, and was recognized by the Government Finance Officers Association for Distinguished Budget Presentation for years 2014, 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. And whereas Mr. Minnick approved and adopted numerous ordinance amendments, resolutions, plans, and policies throughout his tenure to include a 25-year capital improvement plan, a capital impact model, a 2040 major thoroughfare plan, arterial management plan, 2035 comprehensive plan, public facilities plan, public utilities master plan, long-range transportation plan, rural long-range transportation plan, road service district policy, parks and recreation master plan, a countywide space study, and the zoning ordinance rewrite, to name just a few. And, almost done, whereas Mr. Minnick spent his time and lent his talents to serve on the Capital Region Workforce Partnership, CLEO Commission, Goochland Pet Lovers, and supported numerous initiatives, including the Goochland High-Speed Internet Committee, the Board of Supervisors Audit and Finance Committee, the Rural Economic Development Commission, and many others. And whereas Mr. Minnick's calm, deliberate leadership, tireless commitment to our community, and presence on the Board of Supervisors will be greatly missed. His caring nature, the positive impact he made in so many ways upon so many people, will long be remembered and felt by the Board of Supervisors and the residents of Goochland County. Now, therefore, be it resolved on this third day of December that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors publicly recognizes the Honorable Robert Minnick and extends sincerest appreciation for 8 years of exemplary public service and best wishes for his future endeavors. Mr. Chairman, I move approval of this resolution.
We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? None? Good.
Yeah, whatever.
I'd like to add that Bob has the honor of breaking, he's the only one that broke a gavel. So I had to put a stronger handle on it for him.
Just a glass.
I know.
Hoping he lifts all the arrest and everything.
Whereas it is the desire of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors to give appropriate acknowledgement and recognition to Sheriff James L. Agnew, who has rendered invaluable service to the citizens of Goochland County. And whereas Sheriff Agnew has served faithfully as the Sheriff of Goochland County for 7 four-year terms beginning January 1, 1992. And whereas Sheriff Agnew has benefited the employees and enhanced the professionalism of the Goochland County Sheriff's Office by achieving accreditation and 4 subsequent re-accreditations by the Virginia Professional Law Enforcement Standards Commission, and by writing, compiling, and updating a comprehensive manual of standard operating procedures, and by placing mobile computer terminals and state-of-the-art equipment in every patrol car, and by instituting a pay plan and advocating for continuing competitive pay for deputies and dispatchers. And whereas Sheriff Agnew has served the citizens of Goochland County by volunteering his time as a board member of the Goochland Friends of the Library, as a board member of the Tuckahoe and Goochland Family YMCA's, as a board member of the Capital Area Alcohol Safety Action Program, and as a board member and president of the Goochland Rotary Club. And whereas Sheriff Agnew has benefited the community by initiating wide-ranging programs, including the formation of the Sheriff's Office Citizens Academy, the Goochland School Resource Officer Program, the Sheriff's Office Crime Prevention Program, the Goochland Emergency Medical Dispatch Program, and by partnering with Richmond Metro Crime Stoppers, the Goochland Christmas Mother, and Goochland Meals on Wheels. And whereas Sheriff Agnew has served the citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia by working as a conservation police officer with the Department of Game and Inland Fisheries, by serving as a board member of the Virginia Sheriff's Association, as a member of the Governor's Task Force on Mental Health, as a member of the Law Enforcement Committee that established the statewide Amber Alert system, and as a member of the Virginia Sheriff's Association Task Force to formulate policies to prevent biased policing. And whereas Sheriff Agnew has served his country as a member of the United States Coast Guard Reserve and as an active participant in the annual Police Unity Tour to raise money for the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C., and whereas Sheriff Agnew will retire from the Goochland County Sheriff's Office on January 1, 2020, and whereas the Goochland County Board of Supervisors and the citizens of Goochland County will miss the dedicated leadership Sheriff Agnew has provided during the past 28 years. Now therefore be it resolved on this third day of December that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the citizens and staff, hereby recognize and sincerely thank Sheriff Agnew for his service, leadership, and commitment while serving as sheriff, and furthermore offers best wishes for him in the future.
Motion to approve the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Motion, we have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Whereas it is the desire of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors to give appropriate acknowledgement and recognition to Major Donald A. Bucas, Jr., who has rendered invaluable service to the citizens of Goochland County, and whereas Major Bucas has served faithfully as the Chief Deputy of the Goochland County Sheriff's Office since February 1992, beginning his tenure as Deputy Sheriff in July 1981, and whereas during his tenure, Major Bucas contributed to the well-being of the county residents by managing, supervising, and advising deputy sheriffs in the performance of their duties and by serving as the liaison to Crime Stoppers of Metro Richmond. And whereas Major Bucas has trained and partnered with special weapons teams with the FBI, DEA, Virginia State Police, and numerous local law enforcement agencies. And whereas Major Bucas has formed, developed, and trained the members of the Goochland Sheriff's Office Rescue Team. And whereas under Major Bucas's leadership, the Sheriff's Office Rescue Team has deployed dozens of times to assist in high-risk arrests, searches, and asset protection to maintain the peace and dignity of the county. And whereas Major Bucas was instrumental in the concept and design of the Goochland County Emergency Operations Center / Emergency Communications Center building, and whereas Major Bucas headed the committee to upgrade the county radio system to include additional frequencies, channels, upgraded mobile radios, and the placement of repeater towers throughout the county. And whereas Major Bucas has served as the Goochland Sheriff's Office Accreditation Manager and as a Master Assessor for the Virginia Professional Law Enforcement Professional Standards Commission. And whereas Major Bucas will retire from the Goochland Sheriff's Office on January 1, 2020, and whereas the Goochland County Board of Supervisors will sincerely miss the dedicated service Major Bucas has provided over the past 34 years, now therefore be it resolved on this third day of December that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the citizens and staff, hereby recognize and sincerely thanks Major Bucas for his service, leadership, and commitment while serving as Chief Deputy, and furthermore offers best wishes for him in the future.
Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, move approval.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, I saw that. Just in case. Good idea.
We're gonna need it.
Yeah.
That's your best photo side.
Whereas it is the desire of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors to give appropriate acknowledgement and recognition to Lieutenant Teresa J. Pleasance, who has rendered invaluable service to the citizens of Goochland County. And whereas Lieutenant Pleasance has served faithfully in a variety of positions for more than 30 years, beginning her tenure as a dispatcher in 1981. And whereas Lieutenant Pleasance left the Goochland Sheriff's Office for a 10-year period to hone her skills in customer service with a respected Richmond area business. And whereas Lieutenant Pleasance returned to public service with the Goochland Sheriff's Office in 1992, and with her ever-present smile, congenial demeanor, and administrative skills, has served since then as Deputy Sheriff, Patrol Sergeant, Emergency Communications Supervisor, and Administrative Lieutenant. And whereas Lieutenant Pleasance has been instrumental in the accreditation and 4 subsequent re-accreditations of the Goochland Sheriff's Office by the Virginia Professional Law Enforcement Standards Commission. And whereas Lieutenant Pleasance has served as an assessor for the Virginia Professional Law Enforcement Standards Commission for more than 20 years. And whereas Lieutenant Pleasance has been instrumental in the implementation and development of Goochland's Emergency Medical Dispatch Program and the mentoring of all Goochland Sheriff's Office Emergency Services dispatchers. And whereas Lieutenant Pleasance will retire from the Goochland Sheriff's Office on January 1, 2020, and whereas the Goochland County Board of Supervisors will sincerely miss the dedicated service Lieutenant Pleasance has provided to the citizens of Goochland County. Now therefore be it resolved on this third day of December that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the citizens and staff, hereby recognizes and sincerely thanks Lieutenant Pleasance for her service, leadership, and commitment, and furthermore offers best wishes for her in the future.
We've heard the resolution, do we have a motion for approval?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, move approval.
Do we have a
Second.
We We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
All right.
We give a round of applause to all of them for their service. Those that aren't used to coming to the meetings, we don't do this often. It's just a true honor to recognize all those years of service to this community, so thank you. The next pleasure of the afternoon, I get to invite Ms. Barbara Horlacher up, and we're going to recognize for the 5th straight year, Goochland County has been recognized by the Government Finance Officers Association for our distinguished budget presentation. This is not a recognition that every community receives. It's done based on strong budgeting practices, goal setting with outcomes and measurements in the budgeting process, and quite honestly, I have to say that we're really blessed to have not only the department, a strong finance department, our partnership with the constitutional officers and our agencies, social services, community services board, all of us together help earn these awards. And Barbara's the pretty face that gets to recognize it. But really, it's a lot of hard work, it's a lot of dedication to strong financial management. I just want to congratulate you, the team, and everyone else.
That's a good way to start a meeting. Unfortunately, now we need to get back to business. The first item on our agenda tonight is the request to postpone agenda items and additions, and we have a couple of items to deal with today. The one item is we've received a lot of concerns from citizens regarding the Second Amendment. So we are going to add, or I would like to add, an item during our 7 p.m. meeting. What we would like to do is add an item for public comment strictly on Second Amendment. So what I would like is for the agenda to have general comments for anyone who's here that wants to speak on any topic relevant to Goochland. And then we will have a second public comment related to the Second Amendment, and we're going to try to limit that to about 60 minutes. We have a big agenda tonight with lots of hearings. So so that's the plan, if everyone agrees. We also need to vote on the deferral of the District 4 rezoning 2019-008 and 2019-00012. And those would be deferred to a special meeting on December 18th. We also had one that we deferred at our last meeting, but it was still on our agenda. So it's a public hearing for through truck restrictions on Davis Mill Road. And we'd like to defer that one to March 3rd, 2020. And that was so that we can gather more data on truck traffic. I believe we need to vote on the two, Mr. Bureski, Ms. McGee. We need to vote on the rezoning?
On the deferrals for the
On the
conditional
deferral?
use and rezoning.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we defer, as you described, I think the Mannequin Town application to a special meeting on December 18th. Does that start at 7?
That'll start at 6 p.m.
6 p.m., thank you. And that we defer the other one, I don't have the case number in front of me, but it's the truck traffic on Davis Mill Road, that we defer that to, you say, the March date?
Meeting, yep. March 3rd meeting.
March 3rd meeting.
And I can submit this with the actual dates. And
Right, second.
so we have a motion and we have a second. Do we need to do a roll call vote? Right. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we add a second citizen comment period this evening, as you described, and designate it for comments, as you described, on folks that want to speak to us about the Second Amendment question.
Thank you. And I'd like to add, after that comment period, we will have a board member discussion on that.
Yeah, so those two items added, an extra citizen comment period, and then board discussion following.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, but a point of order, and then also a vote. At the citizen comment period, we have the second.
Yes. Yeah.
I'll amend it to consideration of resolution pertaining to this,
Right,
to what the citizens are speaking to us about.
right.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstentions, motion carries. The next item is the chair's comments. I think I've spoken enough today for a couple of months, so I don't have any comments, other than I will remind folks, we have heard a lot of folks expressing concern about possible regulations, additional regulations on guns, and we have decided to set up the time for our 7 p.m. meeting. And so if you wish to speak on that during the public comment now, you can do so. If not, we welcome your comments at 7 p.m. Mr. Budesky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few brief comments. Did want to remind everybody that this Friday at 6:30 p.m. at Napa Fields is our annual Christmas tree lighting. It's a great family-friendly event in partnership with our YMCA, our library, Parks and Rec, Fire and Rescue, and the Sheriff's Office keeps us safe. So please, I encourage everyone to come out to that. Mr. Chairman, before this meeting today, we had a kickoff and ribbon cutting of our agricultural center and the kickoff of our new agricultural initiative. And we wanted to bring this to light for folks that weren't able to make that. I encourage you, out on our website, we've now posted a new agricultural initiative showing our commitment to the agricultural community of Goochland. This initiative is entitled Acres, Supporting Goochland's Agricultural Community Through Accessibility, Connectivity, Readiness, Education, and Sustainability. Today we announced 4 new initiatives, including the center, which we cut the ribbon on, where Monacan, Soil and Water, and Extension are co-located. We shared a new kiosk for folks that are visiting the Ag Center to learn more about the programming available in the community. The initiative itself was shared. We're currently doing just over 30 different initiatives today, and we have some longer range plans that we plan to continue to work with our Ag community. We also announced a new artisan center, affectionately termed Hands-On Dogtown, that will be located out at the Central Complex, and shared one of the very first tenants of that artisan center is a new blacksmith shop, and is going to be located out of there. I think the blacksmith shop sort of had the most interest today. It was sort of interesting.
That's pretty cool.
But collectively as an initiative, we're very proud to support our Ag community and do more in the future. Just wanted to make sure that I brought that to the attention for folks that couldn't make it. I did want to say I was remiss at that opening, sharing all the new news, and I forgot to thank the folks that got us there. And so I wanted to just take a moment. I'd like to thank Mr. Derek Stamey, Jessica Kronberg, all the staff at General Services who've done an amazing job on the facilities and grounds and all the efforts out there. We couldn't have done the kiosk and website without the folks at Information Technologies Department. And all of the partners. We shared probably 20 different partners that help us support our agricultural community each and every day. And just thank them and all the volunteers for all of their efforts. We were again recognized by the governor's office for supporting protection of land. We no longer have an active program, but we've had some land in that program in the past. We support third-party land conservation initiatives at this point, but continuing our commitment to the ag community, and just wanted to thank everybody. We can't, this county doesn't do these kinds of things alone. It takes a lot of individuals helping us and working together to support any community. So thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, with that, I'm done with my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Podesky. So next, I'll go ahead and open the citizen comment period. Anyone wishing to speak on a topic of importance to Goochland, please step up to the microphone, tell us your name and address, and try to limit your comments to about 3 minutes.
Douglas Knapp, 2337 Wheatlands Drive, Mannequin-Sabat. As a longtime resident, my wife Pat and I moved here in 1993, and we knew we were moving to a wonderful, wonderful place. But we had no idea how wonderful a place we were moving to. The resolutions covered everything that I was going to tell you folks right now. But I'm going to speak a little bit from the heart. And first of all, congratulate Ms. Lascalette, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Lumpkins on your reelection. Very excited about the future that you will move forward with this incredible board. But 2 folks are leaving. And one thing that has been pretty clear to me in my years here is how well we can get to know our leadership. And even considering them personal friends. And for Mr. Alvarez, you might have some more time for some kayaking with me, perhaps. I think you've just been an incredible leader, an incredible person, an incredible listener, and I thank you for everything you've done. I'm going to miss looking at your socks during meetings, but I'll see if I can encourage you in some special events to continue to bring them out. I live in District 4, and this fellow over here has been my guy.
He's got nicer
Our
socks.
I guess I can say Bob, but I'll say Mr. Minnick. Mr. Minnick has truly been astonishing. He takes phone calls. He reads relatively long emails from somebody that I know personally very, very well. You really have listened to us. You have really taken care of the people who elected you. For that, we're incredibly grateful. We're going to miss you. I thank Kathy for sharing you with us. She has been incredible during all of this. And I also want to thank the staff. As a resident, once again, and having been a person that has worked with boards since I spent my professional life in nonprofits, the staff's job is not easy. And what you folks do, day in and day out, and the folks out here that are part of the staff as well, I thank you on behalf of many, many citizens in this wonderful county in which we live. So Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
Hi, Steve Hamilton, 3787 Harris Lane, Gum Spring. First of all, Susan Lascalette, thank you so much for returning my phone call a couple of weeks ago. I really appreciate that. That was very timely, very quick. I'm a former naval aviator. I was honorably discharged from the Navy back in 2000. And I appreciate the time here just real quickly to address the Second Amendment issues since I will be unable to be here tonight. I was an expert shot, expert qualified in both the pistol and rifle while I was in the military. I'm an NRA member. I went through NRA training, received my concealed carry here in Virginia as well. My concern, of course, is that some of these new laws that have been proposed by our legislature to go into effect in January are a direct attack on our constitutional rights, not from the standpoint of trying to outlaw weapons, although they're trying to do some of that, but sort of an end game around the Constitution in the way that they're attempting to limit the number of people that can either acquire arms, how they can acquire arms, but even to a greater degree, taking people that are, like myself and others, law-abiding citizens who have enjoyed our Second Amendment rights, and actually turning us into felons with some of the proposals that they have put in there. Jail time, obviously fines, taking away our voting rights if we're considered felons in this state, and obviously our inability to exercise our Second Amendment. I would encourage you as the board to take a strong look at resolutions along with some of our other counties in this state to stand firm for the Second Amendment. Our new sheriff, if he's still here, might also hopefully consider what some of the other sheriffs such as Amelia County, have taken a stand and say they will not enforce rules that are unconstitutional. So I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Anakin-Sabot. I spoke to you all last month about unintended consequences of legislation, and I think tonight you're going to hear people who are, again, afraid of that with the Second Amendment. As I told you, when I first moved to Virginia, a very fine Virginia gentleman named Delegate Frank Hardgrove took me under his wings and explained to me that every piece of legislation has severe unintended consequences. So as you work through this tonight, this long night that you've got ahead of you, I know it works on every one of you because I've talked to you all on an individual level many, many times about different pieces of it and what it means to your Goochland citizens. Second Amendment is very, very deep in here in Goochland, and I hope and pray that we can reach a good compromise tonight, and everybody is fairly happy. See you all tonight. Thank you very much. I love you all. You know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. That's it. Closed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Jonathan Lyle, 1521 Mannequin Road. I will be out of town on the 18th, so Mr. Minnick, Mr. Alvarez, this could indeed be your last public comment experience with me.
Darn.
No false promises, though. First of all, I do want to thank you all for the ribbon cutting experience. Mr. Minnick, I yield my time if you...
No. It's your time. It's all your time.
Oh, thank you, sir. I do want to thank the administration and the board for the investment you've made in the agricultural center out there. I have really taken to the conservation director's efforts and quite enjoy it, and I think that the support you're showing us is going to return rewards to the county. As I mentioned, I'm going to be out of town on the 18th, and with the deferral on Mannequin Town, I'll make just one short comment in that this is the county's first opportunity or opportunity to implement an MPUD. And my encouragement would be is to work as best you can with the applicant to make it a true MPUD and not a patchwork of B1 and MPUD. As currently before you, I think it's going to be an excessive density of about 10, where the MPUD would call for 6. And it's going to be a collection of MPUD in B1 with no real restraints on what could be done on that B1 by right, such as a hotel or other kinds of more expansive commercials. So to the degree that it can be done, make the whole effort MPUD, and I think we'll be out of the gate properly, because my intuition is this will not be the last MPUD. And then finally, and I saw Ms. Beskowitz, I've got 13 seconds now, on the Second Amendment, just a couple of comments. I think if we do make guns illegal, then nobody's ever going to be shot, because that's what we did with the illegal drugs. We made them illegal, nobody uses them. And you know, if we want to stop drunk drivers from killing sober drivers on the road, we ought to make it illegal for sober drivers to drive. Because that's basically how gun control works. You know, we take the rights away from the people obeying the law, and the people who don't obey the law are going to keep doing it. And then Benjamin Franklin did make one comment. Any society that will give up a little liberty to gain a little security will deserve neither and will lose both. So I would encourage that to the degree that we are able as a county to reaffirm the Constitution, and that the Second Amendment does have full sway here in Goochland. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll close the citizen comment period. Next item on the agenda is minutes approval, and we have several minutes to approve tonight. The minutes from the joint work session with the Planning Commission on August 26th, the Board of Supervisors minutes from October 7th, and the Board of Supervisors regular meeting from November 6th. Has everybody had a chance to review the minutes?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I move approval.
We have a
All three.
motion for approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. The minutes are approved. Next item is reports. And Mr. Nguyen with VDOT will be first, as usual.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Badesky. First off, I want to congratulate you, Mr. Alvarez, and you, Mr. Minnick, for your retirement. So be it. And I want to shake your hand. We worked together for a few years, and I appreciate y'all's help. Thanks, like I appreciate all y'all's help up here. Thank you. Wish y'all all the best.
Thank you.
Happy holidays and Happy New Year to every one of y'all. Maintenance report. This past month, we've received 121 work orders. We've completed 124. Secondary mowing was completed. We will complete our primary mow this week, by the end of this week. Some things of note, some projects and pending studies as you see them. One on Davis Mill, we've already talked about that. A signal study for 522 and Route 6, that's part of the at Maidens Road and that sort of thing. We're looking at that area hard. That signal at Maidens and 522 was installed back when the bridge was built on Maidens Road. Since then, the new bridge has been put in place. And actually, it's not warranted. And the only reason it was warranted was because of that project 15 years ago. I'm against removing it. I'm trying to work with traffic engineering to keep that signal there. So more to come on that signal.
Let us know if we can help you with anything on that,
Okay,
because I think
okay.
that's critical.
I know it's critical. The Broad Street 522 roundabout, that's on track for a June 2021 advertisement. Right away is going to start in January, as it states in the report. The River Road Route 6 turn lane project, it's on track for 2020. Probably State Forest is going to probably end up building that one in the spring sometime. The 522 Fairgrounds Road is on track for February 2022 advertisement. And working on the right-of-way. Right-of-way will start in May of 2020, but I think that's pretty much a done deal anyway. The other project, the 250-288 Signal project, last meeting, I think it was noted that the bids were going to go out on be opened on November 13th, but they found some issues with the plans and some of the items on the plans. So they decided to, instead of going through a work order process, they gave another month for the contractors to bid on it. And that bid is supposed to open December 18th. And as soon as we find out who the contractor is, we'll let everybody know. And it won't affect the construction schedule or anything. So it should start early 2020, March timeframe, I would say. A couple of things that aren't on the report. Hermitage and Mannequin Road, there's been some issues at that intersection. We've already installed some stop bars there. They were installed on November 18th, and as I understand, there was another accident November 22nd. I looked at that intersection this morning, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to get my sign tech to upsize the stop signs and stop ahead signs. They're normal. They're 36 inch, so they'll probably end up being 48 inch, so they'll be more visible. That'll come pretty soon. It won't take him but a week or so to get the signs and get them reinstalled. And the issue on Page Brook, we found that there was a pipe on Page Brook that's failing. We've already got a task order out to our contractor. And what's going to happen is they're going to jack and bore another pipe right beside that pipe. It's a 36-inch pipe that goes under the road there. It's got about 16, 18 feet of fill over top of the pipe. So I don't want to dig the whole road up, so we're going to jack and bore a steel liner through the fill there and then pump flowable fill in the old pipe to seal everything up. So that work should be completed by the end of January for Page Brook. And any pavement repairs we need to do, we'll probably take care of those in the spring in that area. Other than that, I don't have anything else. If y'all have any questions, be glad to.
Questions for Mr. Wynn?
I did just, if you don't mind,
Right.
Mr. Chairman. All right, so Mr. Wynn, in the board packet, it's actually our page 85, it's maybe your page 3. It's Brian Ramsey, construction projects, Cape Seal work completed, surface treatment completed. Where is that? What is that project? I'm not sure.
That was a resurfacing project
Where?
within the county.
Or just in general?
In general,
Oh,
in
okay.
general for the whole county.
So no particular project. Okay. And then on the next page, at the top, signal study, Route 522 Shannon Hill Road.
Yeah, I think there was a numbering,
Where
Is
at
that,
now?
you don't mean Shannon Hill Road, right?
or you don't mean 522?
Right. It's one or the other.
No, it's not Shannon Hill Road.
No.
I did find out about that
That
stop
was gonna be my
sign.
next question, right?
The stop sign, my sign tech went out there, checked the wiring on it. Everything is connected right. We're trying to see if there's a warranty on that sign. If there's a warranty, we'll go get them to give us a replacement. If not, I'm gonna have to purchase another sign there.
Okay. I mean, it's been a couple times now that it's.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether it's
Is it in the shade or something?
well,
I get the
it might be in the
signs are solar.
shade, but it's work. We've been out there before and just shook it one time and it started back up. There's something wrong with the solar panel or something in that
Right.
sign.
Right.
And we've been, that type of sign is not what we're getting there. We're getting what's called a TAPCO sign. The sign that's up there at Shannon Hill and 250 is not a TAPCO. The other one, the TAPCO is way brighter than that sign is. Works a lot better.
Okay. And I do have a couple of projects still outstanding, mostly having to do with trees and right-of-ways.
Is that 604 and 250?
Well, Community House, 605, yeah, and the one up off 250, that one.
Yeah, we're gonna put some stop bars there.
Okay,
That's.
and I
we-
think that's probably a good solution for that.
Right, right.
But
So
also
the-
some of the trees.
Where are the trees located?
They're near the intersection of, Community House and Tapscott, 603, and,
Okay.
right, I mean, huge dead trees right on power lines, right on the road.
I mean, if they're close to a power line, or if it's something that Dominion Power's gotta cut, we can make contact with them.
That would be great.
Anything that's within 10 feet of a power line, my contractor will not cut it because it'll arc. It's dangerous, so
They do make a lot of noise.
we don't want that to happen. We don't want that to happen at all.
We'll follow up with you on a couple of these.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Other questions for Mr. Nguyen?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just real quick, Mr. Nguyen, thank you for taking a look at that intersection of Mannequin and Hermitage there. I did receive an email this week from a citizen that said there was a fairly serious accident there, and I'm guessing it was coming south, maybe on Hermitage, where that stop sign comes up on you pretty quickly. And
Right.
you mentioned you may upsize the sign.
Yes,
that would be great.
They're gonna be one size larger than what they are now.
Okay, and you mentioned a stop bar. Is that you just striping the?
It's already in place.
Okay.
They were installed on November 18th on both sides of Mannequin Road
And that
on
was
Hermitage.
before.
It was before the accident.
So that didn't do it. How about line of sight?
I didn't see any issue.
Okay.
I didn't
okay.
see any issue. I drove north and south this morning just to
Did?
look at it
Okay.
myself, yeah.
Okay. Is there, stop ahead signs? We have a stop ahead sign.
They're up.
They're already there.
They're already there.
Guess the next step is a flashing neon sign or
Well,
something.
I'm gonna try the larger signs first to see
Okay.
how that operates with
Okay.
the citizens and everything.
Good.
And I mean, the flashing signs, and I've told people this before, they're $1,500 a piece.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
So,
All right, well, I appreciate you taking a look at that, because that was, turns out is a increasingly serious intersection there where public safety
Right.
is at risk, so.
yeah, I
thank you
mean,
for that.
both legs of that is a 45 speed limit. Both of them are 45 miles an hour.
And that sign comes up pretty quick. So,
I got you.
yeah, okay. All right, well, thank you.
Okay.
Other questions for Mr. Nguyen?
No, thank you.
Mr. Nguyen, I know there was another accident at 288 and 250 this week. So I appreciate you guys expediting it and getting it to work. Are we looking at any other temporary signage? When will construction start again?
Probably, I would say March.
March.
Into March sometime. And there's gonna be a lot of equipment out there.
Right.
And
I
can tell you
think
that.
construction will slow it down, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe stop the accident for a while, but it's still an issue, but anyway.
Right.
Okay.
Hopefully, what is gonna be done will resolve all the issues at both ends of 288.
We can only hope.
Yeah.
Thank you for your work with us over the last 8 years, or actually it hasn't been that long. But you've been very responsive always to our request. And I thought of you today when my wife went off, and I know Tara was out there buying stuff for the Christmas mother. And the gesture you made a few years ago that every time my wife sees this lady, she thanks her for the barrel that you provided for an autistic child. So
Right.
thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Thanks, Marshall.
All right, next is fire and rescue.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I hope everyone had a nice Thanksgiving holiday. I know you have received the fire rescue report in your packet and be happy to answer any questions. I do have a few brief comments to share with you, please. I'm happy to report that our response times are trending down, almost 2 minutes down since October 1st, since we added the career staff to all of the fire rescue stations 24/7. Our volunteer members and our career staff are working seamlessly together, delivering service, getting the calls answered quicker. I'll also tell you that while we focus on response times, getting to someone's home in the time of an emergency, since the fire stations are staffed and there are people in the fire stations, it's not unusual to have citizens who drive into the fire stations with emergencies. And I can tell you that within the last 15 days or so, Company 3 has had two citizens come into the station brought by someone else that were in cardiac arrest. One of whom, it's my understanding, is doing very well and may be able to be released from the hospital neurologically intact and go on to live a quality of life. So I would like to thank you for that, and I think sometimes we focus solely on the time it takes to get to people's homes, but we hear all the time that people see activity in cars at the fire stations and they stop on the way to the doctor, on the way to the ER to seek emergency assistance. So I would like to thank you for that and share with you the good work that our paramedics and EMTs and firefighters are doing. In addition to that, I want to let you know that we are conducting the hiring process to fill the deputy chief position. We have some highly qualified, excellent candidates. We're working with HR to finalize those selections and hope to be able to make an announcement sometime this month. Just want to remind everybody, I know we feel it outside, cooler weather is here and the holiday season is upon us. I'd like to remind everyone of a few fire safety and fire prevention best practices. It is a good idea to have your home heating systems checked. Fires do start in the home by cooking and also heating systems. If you burn wood, please have your chimney cleaned and inspected. Get the leaves out of your gutters and rake the leaves back from around your home so sparks from your chimney can cause those items to ignite. I'll tell you that the last couple of days we have had a couple of chimney fires in the county. One was in the East End down in the James River Estates neighborhood, and there wasn't any damage. Damage will be minimal if there ends up being any. And I'll tell you, though, yesterday we had a chimney fire here in the courthouse village where citizens were in the home and smoke detectors sounded and went downstairs to find their wood stove in their kitchen, fire outside the wood stove into the walls. We arrived on scene and the citizen took all the right actions. They got everyone out of the home safely, made the 911 call early, and was using their garden hose on the outside of the home because the fire had actually burned through to the outside. Crews responded in from companies 5, 2, and 4, and 6 and extinguished that fire and saved the majority of that house. It was pretty much confined to a room. So it's a good idea to have your chimneys cleaned and inspected and make sure that they're in good condition for the winter season. Be careful with your holiday decorations, particularly extension cords. Make sure that all your decorations and your Christmas trees are at least 3 feet back away from any type of heat sources that could cause that problem. Wintertime in general is a busier time for house fires. The NFPA indicates that about 170 average house fires across the nation are caused by Christmas trees, and some 800 house fires go on to be caused by other holiday decorations. So please be careful with that. Any citizen that needs a smoke detector, we'd be happy to provide smoke detectors to any citizen who needs one. We'll come out, we'll install those at no cost. We do that daily and would be happy to do that as well. Just want to say thank you for coming out last weekend, providing those nice vehicles for our emergency responders and coming out and taking your time to look at those. We're really excited to have our new ambulance and our quick response vehicles. Emergency management is ramping up in the county. The community emergency response team graduated. We have a community animal response team formulating, a large animal rescue team that we're working on with, it's a multi-jurisdictional approach with animal control in other counties. And then the Goochland Amateur Radio Team, it has a drill this coming Sunday where we're going to go and set up all the ham radio operating equipment and make sure that we can communicate between stations Sunday afternoon. I'd like to congratulate to all who are retiring the end of this month. Congratulations to Sheriff Agnew, Major Bucas, and Lieutenant Pleasance. All just a great team of professionals, and they're going to be dearly missed. I thank them for that service. Congratulations to Supervisors Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Minnick for your retirement, all that you've done for the county. We're so proud of the Board of Supervisors, all that the entire board has done. Looking ahead, we're looking forward to working with Sheriff-elect Creasy and his team, as well as Supervisors-elect Mr. Spoonhauer and Mr. Sharp. Just like to mention that several of our fire stations have Santa breakfasts coming up. I know we have the holiday tree lighting Friday night, but on Saturday morning, both Company 3 and Company 4 will be having Santa breakfasts at opposite ends of the county, as well as Company 6 will be having one on Saturday morning, December the 14th. In closing, I'd like to recognize all the personnel, both volunteer and career, composed of the Fire Rescue Department, including our dispatchers, our law enforcement officers, for their skill, dedication. the excellent work they do daily to keep our county and citizens safe. It's certainly a true honor to serve on the same team. Thank you for your continued support. Wish everybody a safe and happy holiday season. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have about the report.
Questions for the chief?
Real quickly,
Mr. Hopkins?
and thank you. The mutual aid report, maybe I haven't looked at them closely in the past.
Yes, sir.
But is this an anomaly, or I mean, mutual aid given 99, mutual aid received 24? And I always had the impression that we were receiving more than we were giving, but it's like 4 times, delta.
I think it's pretty much Goochland Fire Rescue for a number of years has always been in a position where we give more mutual aid than we receive. For years, we covered a portion of Hanover County as a first to our area. I think what you see in the mutual aid report is Louisa County, but I want to explain that because I don't want it to appear, while it may, that Louisa is calling so much, because they really aren't. It's Interstate 64, it's Broad Street, it's the areas that we struggle with identifying where the county line is. And a lot of those requests from Louisa is predicated on the highway safety initiatives where we bring more than one fire engine to a crash scene so that we can set up barriers to keep people from driving into our scenes and injuring or killing emergency responders. And so they call us as an automatic practice. We call them also, but I think you would agree that in many cases, Goochland has fire stations that are more strategically located and closer to the interstate. We always run 2 companies to all vehicle accidents on the interstate. It's not to say that we don't request Louisa, because we do. However, sometimes we have those calls covered just based on the close proximity of our own resources.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Even if you take Louisa out, it's still fairly balanced. It's
Yes,
not-
sir.
it's not-
Yes, sir. And all of our mutual aid partners are willing to come and help us, and they do. And we're just so blessed and fortunate, based on some of our surrounding jurisdictions, that we have the help to be able to send. And it's always sort of operated and worked that way from years ago.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Mr. Chairman.
Other questions for the chief?
Mr. Chairman, Chief started out with it, but I don't want to underestimate the significance of his first comments. County-wide, just since October 1, and we'll keep tracking this, every response in the county is down by an average of 2 minutes. That is huge, countywide. As we continue to support with resources and staffing, that does nothing but help all of our residents. And so I'm really proud of the ability that we've been able to upstaff and bring additional team members on, and our continued support from our volunteer partners. So
absolutely, I echo that.
It's been very, very beneficial.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Parrish with introduction of new county staff.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Badesky. I'm Kelly Parrish, Director of Human Resources. And as we say goodbye to some folks, we do say hello to some new ones. So I'm pleased to present new staff in Parks and Recreation, Fire EMS, General Services, and Public Utilities. Due to a resignation, Carol Ann Reese joined the Parks and Recreation staff on November 12th as a part-time recreation assistant. Mr. Emicus, could you stand for us, please? Thank you for coming to see us today. Due to a resignation, Timothy Emicus joined Fire EMS as a firefighter paramedic on November 1st. Tim has prior experience with Dinwiddie and Petersburg Fire and EMS departments, as well as with Emergency Services Solutions. Thank you.
Welcome.
Due to a resignation, Thomas Talbot joined the General Services Department as a facilities technician on November 1st. Thomas comes to us with experience as a journeyman electrician. He also has experience in HVAC and small engine repair. Nathan, could you stand, please? Thank you also for joining us today. Due to an employee promotion, Nathan Harkrader joined the Public Utilities team on November 1st as an engineering technician. Nathan has a bachelor's degree in environmental science, has experience in AutoCAD and GIS, and has an intern for Hanover County Public Works. Thank you for joining us. And that concludes the new employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parrish. Next is planning and development activity. It's in our packets. Any questions for staff, as well as accounts payable? No questions? do we want to do the consent agenda?
Yeah, let's go.
Do consent.
Okay,
and then-
the consent agenda. Would you take us through it?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board? Right after this, is that?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. No, that's my thought.
No problem. Today I have 8 items on consent agenda for your consideration. I also have staff present if you have any questions as it relates to any of the particular items. First item on your consent agenda is a request for authorization for myself to sign an agreement between the Department of Corrections and the County of Powhatan and Goochland County for the allocation of treated water from the Department of Corrections. For those that may not be aware, we do receive our water here in the courthouse area through a partnership and agreement with the Department of Corrections. And so that clarifies that MOU, or that particular agreement, and clarifies our allocation for the courthouse as we move forward. Second item, we are pleased to be able to move forward with our space plan commitments. We have a request for you to authorize myself to execute a contract with Carpentry and Painting Experts LLC for $363,100 for the renovation of the Registrar's office. This is formerly the office that the extension was located in behind County Administration and next to our Parks and Rec facilities. Next item you have is your annual budget calendar that we'd ask for consideration. The board is aware that your organizational meeting in December with the new board members, we will adopt a full annual calendar, but we always try to publicize and adopt the budget calendar sooner, so we have that for your consideration today. The next item, the fourth item that you have for consideration is a resolution recognizing the Planning District Commission's 50th anniversary. Traditionally known as Richmond Regional Planning District Commission, they're now known as a rebranded organization as Plan RVA. This is celebrating 50 years of their service to the region. The next item that we have is a request resolution for the addition of Creekmore Place into the state system for maintenance. That road project is complete and ready for acceptance. The sixth item is very similar in nature, however, it is written to allow some additional work to be completed. We had hoped prior to this meeting that all the work in Bridgewater would be completed. Due to some rain and some delay, we think that work will be completed in near term here, but Bridgewater, this is written in a way that that work can be completed and get those roads accepted, hopefully prior to your January meeting. We didn't want to delay those getting accepted into the state system. Item number 7 you have, these, the next two are requests to set for future public hearings. The first one is an addition. Currently, your Board of Equalization has 5 members. For those that aren't as familiar with boards of equalization, this is the body that reviews any reassessments that are done in the county when people have appeals. Right now, we have 5 members. We're asking to change that board from 5 members to 5 members plus 2 alternates. We have to request that. Ultimately, we recommend to the circuit court members of this body. You do not directly appoint, unlike some other boards. And finally, today, Mr. Chairman, many are aware that we just adopted our new zoning ordinance, zoning rewrite, and this is an opportunity to set a public hearing to do some of the cleanup to the references in that zoning ordinance. We shared back in that process that we'd be coming back to you with some cleanup, and that is what we're requesting there as the last item. With that, Mr. Chairman, if there's any questions, I or staff are available to assist.
Any questions on any of the items on the agenda?
No, sir.
No? Do we have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve all 8 items on the consent agenda as presented.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Next item is new business. Before we go into new business, we're going to take a quick break. So we've been at it for a while, so if we can be back by 4:35, through the next presentations. But Mr. Budesky would like to say something first.
Just very briefly, one of the pleasures that our 2 new board members get is 4 9 to 5 quality days with staff next week. We're looking forward to it. one of the things that we are going to be covering a lot of topics, but some of the folks presenting tonight will not all be there. So when we break tonight, definitely want you to get a chance to meet some of these folks. Also, just in the essence of time for this evening, we curtailed a little bit of the overall agency overviews for tonight's presentation. And unless we had a fifth day, and I know you all are willing, we want to make sure you get some of that information from these folks and meet them, as this is the last item between us and our dinner break. So appreciate taking a chance to make sure you put a name and face with our new colleagues and members, and appreciate all you do each and every day, and thanks for being here this evening. So Mr. Drumright, thank you.
Good afternoon, Paul Drumright, Administrative Services Manager. It is my pleasure to kick off the Health and Human Services Annual Report. As you can see, it's really, we partner to serve our community. So it's not done by just one agency alone. It's done by a whole group of agencies and organizations as well. A quick overview, and as Mr. Badesky did mention, we did try to trim this down some. Definitely know we don't want to get in the way of dinner tonight. So we're going to hit real brief this overview, the partnerships, and the first part, and that way the folks behind me have more time so they can go over their individual agencies. After we go through each one, they'll be able to take questions you may have related to anything they present. So, as we mentioned, we have partnerships, we have resources, we have upcoming projects, and also some engagement I'll talk about. So, talking about partnerships, on the screen, and we've showed this the past couple years to you, this really shows how diverse our partnerships are, how spread out it goes. So tonight we're going to hear from just a handful of the agencies that you see up on the screen, from Office of Children's Services, Gooch and Social Services, from Gooch and Powhatan Community Services, Gooch and Health Department, the Gooch and Branch Library, and Gooch and Cares. But these other agencies as well play an important role in everything we do, from human services into workforce development, into serving the citizens, both where the county can and then picking up where the county can't help serve. And that's where our nonprofits fall into that. So, such as Feed More, Senior Navigator, Senior Connections, the Gooch and Christmas Mother, which is very important right now, as well as Gooch and Cares. So, moving forward, just touching on workforce development. Workforce development is done through multiple agencies, through Department of Social Services, through Gooch and County Public Schools, through J. Sarge Reynolds, the Community College Workforce Alliance, and Resource. So you can see kind of the different activities that are done, both taking it from kids in the school system all the way up to adults learning how to drive a tractor trailer over at J. Sargent Reynolds, to learning new skills in automotive or computers and such. We have multiple health and human services resources that are available. Some of these I'm going to let folks talk more about, but just to touch on, we have on the website links to a lot of community resources. We have information about the Community Care app. We have a partnership, the Rural Substance Abuse Awareness Coalition, that the county helps support and participates in, as well as 211, which is a number that you can go to both the website as well as call and be able to get a case manager or somebody assigned to you and help you find the things you're searching for, the need. And then Senior Navigator, a resource that the county helps support, that is a dedicated page for finding resources for both seniors, as well as they now also do a lot more with veterans and other individuals. As it was mentioned earlier by Dr. Raley and by Sheriff Agnew, education and public safety are the two top priorities of the county. Third one, as you can see on the screen here, is health and human services. So that's the third out of the budget every year. It's been like that for the past couple years. of funding from the county and support for both the county agencies as well as for our partner agencies. Just want to touch on a couple brief projects that have gone on and that are upcoming. There's a lot more, so I don't want to steal thunder from everybody behind me. But so with the Chickahominy Health District, they were conducting a community health assessment in 2018 and 2019. So it finished up earlier this year. You had a report from the health district on that. They're now, since then, we've been working on a community health improvement plan. That plan is being finalized and will be released in 2020. And as some of you may have seen, they put out a survey because they're trying to find and make sure that they are on the right track with that plan of their priorities and where they're going. And so they're trying to get some additional community input. They've been doing that both through a survey and also through different community events. So that is ongoing, and that expects to be kind of like a strategic plan, so that will be ongoing for a number of years, and then it will circle back into doing another health assessment. One of the other things we have that we're working on is updating the community care app. So we've had that around for a number of years now, and so we're actually looking to add features, add partners to it, as well as make it user-friendly for both citizens and staff. So that's an ongoing initiative that we will hopefully have some new exciting announcements for in the upcoming months. With that, moving quickly through it, not only do these folks work with the citizens, but they also engage, folks from county staff engage in the community and participate in a number of different organizations related to health and human services. So serving on the board of Gooch and Cares or participating with Gooch and Cares, serving on the James River Juvenile Detention Commission, serving on the board of the Gooch and YMCA, participating in an organization or a coalition, Gooch and Community Partners, the Rural Substance Abuse Awareness Coalition, as I mentioned, as well as we have an individual who serves on the state and local advisory team for the Children's Services Act, so helping to provide input to state leaders as they're making decisions related to CSA. With all that, and hopefully that was, I think, 3 minutes, I am going to turn it over, and so each agency will come up. We're going to start with Children's Services Agency, go into Social Services, go into Gooch and Powhatan Community Services, then hit the Health Department, swing by the library, and then end up with Gooch and Cares. So with that, I'm going to take a break. Right there. All right, let's make sure I can do this.
All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Mills Jones. I'm the Director of Office of Children's Services for Goochland County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. First graphic you see up there is the Office of Children's Services and all the agencies that make up the system of care for Goochland County from the public side. And those are all the agencies that influence what we do on the public side. So as you can see, we have quite a big challenge to kind of navigate all of these different roads, regulations, influences that we have from outside of our county. The good news is that last year, our budget, we came in under budget in both areas, both foster care and special education. I would be remiss if I didn't thank Ms. Jefferson and her staff, because a lot of their hard work is the result of that low budget expenditure. A lot of that came from the implementation of using relative foster care placements and finding agency foster care placements, as well as transitioning children to home and family members where they no longer needed county funds in order to provide services. Last year, we served 37 children. That is up from about 32 in the previous fiscal year. And as you can see, we serve more children for less money. And a lot of that has to do with using those less intensive services. But we also used some more intensive services, quick hits, for shorter periods of time, and we're able to transition children back to the community. So all of that rolled in to help with the results you're seeing today as well. One of the other duties of the Office of Children's Services is to manage the Virginia Juvenile Community Crime Control Act. Say that 5 times real fast. And that's for children referred by the court under diversion for minor offenses in the community. So as you can see up there, in 2018, we served 30 youth for a total of 749 community service hours. And that was a little bit down from the previous year, but that's fine. That just means that less kids are getting in trouble and we're seeing less services. So that's good news for us all the way around. One of the big accomplishments we had this year was children reaching permanency. As I said, we had several families where children returned home to relatives. And you see, we had 13 children return home to families. And as you can see, that's just a huge jump from previous years. And again, that's to the work of social services and Ms. Jefferson's staff, looking for resources, finding family members who are able to take children, and providing resources to parents so that they can parent their own children effectively. Just a little detail on some outcomes from currently in fiscal year 2020. We had one family complete parent coaching curriculum, which was a unique experience because it was a Spanish-speaking family, so we were able to find a resource in Charlottesville to work with them to maintain their child in the home. We had one foster youth transition to independent living status. We had one foster youth currently supervised on trial home visits, and hopefully they will transition to full custody home soon. And we had one youth that, with the quick hit residential care, was able to go into residential care for about 4 months and then transition back home to their families. Also on the good news, we offer Parenting the Love and Logic Way classes, and we had 4 Goochland citizens complete that fall parenting class. As Mr. Drumright mentioned, we have a lot of community engagement, both at the local, regional, and state level. And so you'll see up there the list of those organizations that we partner with. One of the good news things is recently I was appointed to the state and local advisory team as the local CSA program representative. That's going to give us more exposure to state policy and be able to influence that at the state level. So I'm very proud of that and glad to be able to serve in that capacity. At the bottom of that list is the Community Care mobile app. About a year or two ago, I came up here and explained that we've used a mobile app to help citizens gain access to services. And with the help of Mr. Drumright, Mr. Badesky, and some planning, we're going to look at some enhancements to the app to make it more readily available to citizens and more user-friendly. So hopefully we'll be seeing that in the next year. Let's see. And that's all I have this evening, and I'd like to turn it over to the next person, Ms. Jefferson with Department of Social Services.
Mills, just very quickly, just for the benefit, for those that aren't aware, you are the only direct human services that we provide as a county, so to speak, while we do have contributions and support, and Ms. Jefferson's going to come up as our next largest level of support. Mills's office, while it's a one-man show to speak, Ms. Jefferson, we're hoping to work with her to continue to support as she does already. These programs are all mandated under state code. We're required to provide these services. In some ways, they could be contributed as an unfunded mandate because we have to pay for them based on state code. They're somewhat offset with insurance and those kinds of things, but there are local contributions that go into these programs. And I'm grateful for the diligence that Mills and everyone working together has done to help keep our costs down the best they can, and yet still supporting the families with quality care and support. And so that effort is not taken lightly, and I appreciate, Mills, not only your leadership in that, but the collective team effort. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Kimberly Jefferson, and I was going to say exactly the same thing. I actually had in my notes to talk about the team effort that it requires. And it's not just the Health and Human Service organizations, it's the Sheriff's Department, it's Fire and Rescue, it's the Board of Supervisors, it's my DSS board, it's Mr. Badesky. And never have I worked in an organization where so many different partners come together to avoid the duplication of services and to provide the best services and maximize the dollars for our citizens. So I am Kimberly Jefferson. I'm the Director of the Department of Social Services, and the mission of our department is to people helping people triumph over poverty, abuse, neglect, and to share strong futures for themselves, their families, and their communities. And I'm not good with the clicker. Okay. Some of the successes that we've had over the past year are our family engagement meetings. One of the things that we started doing is we started having meetings with our families for children who are at risk of placement into our foster care system to try to prevent those placements or to get placements with a relative. This has been extremely successful, and the families can invite anyone to the table, whether it's a teacher, a coach, an aunt, an uncle, a family friend. We have a facilitator, and during the meeting, we talk about the strengths of the family, and we also talk about some of the concerns while we're there. This has been so successful that we decided to share this initiative with our community partners like Community Services Board, the Health Department, OCS, and the school systems. And we've developed an MOU where we will go and we will facilitate a meeting for the schools if they have students that are truant or they're having issues with. We provide the facilitator at no cost to them. And it has been successful in some of the few cases that we've had. And I think some of the feedback from one of the families was that they came to the table, they felt like they were heard. They developed a plan, and they tried to help the students become more successful in attendance at school. Another success is the ongoing partnerships with community organizations. I spoke briefly about that, but we have the CPMT where everybody comes to the table and we discuss strategies, efforts, resources where we can best help those families without the families going to this place, and this place, and they can all come to one place and get the services. Medicaid expansion was very successful, and we were able to get all our renewals done on time and in a timely manner. We continue to do that. We performed very well with Medicaid expansion. It began January the 1st, and the Department of Social Services auto-enrolled many of the residents that were on the GAP plan or the Plan First program, which decreased the number of individuals coming into our office or applications that we actually touched. Beverly Long, who is my benefits supervisor, was kind enough to give me the data today. As of today, we had 765 individuals enrolled under the expansion program for expanded coverage. And this includes the GAP plan individuals, Plan First, and those who are newly insured. The system continues to improve, although we do have some issues occasionally. There is some latency issues, but overall we are doing less tickets and having less issues with the system. The other success is the family treatment court that we have. Goochland was approved as a family treatment court back in, I believe, 2009. It was an unfunded mandate, but what we've done is Department of Social Services, J&D Court, Juvenile Domestic Relations Court, CSA, and Community Services Board, we work together. The Community Action Program, which I'm going to talk a little bit about in a few moments, we fund half of position for that family treatment court that is a coordinator to coordinate services with an individual or a family who is experiencing substance abuse issues, and this is put into place to try to prevent their children from coming into foster care. So that's been a success, and we've had some families to go through that and successfully get off of substances. Challenges. We are experiencing a high turnover in our agency. Most recent resignation was last week. So currently I will have 4 vacancies, but I think it's happening in a lot of DSS agencies across the state. We are losing our employees to the larger agencies surrounding us. We are in the process of recruiting and hiring as we speak. But I do want to say that the staff that I have, the long tenured staff, they are dedicated. They are there every day. They show up, and they are here to make sure that our clients are served with the best services that we can provide. Another challenge is the system inaccuracies. We have 2 systems that we use for our benefits programs. One is called the Data Warehouse. The other one is the Virginia Case Management System. We can pull a report from both systems on the same day and get two different results. So that's challenging when we try to report out our data. What we've done is we've relied more on data warehouse because we think it's more accurate than VACMS. And we are still seeing cases that involve substance abuse in the county. Unfortunately, we're seeing young children being affected in one way or another with the substance abuse. The future, I think maybe one of the themes today is retirements. So we have 3 people who can retire at any time. They have committed from between 1 year to 4 years of staying, and we do have the luxury of hiring someone in 90 days before they end their, before the person retires. So we're doing some succession planning, and when I get the official notices for 3 months before retirement, we will start advertising and putting people in. And the Families First Prevention Act. And this is an act that was approved by the federal government that was supposed to start October the 1st. It was pushed back until 2020 because the Department of Social Services did not have the guidance for it. And what it does is it gives us more funding and resources to put services into a home. Instead of taking the children out of the home, it allows us to put services in the home for the families, money for substance abuse counseling, money for parenting, instead of taking the kids out and then offer no services. So we're hoping that that's going to be a win-win for us and a win-win for families. I think I went over my 3 minutes. Future outlook, there's new technology coming down the pike for services staff. There's supposed to be a new database for child welfare, a new database for employee tracking, and something that's supposed to roll out next year is the SNAP Take the Pledge. And what this is Virginia is a Take a Pledge state, so able-bodied clients who are usually 18 to 59 who are able to work but choose not to work, they right now are limited to 3 to 6 months of benefits for food stamps. They are going to have an option to participate in workforce development services or volunteer training services or to volunteer to receive their benefits. We are waiting for the guidance for that, so we don't know exactly when it's going to start, but we have been informed and they're doing some informational broadcasts about that. I had briefly mentioned the Community Action Grant. We are the administrator of a Community Action Grant from the Office of Community Services, and we receive about $180,000. And I'm really proud of this program because we do a lot with the funds that we receive. So we provide emergency services for electric, rent, mortgage, and food. We partner with the school systems to help extend their preschool programs from half day to full day. And we also contributed to the summer feeding mobile that you all probably saw in the news that went out to the different neighborhoods to serve meals, and they also provided the books for children ages pre-K up to high school, and we funded those books, the cost of those books and some of those renovations for the feeding unit. We have a partnership with Goochland Cares for their home repair program. We allocate $30,000 to help with that, and we partner with the Community Services Board on Family Treatment Court. And we also have a partnership with our local churches with the Brown Bag Program and the Friendship Cafe. So there's 5 churches that we partner with, and they provide bagged meals for kids to go home over the weekend. And then the Friendship Cafe is an active center for our senior citizens. I'm almost done. So in community action, the majority of the funds that we spent last year, 57,000, a little bit over 57,000 went for food vouchers, and that's a program where they take it to the food line here in the courthouse area. It's a pre-printed voucher, and they can get fresh produce, groceries, meats, vegetables, and fruit up to $100 a month at the Food Lion once they call in and request a voucher. And this is to supplement the SNAP program. We were seeing a lot of senior citizens who were only receiving $16 a month in food stamps because of federal policy, and we kind of wanted to do something for those who are on a fixed income. And then the second highest is our utilities. We've paid $34,000 in utilities. Then we have our TANF funding, which is where we provide the $55,000 to the school, $26,477 for summer camp. The funding for the mobile feeding unit was actually June 30th of last year. but I did want to highlight that program. Our Medicaid numbers, the end of 2018, we had 2,198 cases, individuals, I'm sorry. And for SNAP, we had 1,483 individuals on SNAP. TANF went down as the employment rate improved. Our TANF numbers went down. We had 58. And for our foster care year to date, we've served 20 children. And one of the things I like to be in the office is optimistic because we deal with a lot of stressful situations, staff turnover, just people coming in and sharing their crisis with us. So I put this quote in here that optimism is the most important human trait because it allows us to evolve our ideas, to improve our situations, and to hope for a better tomorrow. And I'll turn it over to Stacy.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Gill, and I'm the Executive Director with Goochland-Powhatan Community Services. This is the first opportunity I've had as a new person. I have about 3 weeks left to say that I'm still new because I started on January 2nd, and I figure past 1 year, there's no more new. I can't use that as an excuse. So, but I am excited to be here to be able to talk to you this evening about our agency. So probably the most exciting thing that has happened for us this calendar year, and it actually started the same day I started at the agency, is that we started something called same-day access. And what that means is that folks that are looking for mental health services or substance use disorder services do not need an appointment to come to our agency. And I'm assuming that you all know that our agency is the public, the front door to the public mental health substance use services, and we also serve those individuals and families with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So that being said, yes, we started a system where people can just walk in during our designated hours, and they do not have to have an appointment. So whereas before, they would have to call, and they might be told, you know, yes, you can have an appointment in 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Now they just walk in and they're able to be seen by a clinician that day, and they walk out of the door knowing what services are recommended and having another appointment to follow up. So, and as you can imagine, when you're in need of these type of services, it's not great to be told you got to wait, you know, for a few weeks. So we've been able to serve through the end of October 299 citizens between both Goochland and Powhatan County in this way, as opposed to them having to call for an appointment. Just some things that we've done over the fiscal year 19. I don't know how many of you are familiar with mental health first aid, but it's a training for citizens to just teach about mental health issues and signs and symptoms and things to watch out for. And if you hear, it's kind of, if you see something going on with someone that you know, to pay attention and be familiar with resources and kind of know how to have a conversation with somebody that might need help. So we provided training to 68 folks for mental health first aid. Our emergency services operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we did 73 pre-screenings. Pre-screenings are the evaluations that we do that determine whether or not somebody might need to go to a hospital for psychiatric care. Our goal is to divert those people to be cared for in the community. Being cared for in the community is really better for the individual, but sometimes that can't happen, so they have to go to a psychiatric hospital. Revive is our training to teach people what to do if you come in contact with someone who's in an opiate overdose. They learn about Narcan and how to administer that, and then Narcan has also been made available without a prescription, so that people know how to basically save somebody's life if they have a family member or friend and might be there when an actual overdose happens. We've also served 70 individuals through the IDDD waiver. That's intellectual disability, developmental disability. That's a waiver made available through the Medicaid agency to serve folks that are severely impacted by their issues and provide the types of services they need to stay in their communities and with their families. They also help support the families so the families aren't having to be always 24/7 caregivers. And then we've served approximately 1,200 individuals total across all of our services in the agency. Some just brief highlights. These are just a few things. Our Monacan services, we serve the adults with the intellectual disabilities, and we had a very rousing musical talent show. We singing and some dancing, and this happens every August, so if anybody's ever interested in coming, we would love to have you attend. The individuals get very excited. They do all the planning. They rehearse for months, and it's a lot of fun and really very inspirational. You may also be familiar with RSAC. That's a coalition in our communities. It stands for Rural Substance Abuse Awareness Coalition. And this year, that group, in collaboration with Pinnacle Communications, actually produced an award-winning video. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's available on the rsac.org website. And it's about, it showcases some folks that have recovered from opiate addiction, and is also very positive and inspirational for folks to watch who are struggling or their family members are struggling with addiction. And then most recently in October, we worked with Lonesome Dove Equestrian Center. That's actually located over in Powhatan, and they serve veterans. They're just a place for veterans to come hang out, to ride horses if they want to help take care of horses. And we partnered with them to have an event for both veterans and folks that serve veterans. So there was lots of information shared. There were some vendors there. There were panel discussions about all kinds of things, and we're looking actually to do that again, hopefully over the next Labor Day weekend, because apparently there's a huge biker thing that happens on Labor Day at Lonesome Dove, where like 200 bikers come, and a lot of those folks are veterans, and so that will sort of maximize exposure to the different information that we can share. So we're already sort of planning ahead to see what we can do there. Just a few things about our budget. Our budget is about $5,300,000. You can see where most of our revenue comes from. About half of it is from the state, 35% is from fees, and then a portion from Goochland and Powhatan. And then we also have some federal money, and then just some other miscellaneous funds that we get. You can see that the majority of the expenditures are in the area of mental health, so providing services to those with serious mental illness like schizophrenia or bipolar disorder, and folks with depression or anxiety, and that's all ages, so little kids up to seniors really. And then second is our developmental disordered population, so those are folks with intellectual disabilities or autism. And then smaller on substance use. All right, current challenges. We have some very similar challenges to what Kimberly spoke about from social services. I would say that, and this is true across the state, but also particularly in rural areas, and we are rural enough that we are impacted by this, but there's a pretty significant workforce shortage in the behavioral health world. There's not enough licensed individuals, and many of the requirements are increasing for having licensed people to provide the service or provide the assessment or provide some type of oversight. It's very difficult to recruit and then maintain those folks, so we're really looking at ways to incentivize people come in here, support folks that are studying towards their licensure to do that and get their licensure, and then encourage them to stay when they do, as opposed to, we don't mind being training ground, but we would love to keep some of the people that we're training instead of having them, you know, go work in the suburbs. So that's pretty significant. You also heard about this from social services, that there's just an increased demand from both state and federal funders for data. I mean, we need to provide data. The state itself happens to have a very antiquated reporting system, and we are partnering with your county on the Munis project, which is wonderful because it's helping us tremendously Unfortunately, the good work that's happening with Munis is not matching with the antiquated system of the state. And so both financial data, but also client data, it's just difficult to get that to the funders. So that's a continual work in progress. You may have heard about STEP Virginia. That's on the behavioral health side, and there's 9 different service levels. This is part of what same-day access came out of, where we now see people without an appointment. But the following steps are happening, and so we will be growing, and that data requirement will continue to increase because they're going to want data to show what we're doing, which is all fine. I'm supportive of data. We need an effective way to gather it and report it. So another challenge is really the visibility of our particular agency. I think that we really are underserving our community, and I think that's because there's some misunderstanding out there about what we do, about how to access our services. And so in 2020, that's really going to be a major goal for us, because I think there's room for us to grow and really do sort of some marketing and PR. That doesn't sound very public service-like, but we do want people to know that we're there, and we want them to know how to access services. We have some aging buildings and space challenges. We do own our buildings here in Goochland County, which is great, but we need to be able to take care of them so that they're comfortable and welcoming spaces, and so we have some work to do there. And then Medicaid expansion, there are more people eligible. You heard that from DSS about how many people they've gotten covered. There is an issue for the Community Services Board system in Virginia, because in order for Medicaid expansion to happen, the CSB system as a whole had to give $35 million of general funds back to the General Assembly. For Goochland, that translated into $91,000. We have a small budget, so it was a small amount that we had to pay back, but it's still, for a small budget, that also has a big impact. So we're working to deal with those budget cuts. And I believe that is it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Budesky, members of the board, thank you for allowing us to come here once a year. I think this is extremely important for you all to get an update like this. And I am Tom Frank. I'm the health director for Chickahominy Health District and Goochland Health Department. Chickahominy is one of 35 health districts, and Goochland Health Department is one of 119 local health departments. We are a Virginia Department of Health agency, and I'd just like to bring that up every year. Our mission and our main purpose for being at the health department is to improve the health of the community, and we do that through preventing disease, promoting healthy lifestyles, and protecting people from environmental hazards. And you'll see that in our goals, our agency goals, that prevent, promote, and protect is really integrated throughout every one of our goals. You'll see our first goal there is really inwardly focused on ourselves and how can we be the most effective and efficient workforce possible. All the other goals are really outwardly focused towards the community, and it's all about preventing whether it's chronic disease, communicable disease, or environmental hazards out there. It's all about preventing, promoting, and protecting people. At the health department, we do have about roughly in the 30s, 36 different programs. Here, this is a sampling of about 22 of our programs. I like to categorize them under 3 headings. The clinical services is essentially providing medical care and medical consultation. Environmental health is about primarily it's about restaurant inspections for food safety, well and septic permit reviews, drinking water protection, as well as rabies control. We work with animal control on any animal bites out there in order to prevent rabies from being an issue in our community. And then there's this other category, which I used to call special programs. It's really about community health, community outreach. You can call it population health or community health, but it's all our other activities that we do that actually are geared towards the whole population. wanted to throw up just a few statistics, and I will point out a few what I consider to be the significant ones. You'll see there immunization visits went up in fiscal year 2019. I'm trying to make that a priority among my staff to try to get us back towards where we were in 2014, 2015, where we did a lot more immunizations, because I think immunizations is one of the most important things that we do to prevent disease in the United States. And so we finally got a bump up in immunizations. You'll see the other significant findings are in family planning visits and maternity clinic visits have actually gone down significantly. And I ascribe that to Medicaid expansion. I think that's probably the #1 reason why we've seen that. And other than that, I think everything is on par here. I really wanted to focus on a few accomplishments, and I really don't want to call this Goochland Health Department accomplishments. These are really Goochland County accomplishments, not the Health Department. Particularly this #1 here. The one I'm most excited about is in the county health rankings, which come out every year. Goochland's health outcomes have actually improved from 14th in the state to #10 in the state. And that's out of 133 jurisdictions in Virginia. And that's the best we've ever been. In the future years, I think it's going to probably fluctuate. It does tend to fluctuate up and down a little bit. But I've seen a trend, and I hope this trend continues. #10 out of 133 is pretty darn good. And again, that's a county accomplishment. That's due to the leadership here. It's due to all of the departments working together and partnering. As Mills showed that in that fine diagram of the partnerships going on in Goochland County. It's about the fiscal policy, and it's about the economy being as good as it's been. It's about everything working together is bringing to improve health outcomes in Goochland County. The second one there is Goochland. You've heard about the community health assessment. The report came out in 2019. What you may not know is that just recently in September, we were able to present that report, the Goochland County Community Health Assessment report. We were able to present that at the International Conference on Health, Wellness, and Society at the University of California, Berkeley. And that was done by Caitlin Hodge, our population health manager, whose presentation was selected for that international conference. You also heard about our community health improvement plan. That's a result of the community health assessment that leads to the improvement plan. And as you heard, it's a strategic plan going forward here for the next 5 years or so. And that's been the work of, again, it's a community-wide effort. It's partnerships. It's a steering committee of 25 members from all over the community, meeting monthly from March to September. They've pretty much finished their work. And now we're just putting together all that work into a report that hopefully should come out here in the next couple of months. And obviously the opioid crisis has been here since it was declared a public health emergency in 2016. We were able to, using CDC federal funds, no county funds, CDC federal funds, we were able to hire a full-time opioid response outreach coordinator who's been working in all 4 of our jurisdictions, including Goochland. In Goochland, she's provided 4 Revive trainings. So you've heard Community Services does Revive as well. And it actually falls under the Virginia Department of Social Services, leads the Revive effort. But our opioid response outreach coordinator has done 4 on her own, dispensed 76 doses of Narcan and hundreds of drug disposal kits throughout the community. And finally, we as a health department, we support multiple health fairs, safety fairs, including the Disaster Survivor Day. And looking at the future and some challenges that are going to be out there in the next year or two, I mentioned the CHIP. The CHIP is addressing the 3 top priorities that were identified by the Community Health Assessment. Those priorities were access to care, transportation, and economic stability. Not your usual priorities that come out of the health assessments necessarily, but really, really important ones because they address socioeconomic factors. Access to care is really focused on mental health access and dental care access. Number 2 there, we continue to develop our population health program. We've got a population health manager in place for the last couple of years. We're adding a new FTE, and that is a community health educator. We're about to put that one out for recruitment. Hopefully we'll have a new community health educator, and that's going to be split 50-50 between Goochland and New Kent County. It's in the fiscal year 2020 budget, and we just haven't hired that person yet. With the growth in population, obviously that leads to residential growth, residential development, and that leads to increased workload on our environmental health specialists. With that in mind, we were approved a new FTE last year, this current fiscal year, and that's an environmental health specialist, which is going to be, again, split 50-50 with New Kent County and Goochland County. And we're getting ready to recruit that position as well. Improving dental access, I mentioned access to care being one of the top 3 priorities. One of the ways we're doing that is by trying to improve dental access to children specifically. And we know Goochland County Schools has a SMILE program. They did a pilot project in Byrd Elementary School. So they're trying to reach elementary school age children who don't have dental insurance and don't get dental care. So they're reaching out to provide not only preventive visits, but actual dental care from dentists coming to the schools and seeing these kids. And so that's school age kids. And what we're doing in the health department is we've started a Bright Smiles for Babies program, which is an educational program for parents, and dental varnishing for preschool kids and toddlers. That's primarily aged 6 months to 3 years. So working together, partnering with the schools, we're hoping to hit kids at almost all ages, and we're hoping to expand that program as well, because dental care is so important. And obviously, I mentioned the opioid crisis. Since 2016, that's been a public health emergency in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And that continues to be a crisis, and we're continuing to address that. And I put mental health. It's not just an opioid crisis. It's a mental health crisis, in my opinion. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague from the Pamunkey Regional Library and new Boston Marathon qualifier, Tom Shepley.
So, just very briefly, that is part of Heavy as the Head from Zach Brown that you can get at Pamunkey Regional Library. I was able to download it to my phone. It's in our Hoopla collection, which means that all of us can have it on our phone at the same time. There's no waiting. And unlike some of the other things that you might have, like if you've ever borrowed a CD from somebody and it's got a scratch, you get to the 3rd track and it just gets stuck in your car. Doesn't happen because it's digital. And I knew I couldn't do that on my phone after I had started. So apologize for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and everyone else who's here to listen to give us some time today. I'll try to be really brief. I would like to mention, I guess my name, Tom Shepley. I'm the director of the Pamunkey Regional Library. I'd like to mention Eileen Ford, who is a Goochland appointee to the Pamunkey Regional Library Board. We lost our other appointee earlier in the year, so we have a vacancy. In case someone here knows someone who would like to be on the library board, we have a vacancy. We'd like to get that filled. Thank you, Mr. Peterson, for the reference to Shakespeare, which is definitely a library thing, and Zach Brown. Let me see how this works. We are a regional partnership. Most folks know that, multiple counties for the library. I really do want to thank the Friends of the Goochland Branch Library. They have provided thousands of hours of volunteer time and thousands of dollars in resources that help us to provide library service. So they're sort of a special partner. Our next slide just highlights a lot of the different partnerships that we have in the community. We will partner with almost everybody that we can. Or I was thinking about your books. I think we can maybe do something to help Ms. Jefferson as well. But we are really trying to be an agency that can say yes. So. There are all kinds of different services that you have at the library, and the next slide kind of goes over some of those. We teach classes, we help people with their resumes, we have all kinds of different information resources. We have copiers, printing, we have 3D printing, we can teach you how to use that, meeting space, all kinds of things. The next slide here, we've expanded. We've included Canopy, which is a newer digital product. It's pretty cool. The issue that we have with it was very affordable for us, and it didn't really cost something to acquire. but you really need to have an internet connection because it's a streaming service. And Hoopla, for those who don't know, you can download that to your device and take it home with you. So that makes it really good for lots of our residents. And then the materials circulation page, you can see we had about 8.7% increase. I kind of want to spend a little time on this. The last year that statewide information is available, the average statewide was a 8% decrease. So we're 16 points different on that. And Henrico, for instance, in that period, which is FY18, they were down 15%. Chesterfield was down 4%. City of Richmond, they were up 3%. PRL was up 11%. We've worked really hard to have numbers like that. Just kind of want to share that. And that's sort of an efficiency metric. The citizens are getting that much more service. We haven't really gotten any additional funding to provide those services. So, and then our next slide just had a number of different metrics. Getting people to the library, visitors, they're using Wi-Fi, they're attending programs. The lower left hand, the house made out of straw, sticks, and bricks is one of those partnerships for the fairy tales. That just happened a couple weeks ago. On the bottom right is from the summer reading program. So I'm going to stop. That's pretty much it. Try to be brief. Thank you for your time. We're trying to do some good stuff and give the citizens some good return. So I hope we're doing what they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for having me. I'm Adair Roper, and I'm with Goochland Cares. I'm the Director of Development, and that's our new building, of which we will be in 2 years this coming January. So thank you all for your support for that. And we want to thank the county for all the support that you've given us. It's been wonderful, and we couldn't have done it without you. This just gives a little bit of our strategic goals in working with you all. This is our mission, is to provide health care and basic human services to residents in need. I'm going to go quick because I know I'm over time. But there's two things I do want to know, let you all know about, is that we do have our 12 programs. I think most of you are all aware of that. But we have expanded our medical into other counties now. This is just giving you a few of the demographics of whom we serve within the county. As you know, to qualify for our programs, you have to be at or below 200% of the federal poverty level and be a Goochland resident. Except for our DV and sexual assault programs, you can be from anywhere, and you do not have to be qualifying by income. This is where we have now expanded our medical clinic only because of the Medicaid expansion. We had seen a drop in our medical clients. Therefore, we did know that in Flavanna and Louisa and Cumberland, there was a need. So we have expanded that program only into those areas, and we have gotten a grant to help with some marketing into those areas so that we will now be going out into those counties that are really bordering right here on Goochland and putting up some banners, partnering with anybody and everybody, mostly some of the faith-based groups in the churches, and putting up banners and letting them know. We have several volunteers that are out there in the community now going and knocking on doors and saying, if you have employees that are uninsured that meet this income level, please let them know that we're here to serve them. So we've got a big campaign and push to try and really reach those areas. This is how our impact, this just shows you how we serve. This is only through the first half of the year. We're really up. We are serving over 300 families a week in the food pantry. We gave away 320 turkeys for our Thanksgiving meals last Friday, 2 Fridays ago, I believe it was, and that was with a partnership with PFG. They gave us 200 turkeys. We went out and raised the money for 100 more to serve those families. We love to partner with anybody and everybody we can and to provide the services for our community. This is just showing you how the access now and our program integration, the whole having all the 12 programs under one roof has really been a wonderful thing. This man would have never had the opportunity to shop in our food pantry previously because you had to go down 5 dangerous steps and you couldn't get around because it was in the basement of what is now our emergency housing. One other really interesting story about our program integration is we now you come in the door and you come to the front desk and you register. We had a young woman come in and ask to shop in the food pantry, we check you in, we give you a sheet of what's available in the food pantry that day. As our volunteer was handing her the sheet, she actually slipped that volunteer a note and said, I'm in an abusive situation and my abuser's in the car. So previously, we would have had to say, oh, well, here's our 1-800 number. We're 24-hour, give them a call or go down, a mile to where they are. We were lucky enough to be able to just go down the hall and get that DV advocate, have her come and walk through the food pantry and shop with that one young woman and build a safety plan before she ever left the building without her abuser ever knowing what went on. We work very closely also with the Sheriff's Department and the EMS folks in educating, the police about how we can partner with them and help them. We also have our DV advocates go into the schools and talk about healthy relationships and teach classes in the schools. These are just some of our wonderful program successes. The VITA volunteers, one of the greatest things is that our volunteers, we have over 400 volunteers in different programs. They may be once a year, they may be once a week, but we couldn't do it without our volunteers. They're huge to us. Some of the challenges that we have coming, we see, whoops, where did it go? Right? I had challenges in there, I thought.
That's
Well,
a challenge itself.
That is a challenge. I lost it. I don't know where it went. Did you take out that slide? I don't think so. Well, one of the things
It's in our
is
thing.
housing, and so we have the housing GVA program that Mr. Badesky and several of you all are sitting on that committee right now, and we're partnering with lots of people on trying to figure out about affordable housing in Goochland County. And then food. We are always looking for food. We have about 65 regular volunteers in the food pantry on a weekly basis. We give out 6,000 pounds of food a week. And trying to keep our shelves stocked is tough. We have somebody going to a grocery store every day of the week and picking up the out-of-date merchandise, volunteers, and bringing it and putting it on our shelves. But we're always in the need of food. So I'll stop with that because I know we're overdue. Thank you all very much. I appreciate your help and support.
Thank you.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, we'll be happy to take any questions. We can also, I know we're crunched for time, take them individually or take them now if the board has them, or if they want to, we can get back. If you send the questions, we can get the answers back to you as well. So.
Question, quickly, and I know I overheard Mr. Peterson telling somebody we might have a new rule next year to limit the number of questions I can ask, so I'm going to be quick. Only you. Only me. We are on a tight time, and this has been like drinking from a fire hose, but I appreciate, one of you all pointed out, I think, Dr. Frank, I think you said that it's important that we hear this, and it is, and I enjoy it all the time. This is too much information to really get my head around, but a lot of stuff we don't have any control over, so I want to cut right to particularly CSB and DSS data problems. Is there anything we as a board of supervisors can do to help you on that front?
Yes, but that's longer than a 1 minute.
That's longer than one, but let's get back together on that. I know you're talking a lot to staff. Our staffs work together, I get that. But you're here presenting to us, and of course, I leave this meeting, the 2 years I've been doing this, I know I left last year meeting, what can we do? And I'd love to get some thoughts on that. On CSB, quickly, you said you believe we're underserving the community.
Yes.
And I just wanted, I don't want to sound harsh about it, but what evidence do you have of that?
Well, I do have some data, particularly in the area of serving children. If you look at our geographic area as well as our population, and you look at the number of children that we're serving in our agency, it is very low compared to the other 39 CSBs across the state. And I think there's some historical reasons for that, but I think going forward, we really need to make a point of partnering more effectively with the schools in particular. And we do have good partnerships with these folks here. I'm not saying we don't with the schools.
I understand, yeah.
But I just think we're in a new era in our agency, and we need to get out there and be very proactive about letting people know we're here and what we can do and getting people in the door.
Well, I would agree with, and particularly in your school comment, I would agree with that. I was on the school board before I got on this board a year and a half or so ago, and that was always sort of a dilemma, where do we go? So anecdotally, I feel the same way, but I was wondering, what's the real evidence for that?
Yes, I can send Mr. Drumright those statistics and he can get them to you. if
Sure.
you'd like to see that.
Again, with the idea, how can I help? So one thing I heard, Goochland Cares, in their list of all their services was mental health. And I just heard about a big marketing campaign and all the things they're doing to get the word out. And so I was wondering, is there overlap between what you're doing and what Goochland Cares is doing? But then, but didn't I see on your bullet?
Yeah, we do mental health counseling, but CSB's patients are.
You serve
Beyond.
Are you serving different
Yes.
populations? Okay.
We have started meeting with Goochland Cares on a monthly basis just because we need to understand better what they do and we want them to understand better what we do so that those people that do overlap between the two are being served the best way that they can.
Good. Well, I saw the bullet of mental health. I heard you talking about marketing and I saw the marketing campaign. I just thought, make sure we're not out there doing the same thing and, but anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, great questions.
Thanks. Don't you do that to
I'll come out next year and make sure that you get to ask your questions. Any other questions? Thank you all. I thought it was very informative today, and I appreciate your help. A lot of people see the little things that we do, animal shelter and all that, but they don't realize how much really goes into the people side of things. And I'm on the board of Goochland Care, so I see that a little more than I see these other areas, but I appreciate it. Thank you all for working through it with us today. So, next item, in congratulations on qualifying for Boston.
Always, thank you for the library presentation. Always enjoy that.
Yeah.
Can we download the Shakespeare play too?
I think you probably can, but I didn't get that far into it. There's a lot more Shakespeare than there is Zach Brown.
Good stuff.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I could add one more thank you from all the people that you've reduced their pain and suffering.
Yeah.
Thank you for what you do.
And so the next item on our agenda is appointments, and we're actually going to appoint somebody to a couple of these boards. So on page 143, we have Goochland Social Services Board and Powhatan Community Services Board. Appointments of Betsy Wright to Social Services Board and Mariah Leonard and Chelsea Pleasance to the Goochland Powhatan's Community Services Board. Do we have a motion to?
Mr. Chairman, we've reviewed the applications of all three of these applicants who have volunteered to assist the county on these boards, and they're very well qualified. So it's my pleasure to appoint Ms. Betsy Wright to the Goochland Social Services Board, Ms. Mariah Leonard and Ms. Chelsea Pleasance to the Goochland Powhatan Community Services Board.
We have a motion for nomination. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. I want to thank them in advance because it's a thankless job to get on these boards, but they provide. What's that? Well, only my thanks. They don't get a whole lot of notice otherwise. So at this point, we'll go ahead and break for our dinner break. We'll be back here at 6:30, please. We have some students, some robotic students that are going to do a skit on some traffic issues around the high school and middle school. So I think that's going to be great. So if you can make it back by 6:30, that would be wonderful. At the state level, their teacher is Ms. Ann Moore, and she's a secondary gifted resource teacher. And I'm going to ask them to come on in. And Caroline is the biggest person in the group. Caroline is going to tell us a little bit about their project. You can lower the microphone. There you go.
So Lego Robotics has two halves to it. It has robot and then it has project. For the robot, we have this app that's provided to us on the school iPads, and you use it to program the robot, and there's missions you do with it. So that's that half of it. Then there's project. For our project, we were challenged with solving a problem within our community. We decided to solve the traffic problem in front of our school. And then there's core values too. Core values is about working with your team, getting to know each other, and teamwork. I'll tell you, we argued a lot at first, but then we settled on democracy to get things done. We threw the idea of communism out the door pretty early on.
Would you guys please introduce yourselves before you start? I don't want to mess your line up, but
I'm Danny Gaskell. I'm in 7th grade. This is my 3rd year doing robotics.
Okay. Great.
I am Jamon Morris, and this is my 2nd year, and I am 6th grade.
I'm Andy Slayton. I'm in 6th grade, and this is my 2nd year of robotics.
I'm Dawson Walter, and this is my 4th year of robotics. I'm in 7th grade.
I'm Ada McCormick. This is my 2nd year, and I'm in 6th grade.
I'm Luis Rodriguez. I'm in 8th grade, and this is my 1st year.
I'm John Sangus, and I am in 7th grade, and this is my 4th year.
I'm Caroline Lohr. I'm in 6th grade, and this is my 3rd year of Lego Robotics.
I'm Bodie Staples, and this is my 3rd year of Lego Robotics in 6th grade.
My name is Mia Hyman. I'm in 7th grade, and this is my 4th year of doing robotics.
Right. Thank you all. And so you're welcome to start when you're ready.
Blocked. I'm so scared that I might get run over. This traffic is crazy.
This is unsafe. Kids are crossing the street while looking well away the cars are passing buses.
This is a hazard zone. It is an accident waiting to happen.
There goes another car cutting in front of the bus and almost hit my kid. Hey, watch out. There's children walking there. Get out of the way.
This is a mess. I have to deal with this traffic jam every day.
How long is this going to take?
This is so frustrating. I'm already 10 minutes late to teach my class.
So, this is what happens every day at our school. There is a major traffic jam as cars and buses for 2 schools try to funnel into one common entrance. This may cause congestion, frustrated drivers, endangered children, delays, and increasing the carbon footprint. We are the Junkyard Pups, and we have decided to focus all of our efforts right here in our school community, where students, faculty members, parents, and visitors have all experienced this unsafe challenge that happens each and every school day.
The traffic jams are caused by cars, buses, and faculty members for both schools arriving at the same time. In these pictures, many unsafe conditions are shown. We are lucky no one has been injured today, but there have been some really close calls. Some days the traffic backs up onto the major thoroughfare, Route 6. This can result in very aggressive drivers, making it very unsafe for children walking to and from school.
For our research, we had several people come in who were familiar with our problem. We had our county administrator come in, our school resource officer, a board of supervisors member, and our school superintendent. They talked to us about regulations, costs, and issues in making changes. We also had our school's technology teacher video the traffic using a drone. We were able to study the traffic from an aerial point of view, which provided us details we otherwise would not see.
Our solution is to move the parent drop-off into the high school parking lot. Buses and faculty will continue to use the middle school lot. This solution will keep the parent cars away from the buses and faculty members. It also solves the problem of cars backing up onto Route 6, causing drivers to not be able to see oncoming traffic. The middle school parking lot is able to accommodate 3 cars to load or unload at one time, causing long lines of cars. The high school parking lot can accommodate 15 cars to load or unload at once, so the line will move much faster.
Our solution will reroute the parent drop-off to the high school parking lot. We measure the distance of the backed-up traffic from the turning lane on Route 6 to the middle school. The cars are backed up for 2/10 of a mile. The high school parking waiting area is also 2/10 of a mile,
so traffic will not back up onto a major road.
Our solution is cost effective because we will not need to construct any new entrances or exits to our parking lot. The only cost would be to change the current signs to direct parents to the new drop-off location. We contacted the head of our maintenance department and he provided us with an estimate from Dominion Science Company. The cost would be just a little over $500.
Our solution makes our school safer for students, since we'll no longer be parking behind buses. Our high school parking lot allows for students to be picked up curbside and not leave between buses and cars.
Our school values fitness, manners, and safety are based on the acronym BOS for Goshen Middle School. In implementing our solution, we would be making our school a greater place by providing drivers with a faster and more efficient pickup and drop-off process. We would also be encouraging good manners and safer conditions.
No one likes a traffic jam. We've been dealing with this issue while at the middle school and know how frustrating it is. In our presentation, we addressed a local community problem, developed a solution, and met with many officials. Our proposal is being considered by the school administration for possible implementation.
I no longer have to worry about parents blocking the road.
Finally, I can get to school on time.
I'm so glad these kids can get to school safely. Wow, this 90 moves faster now. Wow, this is great.
Not done yet.
Now, as any good teacher would say, questions?
When do you plan?
Go ahead, no, I was-
When do you plan to hear a decision about your plan?
When will you hear from, you say you presented this to Dr. Rayleigh or to the school administration? When do you expect an answer from them? Should we ask him now?
We spent hours thinking about options and what we could do to make things better, and these kids did it better than we ever. Great job.
Ms. Moore, would you like to say anything?
I would just like to say I could not be more proud of my students right now.
Ooh.
This team absolutely has worked diligently. We have stayed every day after school, working until 5:30 to 6, and their dedication to this project has just been amazing. So I could not be more proud of my students, so thank you.
I want to thank you all for coming out. I was impressed with your class, and I'm even more impressed now. And I'm impressed, I mean, what our schools are doing today. I couldn't speak like you guys are speaking. Today I can speak like you guys speak. And I know English is my second language, but still, you guys are just amazing. Pretty amazing.
Awesome job, kids.
Awesome job.
Before they depart, maybe we can get a picture of the whole group over there in front,
That'd be great.
whenever their comments are done.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if you guys have free time next semester, but there's this thing called broadband. Maybe you can.
Y'all like to tackle that one?
That would be great. So if you guys don't mind, if you would walk towards that big thingy over there, and we'll take a picture. Hey, is Paul around? I'll take a picture.
Everybody wants to complain about stuff. You gotta find solutions.
Parents who want to get this picture, come up. Yeah, you can
Teach them.
Jerry, you should get in there with them. When is it going to be done? 2024. Jerry, you can get in there with them.
Are we gonna start early or wait till 7?
We gotta wait till 7.
I'm just thinking maybe we could get a break and maybe jump on it.
They just keep rolling and there's people still pouring in. So I don't know. I'm gonna have a count by the time we get closer to stopping the comments.
It's still,
they're gonna be flowing out the door. So, you know, we're limited just based on how many we get into a room.
Congratulations, guys. Good job.
Nice job.
How are you, sir?
There he is. How are you?
Meeting. As usual, we start with citizen comment. And again, I'll remind everybody the first citizen comment period is for those who want to speak on a topic of importance to Goochland County, but not related to Second Amendment. So if you would come up, please state your name and address, and you'll have about 3 minutes to speak. Oh, I'm sorry, before we start, I had all the notes here, but I skipped it. First item on the agenda is going to be to postpone or to defer, to take a vote to defer 2 items that were on our meeting this evening and are being deferred. The public hearings on Mannequin Town, the application by Town and Country Partners, zoning case 2019-00008 and 2019-00012 are being deferred to December 18th at 6 p.m. in this room. And the other item is a through trucks prohibition for Davis Mill Road. We actually voted on this at the last meeting, and we deferred it. We want to defer it to March, to our March meeting, which is on March 3rd, to get more information. We felt that we didn't have enough information, so.
Can you just take a secondary motion on that? Ms. McGee, just to clarify, do we need to take a secondary motion on that to confirm those, even though that was done at the earlier meeting?
The reason we're doing that is because they were at one point advertised for tonight.
Right.
And so although action has taken, that just puts that action within the time frame that was originally advertised.
Okay, so do we need to ask for a motion then?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll renew my motion from the earlier meeting where we defer the Mannequin Town to December 18th at 6 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And then the Davis Mill Road matter to March 3rd at 7 p.m.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? If not, all in favor, please vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Those 2 items will be deferred as stated.
And that's
So-
a total of 3, since there were 2 motions in the land use and then the Davis Road. Okay.
Oh, did I say 2 items? Oh, sorry, 3 items. See, those kids were better than I am. All right, so next on our agenda, now we're back to citizen comment. Anyone wishing to speak on any topic of importance to Goochland County, not related to Second Amendment, please step forward. Jonathan?
Hey, that's good. All right
Hey.
now.
This may be a first for Jonathan, not. All right, so I'll go ahead and close the citizen comment period. And I'll remind everybody else, we're going to try to limit this to 1 hour. Lisa's got a big stick over there. She's going to hit me. The timer is going to go off when you have 30 seconds, yellow, and then red when your time is up, and we're going to have a hook. Or maybe a gong. We need a gong. That's what we need. So anyway, gong. Yeah, gong. Sorry. There goes my English as a second language thing again. Anyway, so I invite you to come up. Try to keep it to 2 minutes. Give us your name and address for the record, and we'll let you know when the time is up. If you don't need the 2 minutes, don't use them. Okay?
One more thing, the second speaker that was going to speak next, if you'd come stand in line so we can
Yeah.
be efficient, we'd appreciate it.
Okay? So the floor is open for comment on the Second Amendment.
The microphone there.
Microphone, in,
I'm a guinea pig, so I have to figure it out, right?
Yeah.
It's good, because if I stood back there, you wouldn't see me.
Ms. Ramirez, you need to speak to the board.
Okay, I'm
Sorry.
So I'm Tina Ramirez, and as some of you know, I'm running for Congress in the 7th District. So this issue is very personal to me. I spend my life traveling around the world to countries like Iraq, Sudan, Nigeria, and in those environments, I've seen what happens when people lose their right to bear arms and to protect themselves and their families. In Iraq, I was there helping the victims right after the massive genocide that ISIS launched on families and helping them rebuild their lives. That happened because the government of Iraq told the people to put their weapons away and to that they would protect them, but they didn't. And ISIS came in, and there are 18 mass graves with young men lined in them as a testimony of that. In Sudan, the same thing happened, except it wasn't the government. I mean, it wasn't a terrorist group. It was the government that came in and committed genocide against the people. Everywhere that I've worked, the government says they're going to do one thing and doesn't actually follow through, doesn't protect the people. We have the Second Amendment for a very important reason, which is that we have the right to protect ourselves and our families. And that's a right the government should never take away from us. And the people of Goochland and the people of the 7th District that I hope to represent one day need to stand up and have that right reinforced. And by speaking here today and sending forth a resolution, we're able to really send a message to the legislators that are coming in that we won't stand for that the Second Amendment is inviolable. It is part of the Constitution. It needs to be respected. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez.
Members of the board, my name's Greg Trojan, 5354 Broad Street Road, East Shannon Hill area. On any given day, I can walk out my front door and hear gunfire, sometimes hundreds of rounds being fired, except no one's ever been hurt. No one has got bullet holes in their house. We have a long tradition in this county of firearms usage, hunting, sport shooting, clay pigeons, and suddenly with the Bloomberg Democrats, with him spending millions of dollars in the state, we have a group of people in the legislature that have decided that they know what's best for us and have decided that they have the authority to infringe upon our constitutional rights. I kind of sort of wrote stuff down, but so anyway, I'm just requesting that the board pass this resolution along with some 30 other counties in the state that have already done so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jordan Lacey. I'm here in support of the Second Amendment sanctuary.
Could you tell us your address, please?
Yeah,
for the record?
2670 Dogtown Road. I just want to come to you guys as just a regular person, God-fearing man who served his country, who has kids and a home here in Goochland. I hate to say that I never see the day, but Virginia's kind of taken a turn, and the legislation that is being proposed would make Hitler proud. I can speak for everybody here, but reading this legislation would literally make me a felon overnight. That is unacceptable to me. I didn't serve my country so that I can become a felon overnight just because I want to defend my family, my property, the loved ones around me. I don't know what's in the proposed legislation, but I would hope that no taxpayer dollars would go towards enforcing any legislation that would criminalize the Second Amendment, which is a God-given right. It's not granted to us by anybody but our Creator. Was that a 30 minute? Okay. And I would not want to put any of our deputies in harm's way for trying to get them to enforce unconstitutional law by going house to house or even just putting themselves in a situation that would be compromising So I just ask that you guys vote with your conscience, and hopefully this is the line in the sand, because if this is their agenda number one, what's coming afterwards? So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lacy.
Good evening. My name is Heather O'Brien. I live at 4089 Cedar Plains Road, Sandy Hook, Virginia. And here I have 1,000 online signatures asking that Goochland County be made a 2A sanctuary. They specifically adopted that wording for a reason, because they believe that the United States Constitution is a living document. It is one that must be upheld, respected, and continued by each generation so that we may maintain our freedom. There are a great deal of men and women in this room who have fought and sacrificed for that Constitution, but it cannot end with them. We must hand it to ourselves as our civic responsibility. We must hand it to our children so that it continues. This is not something that can ever be allowed to be let down. I'm sorry, I made a few notes, but I made it for 3 minutes instead of 2. So in closing, the law states in Section 242 under Title 18, whoever under any color of law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom willfully subjects any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution or laws of these United States, or to different punishments, pains, or penalties on account of such person being an alien, or by reason of his color or race, than are prescribed for the punishment of citizens shall be fined under this title or imprisoned. This is the law. The Constitution was written for the people, and the people have answered. These rights shall not be infringed. What we are asking from you is not to enact law, but rather to uphold the Constitution. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. Mr. Bryant, would you hand the signatures to Ms. Kawicz?
Mr. Chairman, other members of the board, my name is James Bates. I live at 1491 Beaver Dam Creek Road in Crozier, Virginia, and I'm here to speak. Initially, my prepared statements that I had made were related to the Revolution of 1775, 1776, Paul Revere's infamous ride, and how we became the United States of America. But that all changed. I have heard, and I've not heard the complete resolution that you all have prepared currently, but it's my understanding that it does not include the sanctuary verbiage. And I have a big problem with that, because so many other jurisdictions here in the state of Virginia are, in fact, united in their resolutions by using the sanctuary verbiage. The fact that, and I recognize that there's no enforcement ability or capacity that the board has to enforce a sanctuary jurisdiction, if you would. However, I don't want to be in a situation where we have 50 counties who are considered Second Amendment sanctuary counties. Oh yeah, and we have Goochland, because we left out that verbiage. The verbiage is symbolic. We know that you can't enforce it. We know that you're in a position to where you cannot stand up and say, we're not going to, people are welcome here and you can come here and we'll protect you. We understand that. But the verbiage is there for a reason, and it's there to let people know that we stand united with all of these other jurisdictions. And if you leave that sanctuary verbiage out of this resolution, you're putting us in a position to where we're standing by ourselves, and the other counties that have done the exact same things but used the sanctuary verbiage has put us in a position to where we're hanging out here by ourselves, and they're wondering which side we're really on. We need to be united. The Democrats are united in their gun laws that are coming against us, and we need to be united with all these other jurisdictions and have the sanctuary verbiage present in there. And I would ask everybody here, if you agree with me and you support that, would you raise your hand and let them know that? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bates.
You hear us.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Forrest Alley. I live at 2285 Youngstown Road. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for postponing the other stuff to hear us and open this up tonight. I wanted to say that it's not just about the Constitution. It goes back farther than that. We have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's afforded by our Constitution. We can't have that if we can't protect it. The Second Amendment protects every constitutional right that we have. And as you look out among these people, you see Republicans, you see Democrats, you see conservatives. We're all united in one goal. We want to protect our rights. You represent us, and we afford you the privilege of serving for us. And we expect you to abide by what we say. I thank you, like I said, for what you have done, for listening to us tonight. And I agree with everything that everyone has said. And I hope you remember the soldiers, the men and women, the people who have died to give us these rights. Don't let them down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Anybody?
My name is J. Fred Dotson. I live at 2491 Fairground Road. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I wrote some stuff down. I'm not a very good public speaker, but I like to keep to myself. I don't make a whole lot of waves. I've never been to a board meeting. I don't get involved in politics. I just, but this is something that's very important to me. I've been an active law enforcement officer for the past 22 years. I currently still serve the public as a Henrico County police officer, and I live here in Goochland, and I enjoy the peaceful tranquility of life that I have here in Goochland. I'm here tonight to ask you guys here as the board to declare Goochland County a Second Amendment sanctuary county. I feel it's necessary to send a message to our governor that we consider his anti-gun proposals unconstitutional and let him know that Goochland County will not spend its time, money, or utilize its resources to enforce those laws that go against the Constitution. We must remind him the Second Amendment states in part, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Thomas Jefferson once said that when government fear the people, there's liberty. When the people fear the government, there's tyranny. The strongest reason for the people to retain the right to keep and bear arms is as a last resort to protect themselves against tyranny and government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dotson.
My name is Stephen Wood. I live at 2204 Fairfield Road, Goochland, Virginia. I did not plan on speaking tonight. I want to be 62 years old in a few days. I've lived in Goochland the last 20-something years. I volunteered out at Company 3 for a few years, around 2000. I've tried to live my life in peace, but I believe I have the inalienable right to protect myself and my family at all times. And everybody knows the police are not always there the split second you need them. And if the government of Virginia wants to make me a felon, I'm going to be the best felon I can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Good evening, Chairman, board members. My name is Daniel Moore, 3831 Belzora Lane, Columbia, Virginia. People in free states, I say free states meaning what Virginia still might be. California is not a free state. I moved here from what's not a free state, but I didn't bring those attitudes with me that so many people accuse us transplants of. I came from New Jersey, and I didn't know what the Second Amendment was until I got here, and I have fully embraced it. And I believe the bottom line, with the research that I've done, the bottom line for the Second Amendment is, and sounds corny to a lot of people, but is darn true, is the last force against government tyranny. And what I see coming from Governor Northam's lips himself is nothing but tyranny with the infringement on the Second Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
There's at least two outside that want to speak.
Okay. How do we get them? Come on.
Members of the board, my name is John McGuire, and I live on Shallowell Road. It is an honor to not only live in Goochland County, but to represent Goochland County at the General Assembly. I used to be the tip of the spear for American foreign policy overseas. Again, my name is John McGuire. I served our country 10 years as a United States Navy SEAL. And I swore an oath to protect our Constitution. And there are many men and women in uniform, out of uniform now, veterans, and also in law enforcement that are here tonight. And I've met a bunch of you already. Let's give them guys a round of applause. Evil does exist, and we understand that freedom isn't free. And once you lose a freedom, it's hard to get it back. Our Second Amendment isn't for hunting and fishing. It's for tyranny. I think the gentleman before me said that. And again, no one will fight harder for you in the General Assembly this year. These leftist ideas they came up with do not work in Chicago, Baltimore, or Maryland, and I don't know how they're trying to push those on us. I'm here to fight for you guys. My nickname is Pitbull down the General Assembly, and it is an honor to serve you. And I am also running for Congress against Abigail Spanberger to stop these leftist ideas that don't work anywhere. I need everyone to listen. What part of shall not infringe do they not understand? Everybody say, we the people. Our founding fathers believed that it is our God-given right to protect ourselves and our family. If you believe that, raise your hand. I hope I can make you proud. God bless you. It is an honor to serve you.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire.
Members of the board, my name is Virgil Cupp. I reside at 2758 River Road West. I want to change the focus just a little bit in that what is it that we are basically worried about? Well, if you look at some of the legislation that's come down, one piece of legislation would basically make most of the people in this room a felon just by the fact that they exercise their right in normal commerce. They have, the plans are, if the legislation passes, to make the things that they have arbitrarily referred to as assault weapons, which are actually modern sporting firearms, basically make them illegal just because they look nasty. And that's really, you know, right now you can go out on the internet and find packages that basically desensitize, so to speak, or decharacterize a classic AR-15 or what's known as a modern sporting firearms, and take all the features away from it that they have listed that makes this thing bad. Well, it's still the same rifle. It still functions the same way. It does the same thing. So what we're actually looking at is the legislation that's coming down is legislation that we've seen in many other states. It has proven time and time again through many regimented studies to be absolutely ineffective against what they claim that they are actually trying to do, which is to reduce gun violence. If you want to reduce gun violence, you don't take away the tools of the people that is necessary for them to defend themselves. You have to address the person. And none of the legislation that's proposing is addressing anything about the person that is behind the violence that we're being submitted to. And so until they do that, All they're trying to do is take the rights away from us that will do nothing to solve the violence problem and just infringe on our particular rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, board. Thank you all for being here. My name is James Alley. I live 4555 Shannon Forest Lane, Columbia, Virginia. As I'm sure many of you know, the left is trying to push through different kinds of laws to get rid of our firearms, but not necessarily get rid of, but to try and stop gun violence, such as the red flag laws, we probably all know. I want to ask you guys to help make Goochland a sanctuary, mainly because one of the main causes of such fear over firearms is people are not educated about firearms. As many sayings go, guns do not kill people, people kill people. And by making Goochland a sanctuary, we can help defend our people, and anyone who tries to aggress them, we can defend them. As stated before, law enforcement isn't always there to help us. And in the times that we need it, we need our own personal defense. And getting rid of our firearms does not help that. But keeping them with us, defending them, defending our people, their families, and their safety is something we should definitely all try to do. So I'm asking you guys, please, make Goochland a sanctuary like many other counties have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alley.
My name is Ron Lassiter, and I'm here to support the movement here from Louisa County. 244 years ago, our forefathers fired the shot that was heard around the world. Oddly, 244 years later, we're fighting the same battle that they fought over the same ideas. We have only exchanged one tyrant 3,000 miles away for a group of tyrants 30 miles away. All I really want to say is that Mr. Northam and people of the General Assembly, I don't care how much you owe Michael Bloomberg for the money he has given you to finance your campaigns to win. Our second right amendments are not for sale.
Thank you, Mr. Lassiter.
Chairman and board, thank you for having this hearing. My name is Richard Haynes, 50 Fleetwood Lane, Manic and Sabbath, 23103. Goochland resident for almost 38 years. I'm not here as a political representative of any political ideas, but I must say, why are we here? Why are we having this hearing? There's one reason that we're having this hearing. The Second Amendment has not changed. What has changed? Everyone in this room has a sensing, everybody, almost everyone anyway, has a sensing that their Second Amendment rights are being threatened. Now, it's sad that we're here. It's tragic that we even have to have a discussion about the second most important amendment in our Constitution. And the reason is because our governor and his legislature have publicly stated what their intention is. They don't believe in the Second Amendment like we do. So I personally feel threatened. The Second Amendment is not going to change, but you know what? We need your help. Because we live in your county and you're representatives of our county. We need your help in a level of protection that we feel we don't have, that we didn't feel we needed 2 months ago, 3 months ago. But things have changed, and what's changed is our governor and the new legislature are stated what their goals are. We need your help. We need the word sanctuary in there. You know why? I personally don't want to have to fight for my Second Amendment rights. I don't have the legal ability to stand when they come and say, Richard, we're going to come take some of your weapons because we think they're illegal. We need your help. We need you to use the word sanctuary to help protect the citizens of Goochland from possible threats that may come from our state government. And that's what we're asking.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes.
My name is Nicholas Frezza. I live at 2389 Chapel Hill Road in Goochland. I wasn't planning on talking tonight, so I'm still kind of gathering it as I go. But the biggest thing to me is that all of us pay taxes. When we all pay taxes, even y'all, I would imagine, I hope. And from our taxes come y'all's salaries. For the Board of Supervisors gets a salary, which I don't necessarily agree with. I think y'all should be paid per diem per month, per meeting.
I think it's less than that, actually.
Yeah, it's not that much less. But I think that y'all should be paid per diem, per meeting, and I think we would get a lot more things, a lot more honest folk in there that we really don't need to have these meetings about. Y'all represent us. Y'all are taking money from us to do this. So what kind of representatives are you if you're not doing what we say? I shouldn't even have to talk about the kind of, the right that we have to bear arms. That protects everything else. That protects all of our other rights. And we're not going to give them up. I hope y'all do what's right. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for being here and letting us come and speak about this. My name is Chloe Greep. I live at 2389 Chapel Hill Road. I am a correctional officer just down the street, and I keep secure the offenders that have consistently every single day explained to me how they did their crimes, how they got their drugs, how they got their weapons. And so if the government comes in and takes our weapons, then we won't have the weapons to protect ourselves against the people that do have them. So, us law-abiding citizens, we hand over our guns trying to follow the laws, trying to keep the government safe, the people safe. But then the criminals that refuse to follow the laws will come in, and then they're the threat, and we won't be able to protect ourselves. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ken Allen. I actually live in Louisa County, but we worship here in Goochland County. Years ago, many great Virginians were involved in the building of our country. Gentlemen like Patrick Henry believed that the greatest threat of the future of the United States lay in the government's potential to become corrupt and to seize more and more power, and thus become a tyrannical rule in its citizens' lives. The wording of the Second Amendment seems rather clear to most of us, but obviously not everyone. A well-regulated militia being the necessary of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Patrick Henry was not concerned about the government being able to raise an army when he fought for individual rights. He was not concerned about the U.S. being invaded by a foreign aggressor. What he was concerned about was an overbearing government stealing rights and liberties from its citizens. Until the constitutional republic that we have today is nothing more than a tyrannical rule. The Supreme Court has ruled several times on this through Heller and McDonald. They've also opined that the Second Amendment extends to all instruments that constitute bearable arms, even those that were not in existence at the time of the founding. Just like our First Amendment rights do not have to be written on parchment. I'll leave you with a couple of insights into our other founding fathers. James Madison said, "I believe there are more instances in the abridgment of the freedom of the people by gradual and silent encroachment of those in power than by violent, sudden usurpation." And Thomas Jefferson wrote, "A Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against every government, and what no just government should refuse or rest on interference." I urge the Board of Supervisors to issue a bold message to our General Assembly. We, the people, refuse to have our rights and liberties trivialized and revoked. We will honor the men that fought so hard to establish them for us and our children. Please approve the Second Amendment resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hadn't planned to do this, so I'm a little bit in shock. My name is Deanne Smith. I live at 5024 Ainge Road in Louisa. Well, my mailing address is Louisa. I'm in Goochland. What I've heard tonight is that one of the issues at the toppermost discussion is the use of the language sanctuary. What I've been watching over the last, well, let's say 20 years, is that there's a lot of discussion going on that uses messages. Social discourse has gotten very loud and very complicated because it's gone from political milieu to social dialogue. And if we do not use the right language to communicate precisely the message we want heard, it won't get heard. One of the things that the people who do not accept the inviolate nature of the Constitution is that they're word crafting masters. Please, please reconsider and seriously think about using the word sanctuary in the resolution. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Joseph Grew, 5204 Three Chop Lane, Three Chop Road. I'm a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ. I take my job as head of my family very personal. My job is to protect my wife and my children. As a minister, I'm a man of peace, but I would do anything to protect my family. What the governor's doing is infringing on that right. The last thing I would ever want to do is to hurt somebody. God forbid I would ever have to, but I would in a heartbeat because I love them that much. I think that's what the people in this room are saying tonight. It's not that anyone would ever want to make that decision, but if we were put in that place, it's our decision to make because of the ones we love. Don't take that decision away from us. In 1906, the Naturalization Act changed the Constitution to add this: to defend the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and to bear true faith and allegiance to the same. Right now, I think we're at a pivot point in our nation against enemies that are domestic, who are attacking our liberties, who are attacking our faith, who are attacking our very rights to defend our family, to defend our nation, to defend our county, to defend our rights as Americans. God forbid we should ever have to, but if we have to, that right is ours, given by God. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Michelle Metz. I live at 4843 Foxglare Road. I don't really want to repeat too many things that everybody else has already said to you, but I just wanted to let you know, many of you already know this. You've gotten to know me through the year with the voting issue and everything, but I'm a homeschooler, and I'm going to stand here and represent the homeschoolers in this county and let you know that as many of our husbands are away working during the day, and we're home all by ourselves with our kids, homeschooling them. And most of us are born-again Christians. We're homeschooling because we're following the Lord's commandments and His will, and training our kids and teaching them the true American history. And it's a wonderful privilege to be able to do that. But
several of us, like myself, we do own guns, and we will protect our kids and our families while our husbands are away. And I will not be giving up my guns. I want to let you know, I think the sanctuary word is very critical. And, you know, we're just like a little house on the prairie family, but we want to have the same rights that that the founding fathers and so many men and women have fought for our freedoms and everything. Also, I kind of wanted to share a funny story. This time last year, during Bethlehem Walk Week, I was going to rehearsal in Louisa. I was going a couple miles over the speed limit, and on 522, I did get stopped. He didn't give me a ticket, but he asked me where my gun was because he saw that I had a concealed carry license, and I said, I don't have it with me. And he said, why don't you have it? And he reprimanded me more so for not having my gun. I should not be driving around alone by myself without my gun. So after having received that reprimand from a Louisa County policeman, sheriff, deputy, I have learned my lesson, and I now carry my gun in my car, but I would like to continue that right. So
Thank you,
please consider the sanctuary word. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joe Ligon. I live at 1284 Shallowell Road, Manicassava, Virginia, 23103. First thing I want to do is thank Mr. Alvarez for his support in all this and his time on the board. I think it's a very good thing that he's been here for this long. And that he'd come back at some point, or run for John's seat if he wins. But beyond that, why aren't the word sanctuary in the resolution that you have? This is the first I've heard of that. Is the word sanctuary in the resolution that you're going to vote on or talk about
we've
tonight?
got a draft resolution.
Okay.
We'll talk about it after we hear all the comments, but
So right now, the word
good to hear.
sanctuary isn't in it?
It's not directly in there, no.
All right. Obviously, that should be there.
We'll discuss it and we'll explain it.
And we realize the word sanctuary in the whole sanctuary concept. It's there to send a message to the General Assembly. The General Assembly right now with SB 16 wants to make every one of us in this room a felon. Because if anybody has a magazine over 10 rounds in SB 16, you're a felon. Almost every firearm bought today, semi-automatic, pistol, handgun, rifle, comes with a magazine or the capability to have a magazine larger than 10 rounds. In this county, I've heard people talk about self-defense. The lady that just spoke here. Less than a year ago, we had some whack job come from New Zealand or Australia to assault a girl in our county. So these fantasy lands of our liberal governor and the General Assembly that wants to pass these bills because nothing's bad going to happen or the police department can protect you, which they've been found, police departments are not required to protect you. They're there to clean up after the fact. If that lady had not been armed and able to defend herself or her children, there's no telling how that situation would have wound up because the guy had knives and duct tape and God knows what else. So please add the word sanctuary to this thing and help protect your citizens who are asking you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Good evening. My name is Morgan Gassman. I have, since the Morgan Gassman, mailing address Beaver Dam, Virginia, 16205 Beaver Dam, or Trainham Road, Beaver Dam, Virginia. I live in Richmond. But I'm a citizen of Goochland. I don't live here, but if they need me in this cause, wherein my government, my state government has, if these laws are enacted, declared war on me and the other people in this state, all around this state. They've declared war. I swore 3 times to defend this Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. This comes under domestic terrorism, in my opinion. I'm really exercised over this, and I'm hoping that you all will do the right thing for this county. Again, I'm from Goochland. If they need me in this cause, there's a whole lot of comments on the internet, a whole lot of people that are ready to take arms up. If this becomes law, and you guys don't fully call this a sanctuary, like our governor has promised, he's going to bring in hundreds of thousands of new people into our state because he likes that word sanctuary. Make this a sanctuary for yourselves and for everybody else, because there's a whole lot of serious people out here. This isn't a warning. I'm just telling you. These are Air Force, Marines, Navies, Coast Guard, National Guard. These people all swore. A lot of these people. So please take a heed of peace here and do the right thing. Call this a sanctuary. Let's all be safe. Let's all live under this beautiful name, sanctuary.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you all here. Nice to be here. My name is Dean Dunn. I live at 5201 River Road West, Goochland, Virginia. I'm the 3rd generation Dunn on the same piece of property. I didn't come here to speak tonight because I just came to support. But then I hated y'all not using the word sanctuary. You said you will discuss it afterwards, and that's great. What I came here to tell you, stood up here is to tell you, do not send a message that can be understood. Send a message that cannot be misunderstood.
Hi, my name's Rebecca Alley. I'm at 4555 Shannon Forest Lane in Columbia. Again, like a couple of other ones, I wasn't planning on speaking. And excuse me, because I've got a cold, so I'm a little hoarse. One thing I wanted to address that hasn't been brought up in regards to sanctuary is the red flag law. This is one of my biggest concerns, and I'll tell you why. I suffer from anxiety. I get a panic attack every once in a while. I'm prescribed alprazolam, which is Xanax. I take that pill once every maybe 6 months because I can calm myself down and get myself out of a panic attack, but I am prescribed it. So I am prescribed a medication to help with a psychotic, so they say, problem because I have anxiety attacks. So is that going to flag me? Because that's what I mean, I could make somebody mad and say, you know, she suffers from panic attacks. She's on Xanax. They might, and so, you never know. Red flag law, they could take my weapon because I suffer from having panic attacks. And I will defend myself. That is not a right for them to take my weapon because I have a panic attack. I'm a good person. I'm a grandmother who has custody of her granddaughter. I have great kids who are in governor's school. And just because I have a panic attack once in a while and I'm prescribed a medication, that does not give them a right to flag me and take my weapon. And I will defend it. And this is why the sanctuary county is important. It may not be something that y'all can follow through, but it is a statement that we can make as a county, along with the other ones in the state, to show that we're not going to stand by idly for these stupid laws that are be put in effect because we want to defend our homes and defend our families and stand up for our Second Amendment rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
Good evening, Neil Spoonhauer, 2986 Willow Trace Lane, Sandy Hook, Virginia. Had no intention on speaking tonight, but a lot of people have said that. First off, I'm praying for you guys tonight. I will be in one of those seats next month, so I pray for wisdom for you. This is a tough decision, so I just pray for God's wisdom for you. I want to remind folks, so I'm not a political person, so I've never been through an election. And I think we need to also think about how we got here. We got here because more liberals and Democrats came out than conservatives. Maybe not in our area. We did a great job in our counties. We elected the right officials. Well, I hope you think you elected one of the right officials. But we got another election coming up. We need to rally and we need to support those that are stepping into service. We need, and you can say, well, we got our folks elected. Money is coming in from the left, from California, from all over. We need to pay attention to what's going on. We need to support candidates in other districts that believe the way that we believe. We're in this position because we kind of got to the point where we thought things were going to be fine, but we've realized they're not. And we need to be as loud, and we need to support our candidates just like the left is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer.
I'm David Hardaway, 3530 Broad Street Road, and I'm a lifetime resident of Goochland County, and I've been in the military a little bit, and I've seen this county, you know, I've seen things change over the years. I'm 57, and I can remember going to this very high school. And I had a gun rack in the truck. Had a shotgun up in the gun rack. Didn't lock my doors. Left the gun on the gun rack. Come in, I did my class. I went back out, got in the truck, no problems. It's not about taking the guns away from the people. It's about the attitude of the people that have the guns. And you're going to have to straighten out the people's minds and set them on the right track to get this problem fixed in America. And taking the guns away is not the answer. So I'm for anything that will keep the guns in the citizens' hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardaway. Folks, we have about 10 minutes left. So if folks would start lining up, we could cut out a little bit of the wasted time. But come on up. Yep.
Stand where short people can talk in it. Oh, one thing that I haven't heard here, we're all about.
Could you give us your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. Jim Woodfin, 4915 West Gray Fox Circle at Gum Springs. Oh. All about everything about the guns, and one of the things that I heard reading this is that they want to take some more rights away from you to raise your own children. You can't take them out and teach them to hunt. You know, when are they going to learn what a weapon does? How are they going to ever know? By playing a video game and seeing all that crap that goes on there? You know, those people get back up and go again. But that shit don't happen for real. Trust me, it does not happen for real. When you pull that trigger, it don't come back. But the fact that they're trying to take more rights away from people to raise their own children is, you know, above and beyond. Has more worries me than the fact that they're going to try to take my gun, because, you know, that's something we'll deal with then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Tyler Fisher. Live on Cedar Plains Road, Sandy Hook, Virginia. A lot of people talking about that SB 16 tonight. I think one thing that's really important to point out about that bill, not only does it classify everything except for a certain shape of rock under a certain weight painted a certain color as an assault weapon, after our tax dollars pay for somebody to come take those weapons from us, because our governor and the supporters of this legislation think that our lives are not worth that class of weapon. So our tax dollars will pay for them to come take them. And then our tax dollars are going to pay for somebody to stand out front of the governor's mansion with that class of weapon and protect him and his family. So he's putting out legislation that says, I'm not allowed to protect my family, and I have to pay to protect his family with something I can't use my own money to go buy and protect my family with. And there's no logic in it. An assault weapon is a myth. They keep standing up here saying, oh, AR, it's assault rifle. No. It doesn't stand for assault rifle, it stands for armed light rifle. An assault weapon is a non-existent term. You know, it's like the same people who stand up and say ghost gun. It's a gun. You determine what kind of weapon it is. Your actions and what kind of person you are what makes a weapon a weapon or a tool to go shoot cans with, a tool to put food on the table. So they're telling you what your weapon is and what it's used for and how you're going to use it, telling you you can't have it, and then telling you that you have to pay for somebody to stand out front of their house with that same weapon and protect their family while yours is defenseless and maybe best case you have a sharp stick. So there's no sense in it. Yeah, so thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing us to come here and talk to you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Hess. I live at 4643 Chopper Road, Gum Spring, Virginia. I've lived here for a little over 2 years. I'm actually first-generation American. I come from a line of French Jews, and if you know the history of gun confiscation and what happens after that, then the Jews. I point this out because one of the things that hasn't been brought up is that one of the things that they're proposing is to make it illegal for people to congregate together and actually practice and train. I moved my family out here a couple years ago. Both my children are proficient with firearms. I'm a victim of, or have been a victim, I'll never be a victim again, but of gang violence in the city of Richmond, so I believe wholeheartedly in the ability to defend oneself. And to be told that I can't have friends from work or other law-abiding citizens, because we are the law-abiding citizens of this state that are being threatened with this. We've lived our lives the right way, and now we're being told that by what was legal yesterday, we're going to be felons tomorrow. And to not declare Goochland a sanctuary from that, from these draconian laws that are being proposed against us, to take away the rights that are given to us by God, by simply existing and guaranteed through the Constitution and the Second Amendment of the United States, it's just not right. And as others have said, you know, many of us would stand up against it, but we don't want to. That's the last thing we want to do. No one here is coming here looking for a fight, looking for a bloodbath. We want to go on about our lives and live in peace. That's why we came to Goochland. That's why I moved to Goochland, was for peace. So I do ask you guys to please, you know, choose your words wisely, that we have to stand in unison, because even though this may be symbolic, it is important that we send the right message to those who have been put in power in this state, because if we don't do it now, where are we going to keep retreating to? So I, for one, am prepared to make my stand here. So you guys have a great night. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hess.
Hello, Shannon Hawkins, 2868 Owens Creek Road. I worship at Gum Springs Methodist. I've heard a lot of people talk about self-protection. Well, I was a woman who had to use that one Sunday at 12 o'clock during the middle of the day. 3 men approached my home, tried to get in. I tried to hide as if maybe they wouldn't come in on me by myself there in the county. And but they were trying to come in, and I knew I had to protect myself. So the best way I did was to pull my gun and draw down on them while the police were called, and they ran away. But I fear without my gun, more would have happened to me. I was by myself, far away in the county, so I'm happy to say that I support the Second Amendment, the sanctuary of Goochland here, and I'll keep on doing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Keisinger, 4043 Shannon Hill Road, Columbia, Virginia, 2311. 23038. Sorry, a little nervous. I'm here to ask you guys, please put the verbiage in there, give some teeth to this thing. We're not just trying to pass. I've sent several emails to some of you. Most of you didn't respond. 2 of you did. I sent follow-ups. Add some teeth to this thing. We need to stand united, like everyone else has said, stand united with the other counties that have. Also, I'll make it short. I just want to point out that our duly elected sheriff or incoming sheriff, I don't see him here. I'm hoping there's a good reason for that. But I think this is pretty important. You should be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have about a minute left. Oh, we have a little more than a minute. I was looking at that clock, not the official clock.
Kim Barton, I live at 1900 Hawktown Road, and I agree with everything that's been said here by everyone who's spoken here tonight, so I'm not going to reiterate any of that. The word sanctuary needs to be put in there. It does need to have teeth. It does need to send a message to the governor. I think it's just appalling that the governor has an armed detail. He's certainly not going to give that up. So why do we need to give up our ability to defend ourselves? It's just outrageous. I'm an NRA instructor. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I teach other people how to handle firearms safely. It's just ridiculous what's happening today in the governor mansion and the things he's proposing. So again, I didn't plan on speaking today, but put the word sanctuary in there. Do give it some teeth. Send the message that it's not acceptable to disarm the law-abiding citizens of Goochland County or the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Mr. Chairman, board members, I'm William Parrish, 2245 Camelback Road, Maidens, Virginia. I'm not going to take up a whole lot of your time. I'm not going to repeat what thing, but the Constitution says, "We the people," and we the people are speaking to you tonight. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish.
Members of the board, I know most of you sitting back there. Anyway, and I know where most of y'all fall, on which side you land on. So, to me, it's clear that we the people, like you said, would like for you all to use verbiage that should be in there, number one. Number two, that this resolution be passed, because there are a few counties out there already that have already spoken up that have not passed a resolution. So we know where they stand. And we need to let everyone know where Goochland stands. Because if the resolution does not pass, that basically tells this body here that put y'all there which direction y'all want this county to go in. Which is not a direction, obviously, that we want to go in. Or you would not be sitting where you're sitting. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alley.
Deborah Arnold, 819 Doverbuck Place, Mannequin Sabbath. I want you to think about what's going to come next. My children live in New York. They have strict gun laws. Governor Cuomo now has changed some of the criminal, letting people out, not having bail, and things like that. My own children now have secured their entire house and have cameras all over for fear of the crime that's going to happen. That's what's coming down the road. That's why we have to take a stand today.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Two minutes. Come on.
My name is Sue Hughes. I live at 4562 Shannon Hill Road. I just ask that you not go down the road of political correctness. You put that word sanctuary in there, and as been said many times before, let's be cohesive, let's be united, let's put the word out there. I work with people in California that are worried about how many avocados are coming into this country while their state is falling apart. And their, dams are ready to burst and flood their areas, but they can't even think for themselves anymore because of this stuff that is shoved down their throats. Go talk. Everybody's scared to talk about the country and the direction the country's going right now. Talk to your friends and your neighbors. Get them registered. Get them out to vote. We have got to stop this madness. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the time is up, so you're going to be the last speaker, so close it out in
All
style.
You're right. Brandon Arnold, reside at 2234 Wheatlands Drive, Mannequin Sabbath. Moved to this county just over 2 years ago. And I just want to say that this is more than just a today's vote. This is for the future of the county. If this debate would have been 2 years ago, or this vote, I would have watched to see what happened, because I would have looked at your wordage of not saying sanctuary, but I would have looked at Louisa and Powhatan. I would have to say I would not be a resident of this county. I would have moved to 10 minutes to Louisa, 15 minutes across the river to Powhatan, because they blatantly say in the words sanctuary, and I would feel safe. I feel safer with my guns going to that county. So as far as the future of this county, to bring in more, law-abiding gun owners that feel safe, I would definitely look into putting that word in. Thank you.
Thank you. You've already spoken.
Would you let people know why the incoming sheriff is not here, if you know?
Yeah, I believe he's at a Sheriff's Association meeting.
That's correct.
For the next 3 days.
That's
Yes.
correct. Just
Thank you,
want
Mr.
everybody
Bates.
to know that he wanted to be here, but he's in
And
training for that.
he was here earlier today. He was
Yeah.
here, he was here this afternoon.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close the citizen comment. Discussion, thoughts, or? All right, so we had sign-up sheets at the entrance, and many of you signed up. Maybe some didn't, but we had 295 supporters of the Second Amendment, and two resolution, and two non-supporters.
Where are they?
We don't need to know. So, thoughts, comments? This is our discussion time. No, this is for the board. If we need more help, we might reopen, but we heard a lot about sanctuary and why it should be there. I was originally of that mind, and I've been like this for the last couple of weeks, back and forth. In a meeting, I met with our attorney, and a couple of us met, and she looked up the definition of sanctuary. And we as a board have always been, just like you, law-abiding. We followed the law. We have been very open, and I think this kind of proves it. We felt that putting sanctuary in could, and one of the things that I just heard was, I feel safer with my guns if the word sanctuary is in the resolution. And that would be a misleading thing. If the state passes laws, we don't have any rights to counter the state. We're a Dillon rule state, so what we have to follow the laws of the state. But so let me read the preamble. Let me read the preamble so that you understand where we're coming from, or where I'm coming from. I am willing to listen to my peers, and we can debate the question of the sanctuary.
So you're reading preamble from what, Mr. Chen?
It's a preamble that we wrote to precede the resolution that explains the responsibilities.
May I just,
Please.
I'll maybe offer to help. I move that we adopt the resolution that we have, so we can get that up before people, and then we can, if there's a second to it, then we can discuss it. So just to move this along, and I have some thoughts, but
Okay.
I move that we adopt the resolution that is on file, and I would like to, if it's possible, if there's a second, then I would like it to come up so we
Do we
can
need to read it
discuss it.
first, or?
I don't
you're
know
good?
the procedure, but.
Okay. Do we have a second?
A second with a comment, if I may,
Yep.
Mr. Chairman. Just so everyone understands, by moving to hear a resolution or seconding it, all that does is it puts the motion on the table so we can discuss it. That does not mean we approve of it or we disapprove of it. It's got nothing to do with that. It's just parliamentary procedure. So just so you know, by moving to put it on the table, and I've just seconded it, so now we can have the discussion. That's all that is. Thank you.
I would just say, Ms. Laskell, thank you for saying that. I wanted, because this, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, but this has gone back and forth. I've seen VCDLs form. I've seen several forms of VCDLs form that's come to us via email. And I'll say some more in a little while, but I thought to get this off center, let's get something on the table so we can discuss it. I think all of us, I can speak for all of us, we've heard you loud and clear, but give us a chance to openly discuss it. And I think, I'm pretty confident you will see support for what you're doing, but there are some differences. And I know the gentleman was joking earlier when he said, who are the two people that are opposed to this? I know I hope that was a joke, because we have gotten emails for people saying they're opposed to this. And, people have said they don't want to speak because they're afraid. And I know those of us that believe in the Second Amendment know it protects the First, and we would go out of our ways to use it to protect the First. So,
I'm afraid of people who want to disarm me.
yeah, exactly. Okay. So I will, with that, thank you, Susan, for adding that to my motion, but I did want to get it out there. So with the second, if it's possible, it's up on the screen, then maybe we can discuss.
Okay. So, would you like to read it? Or Mr. Peterson, would you like to read it? I don't mind, Ms. McGee? Well, but they probably can read from it. I'll go ahead and read it. You'll just have to put up with my accent. The Goochland County Board of Supervisors has received significant input from citizens expressing serious concerns about potential gun control legislation that may be enacted by the 2020 General Assembly session. This statement is intended to respond to those citizens' concerns. In Goochland County, we believe in the rule of law and support the U.S. Constitution, including the Bill of Rights and the Second Amendment. Each member of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors has taken an oath to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia. The Goochland County Board takes the oath of office seriously and actively works to protect all rights guaranteed by both constitutions, including the right for law-abiding citizens to bear arms. The Goochland County Board of Supervisors writes laws for the county to the extent authority has been specifically granted by the General Assembly. We have limited authority to pass laws, but we fully use our authority to protect and defend the rights of our citizens. The Board of Supervisors is neither a law enforcement entity nor responsible for prosecutions. Law enforcement in the county is entrusted to the sheriff, who is separately elected by the citizens of the county. Prosecutions are handled by the Commonwealth Attorney, who is also separately elected by the citizens. Finally, the Board of Supervisors has no judicial authority. Interpretation and determination of the constitutionality of laws is performed by the court system. This resolution affirms our support for the Second Amendment and sends a clear message to our legislators and all elected officials that we respect our citizens' rights, all their rights, and that we stand with the other Virginia localities that have similarly voted to affirm their support for citizens' Second Amendment rights. So I'll read the resolution. Whereas the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution reads, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of the free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And whereas the United States Supreme Court in Virginia versus Heller 554 U.S. 570, 2008 decision affirmed an individual's rights to possess firearms unconnected with service in a militia for traditionally lawful purposes such as self-defense within the home. And whereas Article 1, Section 1 of the Virginia Constitution reads that all men are by nature equally free and independent and have certain inherent rights of which, when they enter into the state of society, they cannot, by any compact, deprive or divest their posterity, namely, the enjoyment of life and liberty, with the means of acquiring and possessing property and pursuing and obtaining happiness and safety. And whereas Article 1, Section 2 of the Virginia Constitution reads that all power is vested in and consequently derived from the people, the magistrates are the trustees of their servants and at all times amenable to them. And whereas Article 1, Section 13 of the Virginia Constitution provides that a well-regulated militia composed of the body of the people trained to arms is the proper, natural, and safe defense of a free state, therefore the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And whereas certain legislation that has or may be introduced in the General Assembly and certain legislation which has or may be introduced in the United States Congress could have the effect of infringing on the rights of law-abiding citizens to keep and bear arms, as guaranteed by the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution in Article 1, Section 13 of the Virginia Constitution. And whereas the Goochland County Board of Supervisors is concerned about the passage of any bill containing language which infringes on the rights of the law-abiding citizens of Goochland County to keep and bear arms, and whereas the Goochland County Board of Supervisors wishes to express its deep commitment to the rights of all law-abiding citizens of Goochland County to keep and bear arms, and whereas the Goochland County Board of Supervisors wishes to express opposition to any federal or state law that unconstitutionally restricts the rights of the law-abiding citizens of Goochland County to keep and bear arms, and whereas the Goochland County Board of Supervisors wishes to express its intent to support and defend the Second Amendment rights and to oppose within the limits of the Constitution of the United States, constitutions of the United States and the Commonwealth of Virginia, any efforts to unconstitutionally restrict such rights and to use legal means at its disposal to protect the rights of the law-abiding citizens of Goochland County to keep and bear arms. Now, therefore, be it resolved this third day of December 2019 by the Board of Supervisors of Goochland County, Virginia, that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors urges our delegates, senators, and the governor to oppose the passage of any state law that infringe upon the rights of the law-abiding citizens of the Commonwealth under the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution and under Article 1, Section 13 of the Virginia Constitution, and that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors hereby expresses its intent to uphold the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens of Goochland County, Virginia, and that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors hereby declares its intent to oppose any infringement of the right of law-abiding citizens to keep and bear arms using legal means as may be expedient. Be it further resolved that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors request that a copy of this resolution be provided to the General Assembly, members representing Goochland County, and to the Governor of Virginia, and this is undersigned by the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors and the board members. That's the resolution as we have it at the present time. Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, I have kind of gone back and forth on this. I didn't feel comfortable until we had a resolution that I feel takes the message to the General Assembly and to our governor solidly, without invoking a misleading, maybe it's, I realize that it's, that maybe it's more symbolic, and my argument for it originally was there's a symbol behind me that we pledge allegiance to at every meeting. So symbols are important. But I've also been opposed to some of the sanctuary declarations by the governor and other members of other bodies that have declared illegal immigrant sanctuaries. I believe even our Attorney General has declared that he's not going to prosecute folks for laws that are in the books. So I don't feel like we should just pick and choose the things that apply to the things we like. So if I don't like sanctuaries from other localities, I just have a concern with saying something that's not true, because sanctuary means a place where you can pretty much not have to follow these set laws. I think originally it happened in churches where people could go in and hide from prosecution or persecution. And so I would hate for a citizen of Goochland to violate a law and think that we can protect them when in reality this board cannot do it. We will fight in our cases, to the death for your rights, and I will continue to defend your rights even after I'm off the board next year. I think I probably have I know Mr. Hess comes from a persecuted race, I guess. I'm originally from Cuba. I remember the day that the police came and took my grandfather's guns away. I have never forgotten it. I was probably 11 years old. I was at my grandfather's house. The police came in and said, "Mr. Alvarez, we're here to pick up your guns." He was a hunter. He had 2 shotguns and a rifle. One of the shotguns, it was a smaller shotgun. He always said, "This is for you." Well, that day, that day was the first time that I actually saw tears in his eyes. And it wasn't so much because he was losing his guns that he had used for many years. And my mother used to joke about he would sit there and clean his guns at least once a week because he enjoyed doing it, sit at the dining room table and clean them. He only went hunting maybe once every couple of years. But it's a moment that stayed with me forever. So I will defend your Second Amendment rights forever. And my grandfather was not concerned with losing those 3 guns. He was concerned about what was happening to Cuba, just like you guys are concerned. And so what happened to Cuba? Well, we've had another 60 years of tyranny. So I get it. I totally get it. I'm not sure that we need the word sanctuary in, because I think we're going to make this statement. We're going to take it to the governor. We're going to take it to our General Assembly folks. And I don't want to mention names, but I spoke to some of the folks at VCDL, and they said some other localities have not put this statement in. We will still be considered a sort of sanctuary county because we are declaring that we will protect your Second Amendment rights if we vote for this today. So that's all I'm going to say on it, and I'll let my peers speak on the topic. But this is very important to me, as many of you know from a tweet I sent out last year. But anyway, I'll leave that. Anyone else? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll start it and I'll wrap up some thoughts. I think when this first started up a couple of weeks, 2.5 weeks ago, my first reaction was, what's the point? The Board of Supervisors doesn't have any role in this. The battle is going to be in the General Assembly. And I was suggesting in one-on-one meetings, like, why don't we just pay attention to what they pass first, or what is proposed first. But then I took a look, because stuff was getting put in there, and I read SB 16, and I changed my mind that we need to do something. And then I saw, and I was endorsed by the VCDL. I appreciate the endorsement. I've long been involved with VCDL, and I'm thankful for the endorsement for this last election. But there are, I'll just be candid, this board, not everybody was on the same page, and the use of sanctuary was a concern. And somebody said, use precise language. Somebody spoke tonight and said, use precise language, and they used it in the context of put sanctuary in there. I think the case could be made that that's not precise language, because at the same breath you're admitting we can't really enforce it. So I would like to see this board pass this 5-0. And so this is a product of addressing some of the concerns of some of the board members, and a key one being that the battle is not here, but over the 2 weeks I understood, yes, the battle is here, because we are sending out a message to Richmond. If VCDL and others go there with 50, 60 counties, then that's a voice of the people that needs to be said. So I want to pass this. If you would scroll up, Ms. Biskewitz, to the bottom. I was also, and I've heard what the Amelia County Sheriff said, and that's fine, that's great, but we have a sheriff-elect. I certainly don't see it the role of the Board of Supervisors to tell the sheriff what position to take. At this point in this process, I'm not comfortable with us putting language in there like, if he tries to enforce any unconstitutional laws, that we're not going to fund him. We in this county are not there yet. Scroll to really to the.
There was a time when half the citizens in this county couldn't sit in this room when it was a high school. So there's a point where
So let me just.
laws that are legal aren't necessarily moral.
Yeah, right there, that's good. This paragraph at the top of the screen is what got me comfortable with the adjustments to get this board unanimous. The Goochland County Board of Supervisors hereby declares its intent to oppose any infringement on the law, on the right of law-abiding citizens to keep and bear arms using such legal means as may be expedient. That's what I'm prepared to do. If stuff like SB 16 passes, I'm going to be there January 20th on Lobby Day. We need to be down there. We need to send a message. And to Mr. Spoonhour's comments, it's incredible, some of the stuff we're hearing from folks we have to, I would like in this role to have an opportunity to find a way to communicate with folks, because we get messages when this started coming out. For instance, why does anybody need more than 7 rounds in a shotgun? Well, to Delegate McGuire's. That's the response. Hold on.
Folks,
I
please.
am commenting that those are the kind of responses that we get in opposition. But I think Mr. McGuire said, Delegate McGuire said it, the Second Amendment isn't about hunting and hunting. We know that. We know that. So this board is going to send a clear message. I believe this resolution says it, albeit without the word sanctuary. But things will change if some of this stuff passes, and if some of the stuff we hear, I think if some of the comments I've heard from some of you all has been, what's Governor Northam going to do? Hire a bunch of state troopers and spread across and take guns? I don't.
Be a hell of a news story.
I don't think that's going to happen. But I think he's going to find out. My thought to that, semi-jokingly, was he's going to find out that Henrico isn't as blue as he thinks it is when they start coming from Richmond, even before they get out here. So I would like to just focus our efforts, use what I think is precise language, and let's take this. Let's head down to Richmond in January, pay close attention, and really push back on some of the stuff that we're seeing. Because SB 16 makes me a felon, like the one gentleman said. I'm just going to be a good felon if that happens. My grandfather's shotgun has threads on the end where there's a choke. The way I read SB 16, that's now an assault weapon, or assault firearm. Nuts. So we're with you, I think, on the big picture. I would hope that if the rest of the board members want to pass this as it is, I hope you will join us. And I think Mr. Bates, I think we are united. In my view.
Not with the other jurisdictions that have passed this, if you leave that language out.
Folks, understood.
You're to be the voice of the people. They elected you. Use the words out of their mouth.
Folks, we've heard you. We were respectful. We've heard you. We understand. Let us have our debate, please.
Manny, you didn't allow us to see this to tell you problems with it. You find law-abiding citizens, because if they pass that, none of us will be law-abiding citizens.
Wait, know it's 5-2 or 3-2, who the guys are on the board that we need to get rid of.
We're not asking for
Folks.
that verbiage, folks. We're not asking you to do it. We're telling you to do it.
That's right.
What's so scary about it? 30 counties did it. What is so scary about
Folks,
sanctuary?
please, let us finish our discussion. Thank you. We've heard you loud and clear. We've heard you. We understand.
Yourselves, not us.
That first sentence seems to say we're going to do what the governor tells us to do.
I'm going to let one more.
If they pass this bill, we'll all be felons anyhow.
No.
So let's not get into an argument over a couple of
Yeah.
words.
I think everybody in this room, from what I've heard tonight, including folks up here, will be felons as soon as this bill is signed. So we cannot protect you from it. We cannot protect you from the governor doing it. What we'll do is we'll do everything in our power, including, as we say here, legal means as may be expedient. So if we need to take it to court, do whatever, we're going to do it. Calling it a sanctuary doesn't keep the state police from coming to your home and taking your weapons.
We understand that. Yeah, we're not done. You can't protect us. We are going to protect ourselves. We're going to shoot the son of a bitch.
Ms.
Mr.
McGee?
Chairman, I know you've closed the public
Yeah.
hearing, so if, you know, it would respectfully ask the citizens who've had an opportunity to speak to remain quiet while the board has their discussion, because we don't want to have to clear out of here and ask to have order maintained. We sat and listened. This board is very supportive of you, but it is time for the only comments to come from the board members. And that's what needs to happen for us to be able to continue. So please be respectful of that and no more comments. They've heard from you. They have heard you. It is now time for a board discussion. Please, let's be respectful as they were of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McGee. Other comments?
Do you have anything else to say?
No. Not now. Not yet.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman?
Ms.
All right.
Mascolette.
Thank you very much. Okay, so, as most of the members of the board are, I'm a gun owner. I have a CHP, NRA member, VCDL member. I'll be there Monday, be there January 20th. We all support the Second Amendment. But here's the issue. If we use the word sanctuary or we don't use the word sanctuary, we are not able to give you a level of protection. Well, that's what I heard tonight from people saying, excuse me, I'm speaking, if you don't mind, that you thought that you want us to give you a level of protection. Using the word using the word sanctuary does not do that. And I've been all over the place with this as well. We've been back and forth. We are strongly supporting the Second Amendment. We will go to our legislators, which I know Delegate McGuire, Delegate Lee Ware, and Senator Peake, who represent Goochland County, all are in support of Second Amendment. And we know we can count on them to support us, but there are plenty down there who do not believe in it. So to me, I think this is a good statement. We are saying we would be felons too, just like you are, if they put some of these laws through. So we're saying that we want to protect the Second Amendment within our ability. And we don't arrest people, we don't prosecute people, we're not judges. We can't do any of that. But we're saying we're standing with everyone else in this endeavor and pushing back and telling the governor and our General Assembly, we want our rights protected. We don't want our guns taken away. So I think this is a good resolution. May not have all the words in there that you think you want, but it does protect within our ability our Second Amendment rights. That's my opinion.
And if I may add,
Thank you.
if I may add something to Ms. Lascolette's comment, this is also a message to the folks that would prosecute you or arrest you in Goochland County. So it's not just the legislature. And so this is actually going to be very clear to our Commonwealth Attorney and our sheriff that we do not expect, or we will be against anything they do to violate our citizens' rights. And I know you say, well, the governor will make us all felons. We're talking about constitutional, and I don't think he can do that. So, anyone else?
Well, we'll all go down together.
Yeah.
Cover your ass.
Have my boat back?
Yep.
Anyone else? Mr. Peters?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, yeah, so I think when I originally saw this, and actually saw this floating around from other jurisdictions, the word that immediately caught my eye was sanctuary, and being lumped in with what I saw as an unconstitutional abridgment, or an unconstitutional abridgment by those that have adopted the term sanctuary in one way or the other as a means to foment and attempt to justify lawlessness and the lack of following constitutional language and the laws of their own states by calling themselves a sanctuary state or a sanctuary city. And so in my vision of looking at this, at what I think may have been a little hasty on the part of some of our neighboring counties, and not quite being thoughtful in the words that they used in their approach to this 2A support by a locality, that term was a trigger word for me, no pun intended. So, having taken the oath to support and defend the Constitution five times myself over a 21-year military career, and issuing that oath, or giving that oath probably in excess of 100 times to others that were willing to abide by that oath, is very, very important to me. And to conflate the word sanctuary with what we regard as a fully lawful right for our citizens under the Second Amendment, and to call us a 2A sanctuary really flies in the face to me of what the oath really means. So I will differ, obviously, with a number of people in the audience here, but I come from pretty much the same place that everybody else does here. First gun at 10, first NRI class at 11, 21 years of military service, fair amount of arms training during that period of time. I've got my log cabin story about hunting and what I like to do with weapons and what I do now with my weapons. And one thing that's not going to happen from my perspective is that nobody's going to take my weapon from me ever. So I know a lot of you feel the same way. And I think my approach to this, and I'm speaking for me only here, my approach to this was to make this resolution very, very precise. And by conflating, in my opinion, by conflating sanctuary with what I see as a basic lawless approach already, I can't do that as a part of this resolution, because I'm here to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. So that was my approach in discussing this resolution with the members of this board and council, and some of you in the audience today, and my constituents in District 4. And so I guess that's my rationale, if anybody's interested in hearing where I was coming from in that. But I think this is at least as strong, if not stronger, than anything that I've seen from the other jurisdictions and from about the same number of jurisdictions in 10 or 15 states that I can think of that I've also reviewed. So I think we've done a good job here of listening, maybe anticipating, maybe trying to learn a little bit about your perspective on your use of the idea of the term sanctuary. But I just want you to understand how I see that word when it's used in something of this magnitude. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Minnick. Mr. Peterson, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could. First off, Mr. Chair, it does the heart good to be in a room full of patriotic Americans. It's amazing that an issue like this can bring together Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Goochlandites, people from outside of Goochland, all walks of life coming together on a particular issue. And that's why I say patriotic American, because that's what we all are. I will tell you, Mr. Chair, some of the folks in this audience may or may not know this board and where we stand on Second Amendment, but it wasn't too long ago that we voted unanimously to repeal the local fee for concealed carry because we didn't think you should have to pay to exercise your constitutionally guaranteed rights. Like many of you here, I took the oath of office as well at the tender age of 17 when I entered the United States Military Academy at West Point and swore to uphold and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And as a former Army paratrooper, I pledged my life in defense of the Second Amendment and the Constitution. And I carry the Constitution close to my heart at all times. We are strong believers in the Second Amendment, strong believers in the Constitution, strong believers in America and the American dream. I also took that oath again before we took our position on these boards. I've heard tonight, can you please defend our constitutional rights against actions by the General Assembly? Because the General Assembly may go rogue and start to infringe on our constitutional rights. Us representing to you that we can protect you from misdeeds by the General Assembly is like us putting up an umbrella when it's raining bowling balls. It's a great idea, but it offers almost no protection. We would like to be able to protect you from the General Assembly, but just don't have the means. Now, there's been a disturbing trend in this country, in my mind, a disturbing trend where localities, cities, states, jurisdictions are starting to begin to pick and choose which laws and what parts of the Constitution they want to enforce and what parts they want to ignore. That's a disturbing trend because I believe in the Constitution, but I also believe in the rule of law. And I think any time a jurisdiction starts to pick and choose and cherry pick what they're going to enforce and what they're going to ignore, we start to chisel away just bit by bit at the rule of law. I think the Constitution says what it says, and I think the Constitution is the law of the land, and I think we should be a nation of laws. That, for me, is the single biggest reason why I could not get behind sanctuary. It means that we're going to apply all the other laws except the few that we don't believe in. I've talked to some people that believe in sanctuary cities and don't believe in sanctuary counties, and some that believe in sanctuary counties and don't believe in sanctuary cities. And the only thing I can figure is it's which laws they want to enforce and which ones they don't. Is it immigration? Is it Second Amendment? What laws do we want to enforce and which ones don't we want to? I think that's a dangerous, slippery slope. I believe in the Constitution. I believe in the rule of law. And that's why, for me, the word sanctuary is in here. But this is as strong as we can word it, defense of the Second Amendment. So, Mr. Chair, I'll yield back.
Okay. Thought of a couple of things, but they've kind of slipped my mind. But any other comments or?
Chairman, I don't know if I said it, but several of you thanked us for listening and being here. Thank you all for coming out and taking your time to do it. I think, Chairman, you said in the beginning that we all said it's good to see people out here. But thank you, and we hear you. The lady that commented on the red flag laws, thank you for that comment. That it's frightening The red flag laws, there's no place for those either. We have our work cut out in January, and then the next election cycle.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. One thing that I thought, and I think the reason that I think we took that word out was so that we could get a 5-0 vote. If you look at Powhatan, they had the word in, but they got a 3-2 vote. When they go to the General Assembly and say only 3 out of 5 people agreed with this, I think this message is stronger, I think, than the resolution passed in Powhatan. And if we can get a 5-0 vote, they know that we are representing all the citizens of Goochland, and we believe that they need to protect our Second Amendment rights just like we will. So that's that to me is the main reason why I felt that I didn't need to have the word there. Sure, I could say, well, you know, if we declare a sanctuary and the sanctuary is protecting the Constitution, maybe symbolic, but I feel like it's different from a sanctuary that is protecting criminals or illegals, whatever they might want to do. So, but at the same time, I do believe, and I believe in this group, and I believe that this is a really strong resolution, and I think it'll carry a lot of weight. We've been our county, this board, we've turned this county into one of the best managed counties in the entire country. And I think it's important, it carries weight when you have a county that's stable. We know how many folks were out here tonight speaking on this topic, and this board is with you, and I think that carries a lot of weight, and I would really rather vote on this and pass it without any language that might be interpreted as silly. I got an email from somebody that was opposing this that said that's silly language or whatever, even though I'm going to respond with a proper answer when I have time. But I think this is a really good declaration, and I'm not sure if anybody wants to add anything, but if not, I'm going to ask Mr. Budeski to do a roll call vote. We have a motion and we have a second, correct? Any additional discussion? Okay.
Mr. Lumpkins,
Yes.
Mr. Minnick,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette,
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez.
Yes. So as of this, yep, so we have a unanimous vote on this resolution, and this resolution will be added to a legislative agenda and will be sent to our representatives as well as the governor of Virginia.
We have a certain number of copies that will be out in the back for you, if you'd like.
Thank you, guys. I can't say how much I appreciate your coming out. Please come to other meetings. There are a lot of things that happen here, and the press doesn't cover us very much unless we do something stupid. So we need you guys to come and pay attention and give us your thoughts. And be careful on the way home tonight. Yeah, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back together at 9 o'clock for the rest of our hearings. So at this point, we're going to start our public hearings. Oh, sorry, microphone. We're going to go ahead and start our public hearings. And the first one is an application by Goochland County School Board, and Ms. Hunter is going to start the presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Joanne Hunter, Director of Community Development. First public hearing is a conditional use permit filed by Goochland County Public Schools for a new public elementary school in the courthouse area. The property is currently designated on the comprehensive plan as public county-owned, which school would be appropriate within that use. The property is zoned A2. Most of the surrounding properties are also A2, except the western boundary of this property is the Holland Hills subdivision, which is zoned R1. You can see this is one large parcel, a little over 100 acres. It also includes the middle school and high school campus, and the proposed school location would be on the west side of Bulldog Way. This is for illustrative purposes only, to show how a school could fit on the property. There is plans to close the existing Goochland Elementary School and relocate this to a new school. The school is going to be approximately 92,000 square feet and would have a capacity of 650 students. The school board is in the process of early stages of planning, so there are no architectural or design work at this time. However, the anticipated opening of the school would be August 2024. There was some traffic studies done for the new roadway, for the new schoolway. And they looked at 4 different intersections. They did come up with 3 recommendations for operational improvements for the Bulldog corridor. They included implementations such as sidewalks in the courthouse village and other recommendations that will be considered as part of the design review of the property. At the community meeting, they had about 50 residents attend, Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Lumpkins, and school board members, Ms. Horn, Dr. Rowley, and Andy Armstrong attended the meeting. There was discussion about traffic, the roundabout being proposed in the courthouse, the Bulldog intersections out Route 6 and 522, sidewalks, the capacity of the school, and things like that. There was several of attendants spoke in favor of the new school, and there was no opposition. At the Planning Commission meeting last month, the commission did approve the request 5-0, and no one spoke at the public hearing. We are recommending 3 conditions with the permit. The use would be operated as a school. The property could not be used until a POD is approved, and that all lighting would be dark sky compliant. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Hunter? Mr. Lumpkins?
Has the applicant agreed to the conditions?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Ms. Hunter? Would the applicant like to speak?
We appreciate your support of this project. This is something we've been talking about in our community for several years now. Certainly been very transparent with our community about this, and would appreciate your support of this evening.
Thank you. Dr. Rayleigh? Okay. Any questions for Dr. Rayleigh? Thank you. Okay. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. Anyone wishing to speak for or against this application, please come to the microphone. Give us your name and address, and you'll have about 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Karen Horn, and I live at 3205 Doublebrook Road, and I am a member of the school board, and I certainly do approve all the great work and planning that's been going on in this county for many, many years. And this school is just a part of that. It's a part of what we do to enrich the lives of our families and our children, and I really appreciate your support as we begin this exciting process, which will also be a lot of learning opportunities for our students. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Horn. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Any additional questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, just one for Ms. Hunter, if you don't mind. Just so that I'm clear, the plan of development would include buffers?
Yes, that would be something we would look at that
As
time.
part of that plan?
Yes.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Ms. Hunter, and maybe the school board can answer. The schools provided me a while back now a draft of the Timmons Group report.
Mm-hmm.
And has that been part of what they've reviewed? Traffic, the only question I think is just the traffic piece, but I know it's still early in all of this. Are you comfortable we're going to be, I know we're going to obviously work with the school board. I'm not worried about it, but traffic is the only thing that, gives me some pause, and I believe we're on track. The Timmons Group report was not particularly in depth. They were just logging the AM and PM peak traffic, backup, et cetera. We haven't gotten to the point that we really know how we're going to manage the traffic yet.
No, we have the recommendations from Timmons, and as we review the POD and as the school board works with a engineer to design the school, they would also be looking at turn lanes and operational analysis and things like that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just one of the things in our conversations, and certainly as the new boards sit, we will be meeting, our capital improvement plans do include increases in projections for the road improvements at both ends of Bulldog Way and some improvements on the Middle High campus to address some of the traffic. So our estimates that we are using do include addressing the traffic related issues that Timmons provided, earlier preliminary recommendations to.
I mean, I was just thinking, we heard from the middle schoolers about all the traffic problems, and I thought that was before we even had an elementary school.
We just need to give it to them. They'll fix it.
I thought they were going to address, what happens when they build a school at the other end of Boulder.
We haven't told them yet. Okay. Any other discussion? I think Dr. Rayleigh made a good point, and Ms. Horn. We've been planning this for a while. We have a 25-year plan, and this is in that plan. And we are going to fund it without raising taxes. And we have 2 more coming in future years as well. So I think this is a great opportunity, and I'm honored that I get to vote on this before my retirement. So if no other questions or discussion, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the application by the Goochland County School Board, CU 2019-0017, for a conditional use permit to construct a new elementary school on tax map parcel 421103T.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion?
Just one quick comment, Mr. Chair. So this will be, just for the benefit of the audience that may not be keeping up with this real close, this will be the first new school built in the county in over 50 years. First one in first elementary school built. Yeah, right. First elementary school built in over 50 years. And this will be the second largest capital improvement project outside of the Tuckahoe Creek Service District that the county's had to date. So very exciting. Congratulations to the school board. Be a great journey to watch. Good luck. I yield back.
And that's a great point. I was a baby when it was built. When the last one was built, and now I'm retiring. I think the school should retire as well. So that's great. So we have a motion and we have a second. Mr. Budesky, would you do a roll call vote?
Ms. Lachelette?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkin?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes. You have your approval with a unanimous vote.
All right. Okay, next.
Next application is a conditional use permit for a 199-foot telecommunication tower for a property located in the western portion of the county on Matthews Road. It's this backward Z-shaped parcel. The parcel's a little over 100 acres, and it's designated rural enhancement area. This property and the surrounding properties are zoned A1. And here's an aerial of the shot. You can see that it's mostly open farmland. The tower is going to be down in this portion of the property. They would be using the existing road coming off Matthews, coming over here, and the tower would be located here. While this property is
fairly open and without vegetation. Many of the surrounding properties do have significant vegetation. They are proposing the 199-foot tower, which would allow for co-location opportunities. The applicant has indicated that there are coverage gaps that occur in this area. The tower would be located on Matthews Road, about 1/3 of a mile from Haydensville Fife Road, and the tower is sited to fall completely within the property. Again, this is where the location of it, I've already showed that to you. The applicant did do a balloon test on September 9th. They viewed the tower from 10 different locations. There was visibility from 2 locations, from Matthews Road at the western property line and at the intersection of Matthews Road and Haynesville Fife Road. These were very faint visible, but they were visible. A community meeting was held back in September. Mr. Alvarez and the Planning Commissioner, Mr. Myers, and 11 citizens attended. There were questions about the tower appearance, visibility, and health concerns, and the impact to cell service in the area. At the Planning Commission, this was also approved with a 5-0 vote, and no one spoke at the public hearing. The conditions, condition 1 is that a tower would be constructed on the property. 2, that the location would be in compliance with the conceptual plan that was shown to you in the presentation. A POD would be required. The height would be 199 feet. It would need to adhere to all the regulatory agency requirements. The tower would be secured and protected by a fence. It cannot cause any interference. The color would be a non-reflective natural color. There would be a vegetative buffer that's placed around the base of the tower, the fenced area. This is our standard county co-location condition. It's very long, but you've seen it many times before. Construction time limit, they must commence construction of the tower within 2 years of approval of the CUP. They will need to build an internal access road of 12 feet wide with 4-foot clearance and a 4-foot base. This is a standard that's been approved by the fire department, and our standard expiration and removal, that if the CUP expires 90 days after the tower's being used, and that the property owner would be responsible for removing the tower. And our standard transfer lease condition. Have any questions on this CUP?
Questions from Ms. Hunter?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay, would the applicant like to come up and tell us about the project?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Lori Schweller, attorney with Williams Mullen. I represent Verizon Wireless, and with me is Stuart Squire, who is a zoning consultant with GD Insights, zoning manager for the site. We are requesting your approval of a conditional use permit for this proposed new wireless facility on Matthews Road. This slide shows you the proposed location of the site on the Goochland County GIS. You can see that it's in the corner of this parcel. Oh, thanks, okay. And you can see that there's a lot of tree buffering on the southwest and southeast of the site, providing some coverage to the surrounding parcels as well as to Matthews Road. This slide is showing you the basic location of the site in relation to other homes in the area and the neighboring parcels. And you can see the proposed 20-foot access and utility easement leading to the back of the parcel. And this is just a close-up of the lease area. It's a 100 by 100 foot lease area, 50 by 50 foot compound within that, and the gravel road that's required for safety reasons. This is just a schematic elevation. We're proposing a 195 foot monopole with a 4-foot lightning rod, so no lighting would be required by the FAA. There will be capacity for at least 3 future wireless providers. We did conduct a balloon test on September 10th, and this map is showing you locations where photographs were taken, And all of the locations marked with the blue spot indicate that the balloon that was lifted to 199 feet was not visible from those locations. So it was only visible right in front of the entrance to the site and at another intersection, which I'll show you, to Haydensville Fife Road. So this is the one looking east from Matthews Road, and this is actually a photo simulation. So the arrow's pointing to the photo simulated monopole, and then this one is a photo simulation from the intersection of Matthews and Haydensville Fife Road. I do have photographs of the other locations where the balloon couldn't be seen in case you want those for reference. And just a final note, the closest residence to the site can be seen through the trees. That's actually on the other side of the property boundary. So we're proposing to do some additional landscape planning along that boundary, and we'll be working on that during site planning. So that's my presentation. I'm happy to take your questions.
Questions for Ms. Weller? Ms. Lascolette?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So, Ms. Weller, generally speaking, and I know you can't be that precise, what's the general radius of service from this tower?
Yes, Supervisor Lascolette, generally at this height, a wireless facility will provide service 2.5 to 3.5 miles, and that's very general. It depends on obstructions and topography and so on. Right. So a couple of sites that we've recently gotten approved, one was on Hawktown Road. That was about 4 miles from this site. There's another site to the southwest about 3 miles away. We're working on one right now that the Planning Commission will hear on Thursday night. That's about 3 to 4 miles to the northwest. So Hawktown's about 4 miles to the southeast, and then Whitehall Road, which you approved earlier this summer, is about 10 miles from that, farther southeast. So we're trying to get the county the coverage it needs. Right. Yes, ma'am.
And we've had discussions about the southwest, Cartersville Road, St. Paul's Church.
Exactly right. You've asked
Rock
about
Castle, that area.
You've asked about those areas in the southwest part of the county, and we've heard that question from others in the county. And we do know that Verizon has two search area rings, 2 sites in the southwest portion of the county. It's just a matter of when those will be activated for zoning. I don't know the timing on those, but they have identified the issue. So we do know that there are 2 coming down the pike.
Okay, sorry to pull you off this case, but while I had you.
Thank you for the question. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Weller? No. Thank you. We may call you back.
Yes, sir.
Go
Thank
ahead and
you.
open the public hearing unless there's any other questions for Ms. Hunter or, okay. So at this time, I'll open the public hearing on this item. Anyone wishing to speak in support or opposed to this application, please step forward. All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Comments, questions?
Ready for a motion?
Sure.
No,
I'll accept the
Any
motion.
other comments?
I'll accept the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, I move approval of conditional use permit CU 2019-00016, application by Selco Partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless to construct a 199-foot monopole communication tower at 5390 Matthews Road.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Come on. Wake up.
We have a motion and we have a second. Any additional discussion? I do want to add, I live in the general area, and I go that way a lot because I go to the convenience center on Haydensville Road. And as I pass Chapel Hill Road, there's no cell service all the way to the, so I think this will be a huge improvement for that area. So, Mr. Budesky, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Lascolette?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes, you have your approval. Thank you.
Bring us more.
The next public hearing is a proffer amendment dealing with case RZ 2017-0001A. This is filed by H.H. Hunt for the Mosaic Development. The property is located in the east end of the county at the intersection of Hockett and Tuckahoe Creek Road with it wrapping around sort of backward L-shaped property or an L-shaped to Broad Branch Drive. The property is designated on the comprehensive plan as prime economic development. However, the Board of Supervisors did approve a RPUD zoning back in 2018. The property you can see is now zoned RPUD. Across the street is off of Hockett is Kinlock, that's also RPUD. And then you can see the M1 zoning, which is the West Creek property to the north and the east. Here's the aerial of the property. The property has frontage on Tuckahoe Creek with an access to Tuckahoe Creek, one spine road that runs through the development to Broad Branch Drive. The history was it was zoned in 2017, and the original proffer that they're requesting amendment allowed a maximum of 520 lots, which they would be reducing to 508 lots, and the townhouses were limited to 40% of the development, and they are proposing to increase that to 44%. No other of the proffers would be changed. This is an age-restricted development, 55 plus, and no one can use any of the county services such as schools. So the numbers of the single-family units would go from 312 down to 284. The townhouse units would go from 208 to 224. The total overall units number decreases from 520 to 508, and the density would go down from 2.5 to 2.4. At the community meeting, Mr. Peterson and 15 individuals attended the meeting. Most of those individuals worked for the H.H. Hunt. There was discussion on the time frame and phasing for the development, and there was no expressed opposition at that meeting. And the Planning Commission at their November meeting did approve the request with a 5-0 vote, and no one spoke at the public hearing. This is the black line version of proffer number 8, which they're requesting to change. And again, like I said, no other changes in the proffers are proposed. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Hunter? No, Ms. Hunter. Would the applicant like to speak?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Preston Lloyd. I'm an attorney with Williams Mullen on behalf of the applicant. I'm joined this evening by Jonathan Rideout from H.H. Hunt. I appreciate Ms. Hunter's very efficient and detailed presentation, and so I'll attempt to follow her lead in that regard. And so I'm not going to give a specific presentation. The only question that I've heard asked and that hasn't been addressed in the staff presentation is why the change. When you approved the rezoning case, you may recall that you approved 3 different conceptual plans that showed slight modifications of how the ultimate development might be configured. The final site plans that have been submitted, the plans of development, are essentially a hybrid of each of those 3 plans. When you add them together as a result of the topography, you get a net yield, meaning the total number of lots that will be provided for the totality of the development is less than the maximum that actually would have been authorized by your rezoning approval. However, when you reduce the total yield, the number of townhomes then becomes a larger percentage of the overall number of lots that are proposed. And for that reason, we would not technically conform with that ratio that was included in the proffer. So this is a minor modification of that ratio. Otherwise, everything that you previously approved will be consistent with this amendment that we're proposing. And the citizens can rest assured that the ultimate density that will be achieved by the development is less than was originally requested when we sought the amendment. So with that explanation, I'll thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any other questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Any questions for Mr. Lloyd?
Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak for or against this application, please step forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. questions, discussion, or I'll entertain a motion. Hey, that rhymes.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Minnick.
Yeah, I move we approve the proffered condition amendment to rezoning case 2017 0001 for the H.H. Hunt Mosaic property.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and we have 2 seconds. Mr. Budeski, would you call the roll?
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes. So you have your approval. Thank you.
Next public hearing is rezoning case 2019-0009 filed by JSC Family and Medical Development Ventures. It's for an 8-acre parcel that's located at Patterson Avenue and Creekmore Road. The request is to rezone from residential office with proffers to B2 with proffers. I do want to point out that it's currently, the term is B2, and in the zoning rewrite, which will be effective January 1, that term will be changed to neighborhood business. So it's B2, it will become neighborhood business with the zoning rewrite. This is the comprehensive plan. The property is the blue shaded color. This was, it's designated office, no retail, and the property directly to the north of it is the Creekmore subdivision, which is zoned R3. Those properties were developed at the same time. I'm sorry, they were zoned at the same time. The R3 and the RO came in at the same time, and the proposal was to have office buildings on this site. To the west of the property is the golf course, which is designated open space, and you could see the Creekmore, the duplex, triplex development to the east of this property. This is the zoning that shows the RO. We've had 2 zoning cases previously in the last few years on the westernmost property. This is about just under 6 acres, and then this is about 2.5 acres. This is the first proposal that has come through that includes both of these parcels. You can see the aerial of it. The property is wooded. You can see the Creekmore subdivision. It's about 37 lots, and it's completely built out. So the previous applications subject to this property, and again, this is we're only including the western parcel, were included in these zoning cases. In 2008, there was a certificate of approval for 5 office buildings, each limited to 5,000 square feet, which is a requirement of the RO district. And there was a POD that was approvable, but never obtained its final approval because they did not file their bonds. In 2017, we did review a CUP rezoning request for the 6-acre westernmost parcel for a self-storage facility. That request was denied. And then the property to the east of Creekmore Road, which is this property here, there was a proposal for retail development there. It was a B2 district, but they did want to include retail uses, and that was requested, was denied by the zoning, by the Board of Supervisors in 2014, and that's when they revised their decision on that property, and they developed it for a townhouse duplex because it was zoned R3. The proposed development is what I'm going to cover first, and then I'm going to go over what could be done with the existing RO zoning. So the proposed development includes 6 buildings total. 5 of the buildings are 6,000 square feet, and I do want to remind you that the RO district only allows buildings up to 5,000 square feet, and that is really the impetus for this zoning case. They do have an applicant that is looking to locate here, that it would be a medical office, and they need a square footage of 7,200 square feet, and that is why they have
submitted the zoning application. So the total buildings for the 6 buildings would be 37,200 square feet. Do want to be clear that the applicant has proffered that the only use on this property would be professional offices. So no retail uses, no bakeries, nothing like that. Only offices would be allowed with the proffers that are submitted by the applicant. The applicant's also proposing an 80-foot wide vegetative buffer along Creekmore Park subdivision, except for lots 35 and 36, which is a 20-foot landscape buffer. The parking areas are limited to the front and sides of the buildings, and they are showing one entrance on Creekmore and one on Patterson Avenue. What the existing RO zoning would allow would be, as we said, we have on the western parcel, we have a provable POD for 5 buildings. And then on the eastern parcel, we believe that 2 additional buildings and 10,000 square feet could be built. So under the existing RO, they could build about 35,000 square feet. Those proffers also limit the property only to professional offices. With that case, the parking is located in the rear, adjacent to the neighborhood, with a 25-foot buffer and a 7-foot masonry wall. And that proposal also had an entrance on Creekmore and Patterson Avenue. So I'll show you visually what the 2 conceptual plans look like. This first one is what's being proposed with this application. Again, here is the neighborhood directly to the north. These are lots 35 and 36. So there's an 80-foot buffer along the majority of the residential lots here. Drops down to 20 feet against these lots 35 and 36. There's a 20-foot landscape buffer along here, a 10-foot additional landscaped area, and this 80-foot is a tree save area, so they would not be able to go in and clear any of the trees. They could remove diseased or dying trees, but they would not be able to clear it to use anything. All the parking is located on the front of the site. The applicant did make some changes to the application because of staff's current concerns. There was a dumpster location here. They have since relocated the dumpster locations to the parking lot area, which would have that 90-foot setback, 80-foot setback from the neighborhood. And then there was also some additional parking spaces along here, which the applicant also removed. The access is, again, Creekmore here and out on Patterson Avenue here. This is what was approved with the conceptual plan when this property was first zoned. And again, the property was zoned at the same time, the R3 and the RO, by the same applicant. You can see there's the access off of Creekmore and off of Patterson. The layout of the buildings are similar. However, the parking is flipped to the back of the property with a 25-foot buffer and a masonry wall. Did take a look at what's the comparison of RO to the B2 and then the existing case versus the proposed case. So the uses by right that you can do in RO and B2 are RO limits you basically to residential and office. When you get into B2 or our future neighborhood business district, you do introduce some things like banks and beauty parlors and childcare centers and things like that, and some retail uses. However, with both the existing case and this proposed zoning case, both of those cases have a proffer that says only professional offices are allowed. So nothing else on this list, whether it's developed under the existing RO or under the proposed B2, could be used other than professional offices. And it's the same with the CUP uses. So some of the other, just tried to look at what they are. The property setbacks, because it's in the overlay district, they're the same. The side yard setback and the rear yard setback is a little bit less in the B2 compared to the RO. The signage is larger in the B2. You can have a 50 square foot sign instead of a 32 square foot sign. The landscaping standards are similar. However, our current standards that we've adopted with our new zoning ordinance would apply. This property is in the overlay district, so additional landscaping would be required whether it was zoned B2 or RO. With this case, some of the proposal is that the parking areas are to the rear. The largest building would be 7,200 square feet. No outside storage would be permitted. That is in the definition of professional office, so they would not allow to have any outside storage, which is one of the standards in the RO district. No speakers would be allowed, and hours of operation. The applicant did add a proffer just this afternoon that had been handed out to you, and it's on your dais. It's proffer number 9. The RO district did have a restriction on hours of operation that no uses would be open between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m., and the applicant did address that through proffers. This is the elevations that are proposed for the property. The buildings range between 25 and 28 feet tall. You are allowed to go up to 35 feet in the B2 district or neighborhood business district, and then a cupola can extend 6 feet above that. So with these elevations, they're committed to a maximum height of 28 feet to the roof line, and then the cupolas range between 33 and 37 feet tall. However, this site is in the overlay district, and a certificate of approval will be required through the COA process. Community meeting was held back in September. There was about 40 citizens there. Mr. Peterson and Planning Commissioners Roccacelli and Myers also attended. The residents were opposed to the rezoning and had concerns with the access to Creekmore Road. They supported the property remaining RO, and they had concerns with the B2 district setting a precedent along Patterson Avenue. At the Planning Commission meeting, we had significant public turnout. We had 17 letters of opposition were received. A petition with 131 signatures in opposition to the request was provided to the Planning Commission clerk. 30 citizens spoke during the public hearing, and all spoke in opposition. The concerns included spot zoning, traffic, flooding, light pollution, property values, safety, nonconformance with the comprehensive plan, the proposed retention pond, drainage problems, and the potential increase of accidents from the traffic from people making U-turns at that intersection at Creekmore and Patterson Avenue. The board did ask VDOT to look at this issue of the U-turns occurring at that location due to the West Creek traffic, and VDOT did do a study of it and did determine a no U-turn sign was not warranted at this time. However, the Planning Commission did recommend for approval with a 3-2 vote of the zoning case. The proffers that the applicant has provided is, number 1 is the conceptual plan that was shown to you in the presentation. The number 2 is the 80-foot tree safe buffer that separates between the existing neighborhood and the buildings. Additional evergreen screening would be that 10 feet behind the buildings, and the 20 feet enhanced buffer behind lots 35 and 36. Those trees would be 2 rows of evergreens, 10 foot on center, 6 feet tall in height. The parking areas shall be in the front and sides of the building, so they would not be allowed to have any parking in the rear. 50-foot landscape setback along Patterson Avenue. Any buffer, landscaping, or screening shall be provided and maintained by the applicant. The use of the property shall be limited to solely to professional offices, and they reference our zoning ordinance. So I did want to provide a definition of what a professional office is. So it's any room, studio, clinic, suite, or building wherein the primary use is the conduct of a business by professionals, including but not limited to architects, land surveyors, artists, musicians, lawyers, accountants, real estate brokers, insurance agents, dentists or physicians, planners, landscape architects, computer programmers, and other related fields. Veterinarian offices and animal hospitals are excluded from this definition. So these are the only uses, if the board were to approve this case tonight, would be the only types of uses that could occur on this property. 8 and 9 are new proffers since the packet went out. Number 8 provides the elevations that I showed to you in the presentation as a proffered item, and then the hours of operation that mirror the language in the RO of being from, except for emergency for a physician or a dentist, no businesses should be open between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. I'd be happy to answer any questions on this one as well.
Questions for Ms. Hunter? Ms. Collette?
There we go. Okay, so Ms. Hunter, one of the significant reasons for opposition that I've heard is the B2 zoning.
Yes.
And how the difference, well, it's setting a precedent along Patterson Avenue, or I guess anywhere where it's allowed. So my question is, I just want to be sure I'm hearing this very clearly. This applicant is proffering professional offices only.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if you have another piece of property that is zoned RO today, and they wanted to go to a B2, they'd have to go through the whole zoning process. Is that right?
That's correct, and we don't look at just letters on the map. You know, you can see in our presentation, we gave you the history of the property and surrounding properties of what occurred on that property. So it's not just letters. When someone proffers something, it creates its own zoning district. So this property, if it was to be rezoned, wouldn't just be B2 or neighborhood business. It's B2 neighborhood business with these proffers. So it creates its own zoning district. And we would take that into consideration as, you know, adjacent properties are developed.
What do you mean by that? Excuse me.
So if somebody came in for a property to the, you know, east or west of it, and they said, well, they have B2, so I should get B2 for retail, we'd say no, because that property is not just B2 zoned, it's B2 with proffers, and here's the proffers. So it, as Ms. McGee has said many times, would you like to say it again? No zoning case is precedent setting.
Right. And so if another, Mr. Chairman, a follow-up, if another property wanted to rezone B2 with these same proffers, they'd still have to go through the zoning process?
Absolutely, yes.
So it makes no difference whether, okay.
Anytime you do a change of zoning or a change of proffer, it has to go through the same public hearing process from the very beginning, community meeting, planning commission public hearing, board public hearing.
Right. And so this property, if it were to be approved with B2 with the proffers, and they wanted to do some type of retail in there, they would still have to go through a zoning process, is that correct?
Yes. We would not approve any building permit for anything but a professional office on this site.
Right. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm on a roll now.
Keep going, you're on a roll.
So when you had that chart, I don't believe it's in our board packet, but it's fine, where you were comparing the different aspects of the zoning classifications, and you, there just happened to, and I didn't think about this, and I don't think this has been a bone of contention necessarily, but things like the size of signs and those kinds of things. How does this, if this were to be approved, B2 with the proffers, which way would you go on? Would you go with the B2, the larger signs, and those kinds of things?
The property, if the property was rezoned to B2, they would be able to meet the standards of the B2 unless the applicant chose to proffer a smaller size sign.
Okay, so the only thing they're really taking out, the only thing they're really changing is the size of the individual buildings.
Yes.
So they get B2, well.
Well, they're changing the
use.
layout. The layout is different, so the parking's moved from the front to from the back to the front, so the conceptual plan is significantly different.
And the size of
The
the building.
use of the building is the same, but the size of the buildings are larger and the layout is different.
But if I may, Ms. Vascoled, but the unintended consequences, are there any? Are there some things that B2 will allow that RO would not have allowed?
And that's what I tried to show you with, with the chart. The signage was one of the things that had come up. Also, hours of operation came up, which the applicant chose to address today. So those seemed to be the two things that really would make the difference between the RO and the B2.
Are those the only two?
Yes.
I mean, because I haven't really had a chance to look at this.
Looks like it.
Okay. And one more question. At some point, and I think you mentioned it, where there was talk of, we're talking now buffers being trees and tree lines, and undisturbed tree areas, whatever you're calling them. But at one time, there was talk of a brick wall or masonry type wall. Is that totally gone away?
If the property is rezoned with these proffers, it would totally go away.
So there would be no masonry wall?
No.
Okay.
There would be an 80-foot tree save area with a 10-foot buffer adjacent to the buildings.
Behind the buildings? Between the buildings and the development, the housing development? Right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have for right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vascoled. Anyone else? Mr. Lumpkins?
If I heard you correctly earlier, and I'm good at basic math, they could put 7 buildings on this property
Yes, sir.
without rezoning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you reminded me on email that we did recently change business limited District B2 to neighborhood business, as you have on the chart up here. But the statement of intent, section 1, and the uses and structures permitted by right in B2, that has not been changed in recent years, has it?
We updated them with the rewrite, but this is the existing language. We've shortened and clarified them a little bit with the
statement of
rewrite.
intent,
Yes.
We've shortened and clarified that, but have we changed the uses?
No, we did not change any of the uses. So the RO district is really just designed to be residential and office, a transitional use. Neighborhood business, you can do offices, but a little bit of smaller retail, banks, bakeries,
Well, I
coffee
see-
shops, things like
I
that.
see the old statute, we just said, is this?
That is
what-
the existing language
Okay, so
I
but it's a
used.
little- maybe it's a little abbreviated, because
Yes.
like personal services, they say,
Mhm.
in the ordinance, we talk about barber shop, beauty, tailors, but,
Mhm.
okay. But what you're showing us on the screen is current,
Current, yes.
and is that being changed in the ordinance changes?
Just clean up, no
Substantive
significant.
changes to the uses?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. A little more education, but that's helpful, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions from Ms. Howard?
Just one real quick, Mr. Chair. That wall you spoke to, the retaining wall of 7 foot, that's 7 foot above ground?
Yes.
Would there be retaining wall?
So that's only in the existing RO.
Right.
So, yeah, it would be 7 feet above ground, and it would have served as a bit of a retaining wall, yes.
So I'm guessing, I'm trying to envision how tall it would be if there's 7 above ground, then how far down below ground would it go to be a retaining wall as opposed to a visual screen? I
Right.
assume the 7 foot was a visual screen. Is there a
Yes.
retaining feature too, or is that not just? Yeah, this isn't part of the new application.
No,
this
it's
is
part of the
I'm
existing.
just trying to understand the
Yeah.
existing.
It was a pretty substantial structure that would have had to been built,
Okay.
so.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's it, Mr. Chair, for now.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any other questions or?
Not yet.
Okay, would the applicant like to speak on this?
Oh, darn. You remember how to use it, right? That way, and if you want the laser.
Chairman, board members, my name is Darvin Satterwhite, 3013 River Road West. I'm here on behalf of the applicants tonight. Ms. Hunter's done a fairly thorough job. It's somewhat redundant what I have to present to you, but I want to give you a little more detail on some of the points that we have. As she's pointed out, right now it is RO. It is 2 parcels, though, and the one that has been approved for the RO in the past is the one that you see there on the left. As she's pointed out, the other part could also be developed RO, which would give you 7 RO buildings. We're proposing just 6 B2 buildings. So the square footage is not much different there. We do have a total of about 8 acres. What is, I think, significant about the current property and what we can see on this aerial is that the property is heavily wooded. It's mature trees on here. Most of them are oaks and poplars and that type of trees, but it is a densely populated growth of trees there. That is important because if we look at what we have on the current RO plan that was approved back in 2002, I think you will see that there are significant improvements on the layout that we're presenting. And those improvements also give significantly better buffers between the project and Creekmore Park subdivision. So this is the current RO zoning that's approved. We've got the same entrance for both projects on Creekmore Road and on Patterson, so that's really not a significant difference. They're pretty much in the same location. But what is a great difference is that on the RO that's approved, all of the parking is behind the buildings. And as you can see where those that parking is located, it will take out most of all of those trees that you see there except for a small band of about 25 feet right along the rear portion of the property. So it's got this particular existing plan is one that has a very meager buffer, if you will, in between our project and Creekmore Park. Now, this is the same plan that Ms. Hunter showed to you. These are the buildings. We have 5 of them are 6,000 square feet, and only one is 7,200. So we have one fewer, one building site that's less than the existing RO. The buffer that we're putting in place right behind those, remember there was parking back on the other plan. This is no parking in the rear. We're going to put a planted 10-foot wide buffer there. So those trees will be 10 feet on center, planted at 6 feet in height, evergreen. So that will go into place as a buffer. We don't have as significant buffer between lots 35 and 36 of Creekmore Park, so we're putting in a little wider buffer there of 20 foot in width. It would be 2 rows of 10 feet on center, 6 foot high evergreens planted there. Now, in the rear, we have a significant buffer, and this is a great difference between the earlier project, the RO project that now exists, and what we're proposing. Right along here, that is the 80-foot. Those trees stay in place. They do not come down, and they're there in place. We've got another schematic we want to show you from the side as to what that actually does with regard to screening as compared to the present RO. Again, out front, we have the 50-foot landscape buffer. You've got a 125-foot building setback. Again, we're in the overlay district, so the landscaping and the detail of that would go through that particular process. What I've just removed is the dumpster. There was a dumpster up there with additional parking. We did take that away to try to give a little more privacy to those 2 lots in addition to the 20-foot planted buffer that we put into place. Now, this is a side view, and just to have you oriented, you can see at the top, one is pointing toward Patterson Avenue, the other back to Creekmore Park subdivision. And the very top one is showing that tree buffer. Now, what we have, that's pretty much the rear of our property, where you see that rear line there. All right, so there are trees, obviously, on both sides, but what we're going to do on our side, that is the 80-foot tree save buffer. We're not getting into that area. Those are there. They're large trees. They're going to stay there. So that's proffered. That's part of our conceptual plan, part of our proffer. That's the additional planted buffer that I indicated is 10 foot wide. So that will be there as well. And then the bottom sketch is showing the front part of the property with Patterson Avenue again to the right and those setbacks that I described to you. Now, here's the difference between what we're proposing with the 80-foot tree save buffer in the back and what exists on the existing RO. Ours is the top. The existing RO plan is at the bottom. We have what I've just shown you at the top, that 80-foot tree buffer and another 10-foot planted buffer. But if you look at the bottom one, the existing RO plan, it's inferior with regard to its screening. All those trees come down under the existing RO plan because that's where your parking area goes. So they come down. Instead of having an 80-foot wide tree buffer supplemented by another 10-foot wide planted buffer, all you have is a 25-foot wide buffer and a 7-foot wall. Well, the 7-foot wall is really not accomplishing anything as far as screening goes between our project and Creekmore Park. What is happening under the existing plan, if that one were developed, is you get much less buffer and much more visibility between our project and Creekmore Park subdivision. That is not the case with what we're proposing to you tonight. I think it's vastly superior in the screening that we're providing. Right there is where you would have your wall. So you can see, I mean, and all the white area to the right and above that wall that I just dropped in place are all the trees that are gone. So it's simply not a good screening plan under the existing RO zoning as compared to what we're offering in that top view as our proposal. Again, these are we simply took what Ms. Hunter showed you and blew them up, and you've seen that. That's the roof line, of course, goes right there to the top of the roof on both of those. This is would be our largest building, that one building, that's 7,200 square feet, and this would be your typical schematic for the 6,000 square foot buildings. So that would be the highest roof line there, and there you'd have a higher roof line. So those are the same, just a little larger than what she had showed to you earlier. Now, we have significant proffers here. We've tried to address all the concerns that the county staff has brought to our attention. We did add that additional 20-foot wide evergreen buffer for lots 35 and 36 that I showed to you. We removed the dumpster, and there was parking as well, a little closer to lot 35 and 36, so we removed those to try to improve our plan there. We have the tree save buffer. We've used all the language the county has indicated would be suggested, and we've incorporated those into our proffers. We've added number 8 to show the elevations of those buildings, both for the larger 7,201 building that we have, and then for the other 6,000 square foot building. So we have those as part of our proffers. We wanted to try to make this project with the proffers as close to ROs as we could. And to do that we have actually added the very same language that is in the RO zoning ordinance to our hours of operation. So we are bound by the same hours of operation as the RO zone now requires, which you can't operate after 9 p.m. or any earlier than 7 a.m. This language about if it's a doctor's office or a dentist's office and there's some emergency activity, that's not something we added. That's in the RO ordinance as well. So we used we just copied it into our proffer. So we're using that as well. The county staff report does comment on traffic, and when you look at that report, it does tell us that there's not enough traffic there generated at the Creekmore entrance that where you have that crossover to justify a U-turn. So it's not even that much. We're not talking about a traffic light. We're just talking about it's not enough traffic to justify a no U-turn sign. We also have the comment with regard to the fiscal impact that this project would have. It has, to quote from the staff report, would have a sizable private investment in this area, and of course would be providing connections to the Tuckahoe Creek Service District as well. There are a number of misconceptions that have been circulated regarding this project. Some of them we heard several times at the Planning Commission. We've seen different letters and petitions and so forth. But I just wanted to address those because they are important. And I think you may hear some of these tonight. Maybe this will perhaps help that. But one of the comments that we've received is that the zoning's not consistent with the comprehensive plan because the comprehensive plan basically designates this area as office, no retail. And that's true, it does. But that's exactly what our proffers do, because when we put in our proffer number 7 and limit our uses to professional offices, that doesn't allow any retail. So we are perfectly consistent with the comprehensive plan in having office, no retail. That's what our proffers do. One comment on the proffers as well, I know we talked about the zoning as to whether or not the zoning can be changed, but none of these proffers can be changed, not even one of them, without going through the exact same public hearing process that we're going through on this case or any other zoning case. It has to, you typically have your community meeting, you have your planning commission meeting, public hearings there, public comments, board meeting as well. So these proffers are not just something that magically change overnight without public input. They're treated like any other zoning case. And I think that's important to realize with regard to these. This was in the county's presentation, but it is important. Here's your comp plan map. I mean, it's not just, I'm not just saying it, there's their property. It's right there. And all of it's office, no retail. That's what we're doing. The other complaint that we've had about it is that the RO zoning is better. It preserves the intent of the comp plan and saves residential property from potentially adverse uses and avoids spot zoning and all of these other things. But we've essentially taken a B2 use and proffered it pretty much down to RO, the exception being we need buildings that are larger than 5,000 square feet. We've got fewer buildings though. So, and I will address that as well in a minute. So, you know, the reality is what we're providing under our proposal is actually superior to what you've got now as an approved RO zoning with a POD that's for all practical purposes approved. Because what we've got better buffering, we've got much better layout with the parking now taken away from the rear, essentially focused to the front of our buildings or either the side. It is a much better layout for both parking and building. The other thing is, and you'll hear some, and I'm not denying this, I'm sure these people are sincere on saying this, they've had some flooding problems. But one thing that we are providing is what is a far superior stormwater management facility where one otherwise does not exist. Plus the other thing is by taking the parking away from the rear, behind the buildings, where you'd have all that hard surface and water coming off of that. At least we've got natural vegetation in there now. So it is a far superior plan for stormwater runoff as well. The buffers have less impact on adjoining properties. That's why we've tried to do what we've done up at lots 35 and lot 36 of Creekmore Park. You don't get that on the other existing RO proposal. We've matched the existing RO uses. We're professional office, just like they are, and we were basically, preserving this under the proffers we've given you. We've heard this several times. Yeah, but you shouldn't have B2 here because B2's already been denied on this property back in 2014, and properly so, because back then that zoning was B2 zoning with retail uses. You should have turned it down, and it was appropriate, I think, for that to happen. But we don't have the retail. We've eliminated that. We hear that not only the 2014 rezoning denial, but the 2017 application that dealt with the two-story self-storage facility. Well, we don't have a two-story self-storage facility. We don't have any self-storage facility. We're an office park, and we have professional offices, and that's it. That's what the comp plan is asking for in this area. That's what we're providing. So what's the real difference? If you want to look at what's there now and what we are proposing. Well, if you look at it, and this, there are 5 office buildings RO, with 5 of them at 5,000 square feet each is 25,000 square feet. That's on this property, the 5-acre one that's to the west. But if you add to that the 2 buildings for RO that could be put on that eastern tract, that's another 10,000 square feet. Well, even I can do the math on that. That's 35,000 square feet that you could do under the existing proposal. We're doing 37,200. We've got 1 building less, and that's the difference. You're looking at 2,200 square feet more. That's half of a building. So when you hear that, though, this is just radically different, this is just so much more intense, it's not. It just isn't. The numbers don't add up. The proffers help us to show that and to prove that the public is protected with those proffers. The Planning Commission, we had a lengthy public hearing before them. They understood that we don't have retail in here and that it is consistent with the comp plan. They made the standard findings and nothing particularly unique about it, but it is something that is good zoning practice. I think it is. I think it's not only good zoning practice, it's superior zoning and layout than anything that's there at the present. The Planning Commission did recommend approval. It was a 3-2 vote, and we would ask for your favorable consideration as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions for Mr. Satterwhite? No, at this point. How about you, Mr. Lumpkins? Did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Not yet? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any discussion or open the public hearing?
May I ask a question for Ms. Hunter? I pulled up, I couldn't find the actual major thoroughfare plan, but I found the slide deck. And our 2040 MTP calls for a 6-lane divided roadway plus multimodal facility from Hockett Road to the Henrico County line. Was that considered by the staff or the applicant?
There's significant right-of-way in the Patterson Avenue corridor. Generally, there's about 100 feet of right-of-way in that area. So it would probably not need additional right-of-way. I can show you on the map. I'll bring my presentation back up. So you can see, I can't see it on that one. You can see where the right-of-way was granted here. You can see the right-of-way. The roadway is where the black is. And we have right-of-way that would allow for those expansion. Good question, though. Thank you.
Any other questions at this time? If not, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak in support or opposition to this application, please come forward, state your name, address, and keep your comments to about 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mike Barber, 280 Creekmore Place. My apologies to begin with. I'm not quite an elegant speaker as Mr. Satterwhite is, but he's addressed some of our concerns as well, but I'd still like to read this petition against the rezoning application of RZ 2019-00009. As concerned citizens and homeowners of Goochland County, we, the undersigned, are expressing our strong opposition to the zoning application RZ 2019-0009 submitted by JSC Family LLC, Medical Development Ventures LLC, that seeks to rezone property owned by Creekmore Group LLC and Michael and Laura Fields on Patterson Avenue and Creekmore Road from RO to B2. As Mr. Satterwhite brought out, the proposed zoning is not consistent with the Goochland County 2035 Comprehensive Plan, which designates the property as office, no retail. The designation specifically states that uses should have minimal impacts on adjoining properties, that this classification generally corresponds to the RO zoning district. RO zoning preserves the intent of the plan's designation with the protection of the integrity of residential property and uses from potentially adverse effects of adjoining development. The proposed spot zoning and development offer no such protection. In fact, they would not they would inflict significant adverse effects upon adjoining and neighboring properties. The B2 zoning request on adjacent property in 2014 was denied, and the B1 zoning request submitted in 2017 for a larger portion of the current property was recommended for denial by the Planning Commission prior to withdrawal of the application. There have been no changes to the immediate area that would warrant or justify the requested spot zoning of this property. I have signatures, 285 total signatures from Creekmore, the subdivisions of Creekmore Park, Creekmore Place, Creekmore Road, the park, members of Richmond Country Club, residents of surrounding Richmond Country Club properties, and River Road South. And I'll submit this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barber.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for hearing all of us this evening. My name is Peter Yaffe. I live at 405 Regina Lane. This is our third go-around. We're meeting too often here. But a trend has revealed itself to me, and that's that we frequently refer to the comprehensive plan as a guide. It's a greater vision set out by people over the years as to the proper use and providing this transition zone into what is a beautiful county, a wonderful place to live. The plan is designed to realize the goal of keeping that rural feel while also growing economically. And it plans for that harmonious existence of residential communities by providing these transition zones. Members of, or homeowners in Creekmore Park and Creekmore Place purchased their homes based on this premise and believed that the county would stay the course on the plan, and I'm opposed to this. I can't state that strongly enough, but obviously we heard from Mr. Satterwhite at the Planning Commission meeting, and during that meeting, as well as this evening, The applicants have professed their proposal calling for 6 buildings, one, as we've heard, at 7,200 square feet, and 5 at 6,000 square feet is an inconsequential change. They give the impression that, hey, if we just get in the ballpark, Board of Supervisors, rubber stamp it. We've proffered out everything. But I think it goes far beyond that. The size, approximately 24,000 or 24% greater than the 5,000 square foot max. Furthermore, this applicant, through this filing, can achieve their goal without asking for rezoning. And that request, in my opinion, is unjustified special treatment for the applicant, and it subverts the rights and undermines adjoining property owners. And it's really asking all of you to push aside that vision of the comprehensive plan and approve their plan. And they have their arguments and positions that this is vastly superior. We see the previous plan, just with the 5.8 acres, shows egress and ingress off of Creekmore, which was not approved. They said doesn't even include that 2.3 acres. And for anyone who doesn't live in that area to present themselves as an expert, how it doesn't significantly increase traffic, there's no detrimental effect, come on by our neighborhood some evening. Take a look. You'll see a plan of this scale does impact that. So in closing, if the difference really isn't that great, then why not follow the vision of the comprehensive plan with the restrictions of RO and ask the one single prospective tenant to live within the confines of that plan, not 7,200 square feet and not 5 other buildings of 6,000. So again, I respectfully ask for the board's denial of this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yaffe.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Steve Dowdy, live at 639 Monacan Drive. That's located behind Richmond Country Club. The presentation given on behalf of the applicant tonight raised numerous questions, and I'd like to focus on just one of those. In reality, that plan never received final approval, and no bond was posted to seal that agreement, as Ms. Hunter said earlier. Mr. Satterwhite would have us believe that they are changing an approved plan of development and just adding additional square footage. This is not the case. The ingress and egress shown in the 2005 plan that was shared with us tonight violates RO zoning in that egress and ingress is into a residential area. So the original plan, which was never approved, could not have been approved for that reason. If a new RO came through, we would go back through the planning stage again, not necessarily restricted to the plan from 2005 that was never finally approved. And in addition, as you have heard many times tonight, the zoning, the B2 zoning, violates the agreement in the comprehensive plan and is done only to increase the property value for the developer. Secondly, tonight I'd like to ask you to view this case from 30,000 square feet. And let's not get lost in all of the weeds. The case is not just about the 8 acres where the buildings are to be built, but is a much bigger question of what is going to happen to Route 6, Patterson Avenue, west of 288. That's the real question that's on the table tonight. And I'd like to ask you, do you envision another Centerville on Patterson Avenue? Do you see banks, used car lots, drive-ins? Are they the things that will occur once business zoning is approved west of 288? Or there's another alternative. Do you prefer to maintain Patterson Avenue, which is a gateway into Goochland County, as a scenic byway with additional high-quality residential development similar to that in the park, similar to that that's in the Creekmore development. That development agrees with the R0 comprehensive plan and is in accordance with the residents that already live there that we've heard from tonight, 285 signatures who do not agree with that plan. I think this is a very significant thing. I think that development of Patterson Avenue is going to be a big issue in Goochland County, and I believe once you start business development there, that it will become a campaign issue for the Board of Supervisors of what are we going to do with Patterson Avenue? How's it going to look? What's going to be put there? I urge you tonight to take the long view and say, we want Patterson Avenue to remain a residential gateway into our county, and that all Goochlanders can be proud of what they see when they enter Goochland on Route 6. I ask you to deny the business rezoning for those 8 acres. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dowdy.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jim Blow. I live at 281 Creekmore Place. So during the community meeting with the developer, the reason the first iteration of the current project proposed 2 9,000 square foot buildings, 2 7,200 square foot buildings, and 1 5,400 square foot building was because the client needed the buildings to have contiguous square footage inside the buildings to accommodate the business. But then the requirements dramatically changed just prior to the Planning Commission meeting to 5 6,000 square foot buildings and 1 7,200 square foot building. So what changed between the two meetings? So is there only one sure client who wants a 7,200 square foot building and all the other buildings are speculative? So if the county is not willing to change to B2 when a large storage business wanted additional square footage, why would one capitulate to a single business who's requesting 2,200 square foot more than the RO allows? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thanks for hearing us out. We know you guys have had a long day today, so we really appreciate you hearing the public hearing today. My name is Larry Hand. I reside at 304 Victoria Way, which is lot 35 on the map there. For us, one of the questions that I have is why would we, approve this when, the plan, when you have West Creek a quarter mile down the hill that's definitely suited and already zoned for these types of businesses and this type of work. So that's kind of one of the things that I keep pondering is why not use that facility. And what you've heard from Mr. Satterwhite throughout his presentation was the conceptual plan. We hear about the conceptual plan in 2002 and how there was a road that came in there, and Mr. Dowdy, reiterate the fact that if it's remained R0, you can't have that road in there anyway, it wouldn't be approved. And that the new plan is far superior. Well, take the conceptual plan, flip the parking lot, put it in the front. You got R0, you got the same plan. Why would you need to change it to B2? The reason you need to change it to B2, they need bigger buildings, right? They need more space, is what they need. So perhaps they're looking, at the wrong property. In 2002, when we did the conceptual plan, I know a lot changes in 17 years, right? It took 17 years to get the whole community developed. So we've got a nice community, fully developed now with everyone in that property. And now we want to make a change to B2. I think it's pretty convenient, and now that the properties are all sold, that the owner of the property now wants to change it to B2 so it makes it more marketable for him to sell the property, right? So basically what he's doing is transitioning the burden of him owning that property to us by changing it to B2, and we ask you not to allow that to happen. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hand.
Good evening, and thanks for hearing us. My name is Jerry Hawk, 274 Creekmore Place. Had a lot of things to learn that I've learned tonight. Ms. Hunter really kind of gave us a great education on the entire thing, and I do appreciate that. I guess many of you may or may not be business people, but if you are a business person and you develop a piece of property that has one client so far who needs a 7,200 square foot building, and then you have 5 buildings that are 6,000 square foot each, how long will you let them sit empty before you can fill them? Probably not very long. I would suggest that if there's not a lot of people knocking on the doors for those 6,000 square foot buildings, the developer will be here with Mr. Satterwhite, hat in hand, looking to change those proffers. Because proffers can be changed. I believe we learned that in the H.H. Hunt presentation earlier, that it didn't take long to change that proffer. So, now let me get to my real presentation. You may be familiar with the term Hail Mary in the game of football, right? That's the play that's usually used in the final moments of the game when there's a long yardage to go and no other play will be good enough to make the score and win the game. What happens is the quarterback lofts the ball high into the heavens and prays that the ball comes down into his receiver's hands and the score is made and the game is won. Another name for the Hail Mary play is the do or die play. Most of the people in attendance tonight feel that this is our Hail Mary pass to you, because this evening could decide the fate of the rural landscape on Patterson Avenue and River Road West. We hope you can appreciate the fear that we face should this application be approved, that the onslaught of businesses littering the edges of our beautiful scenic byway will begin. You will hear many excellent reasons in opposition to the proposed application this evening, and you will sense heartfelt emotion. We also hope you can appreciate the devastation and outrage all of us will feel if our efforts go unheeded. But the clock is ticking, and we can see you far down the field getting close to the goal line. So get ready, because we've lobbed that pass, and it's on its way to you. That's our Hail Mary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawk.
Okay, my name is Cindy Attia. I live at 422 Regina Lane. My name is Cindy Attia. I live at 422 Regina Lane. I would like to cede my time to Wes, if I can.
To him?
To him, that one.
Hi, my name is Anita Green. I live at 401 Regina Lane. I also would like to cede my time to him. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Wes Attia at 422 Regina Lane, and the two ladies before me opposed this as well. I want to take you on a little bit of a little magic carpet ride into the future and kind of look at Patterson Avenue and Route 6 and what the future of that road will look like. I know that you do one case, it doesn't set precedent for future cases, but it does set a foundation. It's like trying to turn the handle on a jar that's really tight. You do it, and you bang on it, and then finally you hand it to your partner, it opens right up. The last time Darvin was here, the Planning Commission, and he came to the Planning Commission in 2017, he said this property's best use was for a storage facility. And now it's for this. So what he's looking to try to do is basically show that it can be changed to RO with keeping the B2 or making it a B2 status. The B2 status is the key here, because eventually down the road, take a look at your screen, that's the property we're talking about. What's going to happen is properties around it and adjacent, that property right there is actually owned by one of the co-owners of this particular property, which he can easily go across the street, come to you, and ask for a rezoning. All these properties along Patterson Avenue will change over time. I lived in Richmond. I lived in Henrico County, and I'm a resident of Goshen, and I'm proud of it. I've been here for 50 years, and I've seen smart growth, and I've seen stupid growth. And there's a lot of that that's happened in the western part of Henrico County, and a lot of it happened in Chesterfield. The roads are not adequate enough to support the developments in Chesterfield County. As you continue to watch, all this is going to turn red because a lot of these owners are going to come to you and look for either B1 or B2 zoning. Unfortunately, that happens to be the country club. And as it continues to go west towards Luckstone, the biggest two properties right there is actually surrounded by an RO zoning, Denton Hill. It keeps going, and it's right there. You get to the park, right there at Park. I think one of our residents is there. If you look at this map, Centerville is on the top. That's Route 250. If you look at the bottom, that's what Mannequin looks like right now. Well, Centerville on the top, Mannequinville on the bottom. That's 288 to Luckstone. That's what the future is going to look like. And unfortunately, it's in the hands right now. The future is now. If you look at the current zonings for RO properties in the county, there's 46 of them. A lot of them are clustered right down here near us, where we're talking about right now, and then a lot of them are up at 522 and Route 6. There's only 12 B2 zone properties in the county, 12. So obviously, B2 must not be a very popular zone, because obviously you're changing it in the next year. This is the biggest one that has concerns because it's surrounded by an RO property. But this here two A1 properties is Deaton Hill, which is literally right across the street from us. This is where we are here, and this is all Deaton Hill right here. And Luckstone is right here. Prime real estate for whatever you want to have right there. This is River Road West near Cedar Hills and Bay Hill Lane. This is an RO property. And this is the rest of the RO properties, all surrounded by single-family homes and then businesses and schools on the other side. This right here is an RO property owned by the county. It's over 67,000 square feet, but it's actually two buildings joined by a breezeway, which allows it to get away with an RO zoning of 5,000 square feet max. That was not proffered in. That just happens to be two separate buildings that are now classified as 67,000 square feet. All these are RO properties right here. These are RO properties. Again, River Road, Route 6, and River Road West at Goochland Historic Society, and all these right here. And then these are right at 288, just east of 288 on Route 6. As you can see, RO properties are very popular. Route 250, there's an RO property. And then Route 6, west of 288, there's one RO property. And then you can see R2 right here. There's one right here, which is owned by University of Richmond. And then several over near the driving range in that area. Now let's go to the B2. That was 4 slides of RO property. I couldn't fit them all on one slide. If I did, you wouldn't be able to see them. But all the B2s I can put on one slide. This is the Farm Bureau on 522. This is Route 621 and the fire station at Route 6. This right here is Bellevue Gardens Medical LLC on 250. That's odd. That's a B2 property, which is what the applicant wants here. And it's actually right down the street from a lot of medical offices and the new children's hospital. And this is all B2 right here at Route 6 and 522. I hope that you will take this in consideration, and I hope you will look into the future and see what Route 6 will look like if you approve this plan to go to B2. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tia.
Good evening. My name is Susan Rukas. I live at 28 Cobblestone Circle, property just west of this property that we're looking at. There are a lot of people opposed to this rezoning, and my concern is that one of the property owners is a former planning commission member. And with all this opposition, if you all approve this, it might appear that you're giving a former colleague special priority for financial gain. And I just think it would look really bad. And it's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruckus.
Hello, my name is Cherie Lane. I live at 409 Regina Lane. I was very nervous when I spoke to the Planning Commission, and don't get me wrong, I'm nervous now. There's something about standing here that does it. But I'm more than nervous tonight. I'm really scared, and I'm a little bit upset too. And the reason why I am, we invested a lot of our money in our home when we purchased it in 2015. But we did our due diligence. We looked at the 2035 comprehensive plan before we purchased. We were 100% fine with the zoning being RO because we knew that the RO zoning would protect our home values. Well, I fully understood when I bought my home that one day there would be something built on that property. And again, we're absolutely fine with that. We understand that there'll be office buildings, but why does the zoning have to be changed? Protect us. We bought in there, and the subdivision is completely built out. And we're just standing here, and I'd like to ask you guys, does anyone have R2 in your backyard? Or B2, I'm sorry, B2, I'm nervous, I can't help it. B2, but seriously, do you have it in your backyard? And if you don't, if you had RO and you did your due diligence and you spent over $500,000 on a home, would you want someone to come in and change that that's going to affect your property value? I don't, and none of us do. We're fine if you keep it RO, and if there's going to be office buildings, we know that's going to happen. And all of us, when we bought, we were fine with that. And that's what we want to keep it that way. We want you to stay with the 2035 comprehensive plan because it's not just a guide. If you pass this, it's only in the best interest for one landowner. It's not in the best interest for the rest of us. So please do your job, represent the people of Goochland County and not just that one landowner. Your constituents are all here tonight. Please listen to us and represent us. That's all we're asking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lane.
Good evening. My name is Louise Gervin, and I live at 416 Regina Lane in Creekmore Park. I too stand in opposition to this rezoning request. The residents of your respective districts elected each of you to serve on this board. However, when you come together as one body, you serve all the residents of the county. The comprehensive plan serves as your guide. It also serves as protection to all of us who live in the county. As stated in the comprehensive plan, future land use for this parcel corresponds to RO zoning, not B2. Since Route 6, west of Route 288, is the gateway to rural Goochland in this part of the county, development along this corridor should be carefully implemented, and the RO zoning offers the best protection. Development plans that need B zoning need only locate a short distance away to one of the many areas of the county already designated for such development. As you can see on the slide that's on behind you here, and you're well aware of it, but we're talking about this parcel right here. As you can see, it is totally surrounded by R zones, R3 mostly. And in fact, I better keep on script here or I'll get lost. In fact, all land bordering Route 6 between West Creek and all the way out to Route 621 is, including this parcel, is either zoned R or A. There is no B zoning along this 1.5 mile stretch from 288 out to 261 north and south of Route 6. And so approving this request would be a prime example of spot zoning as it fits the definition precisely to place a small area of land in a different zone from that of neighboring property. At last month's Planning Commission, as you've heard before, 131 residents of the county expressed their opposition to this rezoning request by signing a petition, and 41 of them either spoke to or submitted letters in opposition. Not one person, other than the applicant's attorney, spoke in favor of it. And as you can see tonight, a similar situation is unfolding. I do want to say one thing that I had not planned to say, but based on what Mr. Satterwhite said. Contrary to what he said, the choice does not have to be this plan or the plan that was approved prior. Other than reducing the size of the buildings, everything proposed in this plan can be done on the existing RO zoning that we all feel protects us much more than spot zoning this to B2. I urge you to listen to the residents you were elected to serve, adhere to the goals of the comprehensive plan, and vote to deny this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gervin. I'd like to ask a question. How many more people plan to speak? Okay, since that's the case, we're going to take a quick break. I've had 3 bottles of water. So we'll be right back. 5 minutes? 5 minutes, good?
My name's Jenny Peritano. I live at 313 Victoria Way in Creekmore Park. So please excuse me if I don't make eye contact. My heart is beating. I'm a terrible public speaker.
I think I hear it.
You do? Yeah, I'm sure you do. But I think what I have to say is important, so I'm getting over my fear and just doing it. So I believe the sensible solution to this rezoning request, the solution that protects the Goochland citizens the most, would be for the applicant to just decrease the square footage of that 7,200 square foot building so that they're in compliance with the zoning requirements of RO. That, to me, would be the proper compromise. Just reduce the square footage a little. It's, like he said, it's not that much bigger, so just reduce it. The disruptive solution would be if you approve this request for rezoning and ignore the nearly 300 citizens you've heard from in the petition and here tonight. Okay, sorry. I relied partly on the comprehensive plan to make a sensible investment. I understand the plan is not binding. However, I did feel confident enough in Goochland County that if zoning would be changed, it would be for a very, very significant reason, and I just don't think an increase of square footage is that significant of a reason to change the rezoning that we all kind of depended on, or did depend on, when we bought there. The proffers do not make this deal feel more comfortable. I know it might feel that way, but they really don't. If the zoning can be changed so easily, then so can the proffers. We just saw a proffer amendment a little while ago. You have around 300 Goochland citizens coming forward to say they're against this rezoning. So it would seem really strange that you would vote for this. If this rezoning is approved, then I'd say your decision is not in the best interest of the Goochland County citizens. Thank you for listening and putting up with my nervousness. I also have a letter from a neighbor. Do I just hand that in?
Please do. Thank you. Now, our EMS chief is in the back if you need.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Larry Gervin, and I live at 416 Regina Lane in Creekmore Park. I also stand before you opposing the rezoning request. I have some of my notes here, but I really do want to address something that has been focused on tonight. And I'm not here to argue whether the tree buffer is better than the wall buffer. But I spent the morning and afternoon cleaning up all the leaves that have come down on my yard. I can look up in my backyard and I can look straight to to Route 6. I can see and hear the traffic on Route 6. Why? The buffer quality has been greatly diminished. There's no leaves. The wall that was promised to me, I'm the first occupied home. Carlos and John Shellhorse convinced me that that wall was a very good quality wall. Cinder block core, strong, brick veneer. Guess what? It's not made out of leaves. It is a visual and audible screen 365 days a year. It also provided a block to be able to direct water to a retention. So again, I'm not the expert on buffering, but I do know that about 3 or 4 months, it's not very effective in visual or sound. The wall was. What I would like to really address as part of my comments is that I believe the applicant's conceptual plan can be accommodated with the RO zone rather than using the B2. The larger building, the 7,200, could be redesigned to fit RO by having 2 smaller buildings closely located. I personally currently use 3 medical practices that effectively use this design. They have conditioned crossways between the 2 buildings. And I go to these facilities probably twice a year. It's not a big deal. I'm also concerned with the proffers the proffers are going to give them 37,200 square feet. We've already witnessed proffers can be changed when they're minor. Guess what? 1 building at 72, 2 or 3 buildings at 72 would be about a 5% increase in the total square footage. And the B2 zoning, I've seen it sail through because it's a minor change, 5%. So we have now 3 larger buildings. But let me just also point out a concern that the traffic situation. It's been represented by the applicant's lawyer that it is what it is, I think is the terms he used at the Planning Commission. What the VDOT study did was only the U-turn. I think I've been told, I have been told by your staff that you're well aware of the seriousness of the problem at Creekmore Road and Route 6. We've had 2 accidents. I almost was the 3rd last month. If you want to come and visit us between 5 and 6 and try to make a left turn at Route 6, you better have pretty aggressive driving techniques, because otherwise you're going to sit there for 3 or 4, about 15 minutes. I was there backed up for lines. I was 6th in line to try to get to Patterson Avenue. It seems to me that Commonwealth of Virginia in 1966 passed a scenic highway byway law, and it gave preference to corridors that were throughout the state that were controlled by local zoning to protect the natural beauty of the countryside. This stretch of Route 6 in front of this property is part of that designation, and I'm sure Goochland is very proud to have received that designation. In summary, I think there's a few things that convince me that RO is the right zoning. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan and provides the proper protection to the residential communities that surround it. With a few design changes, it can be done with RO zoning. It offers the best protection for the slippery slope. I know you said that doesn't happen, but I'm not convinced of that. And it also provides the preservation of the scenic highway. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hi there. Thanks for hanging in there. I'm Bruce Corrali. I live at 411 Regina Lane. My observation is that the developer should go back to the drawing board, keep it RO. There's no reason why they can't design smaller buildings with breezeways. It's done all the time. Have a beautiful breezeway. I'd love to be in there, going there myself. But I was told early on in this whole process that it was B2 or nothing. We're going for it. You know, it's an aggressive stance, and that's not fair. That's not in the best light of Goochland County. Why would you be so aggressive like that? Why not acquiesce and look at the whole plan and just redesign it? It could be easily done. I was a chemical engineer at one point, and I know how that stuff goes. It can be done very easily. The other thing is the traffic, and I know that's not the major point here, but if you do the math and you see that the whole thing's built out, if you allow 75 parking spots for the employees and you designate the rest for, say, patients, let's say the whole thing was built out for docs, you would have 1,400 vehicles going in and out of that every day. If you assume that a patient would be in and out in 1 hour, which is pretty reasonable. Some wouldn't need that long, but on average it might be that. I would assume that 1,400 cars in that area, with some emptying out onto Creekmore Road, would be somewhat of a catastrophe. If it were me and I was looking at this plan, one thing I would require from any developer would be to allot some money to help with the cost of a traffic light. I know traffic lights are very expensive. The one down by Hope Church was put in. I know that was very expensive. But I would require something along those lines if it got developed. And we're not opposed to development. Nobody is. The plan they put up is okay, but it's the rezoning and this aggressive attitude that bothers me a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gordon McGill. I live at 418 Regina Lane. I'm realizing we could have helped our cause here if we'd worn big orange stickers saying RO saves property values. So maybe we can make some out of that. Real quickly, my family moved to Goochland, the Creekmore Park subdivision 3 years ago. We left behind urban sprawl of Short Pump. We lived in the heart of Short Pump for 17 years and watched farmland after stretches very similar to Patterson today get developed and rezoned and all that stuff. And I don't want to see that happen to Patterson Avenue. I fear, like everybody else has said, that the floodgates will open with an approval to B2 for this property and this land. So I encourage you, I respectfully ask for you to stay true to the comprehensive plan and not approve this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Bill Fernall. I live at 404 Regina Lane. I do ask you to reject this spot zoning, and I had a whole bunch of reasons that I was going to give you. Most of them have already been covered. Mr. Satterwhite and VDOT assume we don't have a traffic problem. About 3 weeks ago, I had to take my granddaughter. She had an after-school activity. I had to take her home. I went by our development about 5:30. There were about 20 cars waiting to make a U-turn to go south on 288. I also had to go by a friend's house to drop something off in Kenlock. So I said, well, I'll go there first, because she lived off of Mannequin Road. When I turned on to Hockett Road, that was about a half to 3/4 of a mile of traffic backed up, trying to turn left on Patterson Avenue. So I go up Kenlock, take my granddaughter home. I wouldn't have done this for anybody but her. Maybe my wife, but anyway. I dropped her off. When I got back on Mannequin Road, there were about a dozen cars there waiting to turn left on Patterson Avenue. I finally got on Patterson Avenue. The traffic to get on 288 going south was backed up to Richmond Country Club. I wish there was a VDOT guy here tonight to hear this too. We have a problem. And like was just said, with all this additional cars coming in and out of there, and it's just a small, narrow country road. It's not developed for this type of traffic. I don't go out at 5:30. Like I say, I only did it for the granddaughter. I just don't take my life into my own hands. And I respect that y'all would reject this, and we've got West Creek for this type of activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fernald.
Good evening. My name's Cindy Peck. I live at 417 Regina Lane. B2 zoning opens up the possibility for all the uses and structures permitted by right, as well as the CUPs, despite any proffers that are attached to the rezoning. Proffers, as you've seen, are far easier to change than zoning is. And while the Commonwealth doesn't restrict localities from holding public hearings for proffer changes, it does not require them either. Of course, the proper change tonight took exactly 5 minutes. I timed it. It was 8 minutes at the Planning Commission. You were a little more efficient. And it's been hard to keep up with the proper changes. So many have come in since this application was submitted. And like while we're immersed in the minutia, we lose sight of the big picture. The subterfuge of juggling proposed building sizes to just over the RO zoning requirements, not to mention the changing proffers, and in addition to implying that a plan of development had been approved when it was not. And so when you're comparing, oh, this new plan is superior, there has never been an approved plan. But even if there were, according to your section 18.8, they expire after 5 years if no building permit has been obtained for that project. So that whole thing's off the table. Nothing has ever been approved. The benefits of development should be equitable according to the comprehensive plan. But the owners of the property, Creekmore Group and Mike and Laura Fields, would be the true beneficiaries of B2 zoning. This upzoning is necessary for the property to sell. This would create a windfall for literally a handful of people at the expense of many others. The owner and applicants are seeking preference from you tonight by asking for approval of their spot zoning request. We are not seeking preference, but we are seeking fairness. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
It's PAC.
Oh, back.
P-E-C-H-T.
P-E-C-H-T, got it.
I think I can hit it. I'm Florence Fernald. I live at 404 Regina Lane. And we have sat through this, and last time, Mr. Satterwhite had the last word. And he said everything against what we had said. So tonight, I don't know if I'm going to have the last word or not, but I just want you all to listen to us. We're citizens, and we deserve just as much listening as he spent 30 minutes almost telling you all the wonderful things that this developer was going to do. Well, when we first met at the fire station, I think Mr. Peterson was there, and we said to the developer, why can't you change? Why do you have, oh, I can't do anything. I can't do anything. We've got to do this plan. Well, I think the developer and this group needs to back up, and you all need to give them a little time, deny the B2, and let them come up with another plan. then that would help us, it would make you all look good, and the developer could still get something on that property as RO. So I hope this will end it so we can all go home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Keith Clark, and I live at 417 Regina Lane in Creekmore Park, and I'm opposed to this rezoning request before you tonight. Zoning can be very complex, but this case tonight actually is very simple. Zoning is intended to protect the community, to prevent chaotic, helter-skelter spot zoning at the whim of a financially motivated owner and to the detriment of the health, safety, and welfare of the greater community as a whole. At the recent Planning Commission public hearing, at least 30 residents spoke in opposition to this rezoning, this spot zoning. Their remarks were supplemented by several letters and a petition signed, which has been presented again tonight, by numerous residents. Then after that, one attorney representing one client spoke in favor. No one else at all spoke in favor of the rezoning. After the public hearing was closed, the chair at that time very correctly recognized this request as spot zoning. However, unfortunately, a motion to approve was passed that night. During their discussion at the Planning Commission meeting, actually a member stated, let's pass this on to the board. Let them sort it out. So now, after that, finally, I implore you, the board, to make the right decision tonight, to maintain our faith and our investment in Goochland County and its future. A future for the benefit of its residents, my neighbors and your neighbors, by rejecting this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Mr. Chairman, board members, my name is Mitchell Sneed. I live at 427 Regina Lane in Creekmore Park, if you can believe that. I'm against the B2 zoning. I'm not against the RO zoning. I'm not against a plan to build office buildings on that property. I think the RO zoning is going to protect my value of my home and my neighbor's home, and I would like to see you guys see that the same way. I don't know why 2,200 square feet can't be accommodated by you guys or the Planning Commission or these guys getting rid of 2,200 square feet. Seems like a small thing for all of us to be probably missing a good TV show. The other thing that bothers me is I think this is going to decrease my property value quite a bit if it's B2. I don't think the RO will bother it. And the other thing is a bit personal. The 80-foot buffer does not cover the entire property line. If you look at the very last house, that's my house. And I'm going to be looking out, and my granddaughters are going to be wanting to go play in that BP pond that has no buffer between my house and the pond at all. I think that'll be, if I try to sell that property down the road, I think that'll greatly impact the sale value. And I don't think your assessors are going to reduce my tax burden. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and other board members. My name is Keith Walden. I live at 309 Victoria Way. I'm in agreement with my neighbors that I think it should stay R0 for protection of our neighborhood. I was trying to think when I came up here of my talking points. I've been on the road all day today, so I'm like y'all very tired. But I was taking a few notes when Mr. Satterwhite was talking and all. And as was mentioned before, the traffic, I've been at Creekmore for over 12 years. And the traffic has changed since Capital One built their buildings in West Creek and all around the area, like it was mentioned. It has definitely changed, and it will probably continue to change as development in West Creek goes on. So I looked at the county really needs to take a look at that. As far as for us, Creekmore and Creekmore Village has a tax base of over $25 million right now. And as my neighbor just said, we're all concerned about what's going to happen with our properties as time goes on. We have, with this development, my real concern from an everyday standpoint is the drainage pond that he talks about that will hold all this water. And 2 years ago, we had a storm that came through that actually turned our neighborhood into a raging river. And people had water to come into their garages, and one of our neighbors, it looked like there was Class 2 rapids in front of his house. So putting all this asphalt, creating all these parking spaces is going to create a water runoff issue that I don't think at times a retention pond is going to hold. So I hope that the county will take a very good look at if this does go forth in some form, whether now or later, to ensure that that additional water does not pass through our neighborhood. The other is the hill and the screening. Creekmore is down at the bottom, and there's a hill that goes up, and I have neighbors whose houses sit higher than when I look out, it's higher than eye level where their houses are. So if this community is going up above that, this office development, and with whatever they do, again, I look, it's going to impact, because we're going to be able to see, I don't care whether 80 feet of trees are left or whatever, it's going to make an impact in what the neighborhood looks like compared to now. And so anyway, one of the things I got out of what everybody said, I hope y'all do give a look at what Goochland is going to look at and don't change its character and the nature of what it is. It's a beautiful drive when you leave Henrico and the McDonald's and you start going out, and especially once you pass 288. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walden.
All right, sorry. I tried to hold out, but last but not least. I'm Karen Kennedy, 420 Regina Lane, Lot 25. And I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Basically, I opposed a rezoning request, and you've heard all the reasons. But, you know, I was here earlier, sat through the Second Amendment discussion, and it was very interesting, to say the least. And I really honed in on the discussion around sanctuary and everybody's different interpretation of what that word meant. And it really made me think about this, because I'm Lot 25, and right now I border RO, residential office. Now, if I go to sell my house somewhere in the future, and you change it to B2, business, limited, or neighborhood business, now it has business into it. And I just know with future buyers, because I was one of them one time, and I really honed in on residential office. I wanted to be certain that businesses couldn't be there. That is what could affect the sale of my home. Because I can see someone not reading about with these pro offers, but just seeing business. So thank you very much for your time. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
Good evening. My name is James Dudley. I live at 421 Regina Lane. My wife Lisa is here with me tonight. My comments will be brief, but I would like to ask everyone in the audience who's in opposition to this change to please stand, because not all of our neighbors are going to talk. But my house on the is located on the empty lot closest to the cul-de-sac on Regina Lane. It's shown as an empty lot. But rest assured, with what I paid in taxes this last go-around, there's a house on it. But my wife and I have been looking for the past 5 years. We lived in Short Pump for 22 years, and we knew that we wanted to relocate as our children graduated from high school. And about 5 years ago, we started literally looking for homes. And we kept coming back to Goochland County. And what we like the rural aspect of Goochland County. We like the people that live in Goochland County. And we settled on Creekmore Park. And we decided, my wife and I decided that that's where we wanted to make our home. And we based that on several decisions. And part of it was the zoning around that area, having RO. And so, you know, what I will tell you as one of the newest residents of Creekmore Park, that this change isn't in keeping with what we based our decision on to buy a house. And we feel like that it will impact our investment going forward in the future. And we'd like to see the Board of Supervisors keep with the comprehensive plan and keep it RO. Earlier tonight, Mr. Alvarez made a statement that Goochland County is one of the best managed counties in the country. So that's you know, please keep in mind that let's keep this a great county and keep the zoning as it was intended, especially in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dudley.
Hello, my name is John Tuning. I live at 330 Ryefield Road. I'm not in Creekmore. I've been out there for 33 years. Much like some of the other gentlemen that have spoken, the people that have spoken tonight, I don't think many of us moved out here to be in another West End neighborhood. I've seen boards of supervisors come and go. I will applaud this Board of Supervisors, for the decision you made tonight earlier, but for the financial responsibility you brought to the county. It really was night and day. The boys that were here before, not so good, but they held the line on the rural nature of the county. I want both. I want a healthy county and I want a rural county. Why can't we have that? When I came here 33 years ago, the comprehensive plan was a good one, but it didn't call for a high school nor an interstate highway to be coming by me. I'm, I guess, on the western part of River Road, just west of 288. Now, I took a petition around and got 14 of our neighbors to sign it, but we're in a more rural area, protected fairly well. And I must say that they signed that under the idea that the rezoning was going to create retail in the area. And I see it's been proffered out now. So I can't tell you that their 14 signatures are as solid. But I will say that it's my encouragement for the county to hold the line on this comprehensive plan. It is a good one. I mean, the village concept, West Creek, it's a good plan. Too often I have seen over the years we buckle holding the line on this comprehensive plan. I mean, just recently, Pruitt got to get the setback brought back in on West Creek, and a lot of the board members couldn't remember why the setback was so far for the rural nature and preservation of the county. Let's set a line here and not play games with all of these proffers and back and forth, because we see how those things change. Let's make a statement that we are going to keep this county beautiful. I mean, right now there's fallout on Patterson Avenue. As you put the stoplights in, people divert and go down River Road to get into town rather than Patterson because it's a hassle, and the trucks like that too. And this U-turn business is very real, and the traffic getting out on Patterson to go into town is very real. These things ought to be settled before more development takes place. So I look at your job as one to represent the people that are here and not the developers that are tantalizing us with their income. And I hope that the county has not become dependent budgetarily on the growth that I see in the county. We need a sustainable budget, not based on growth. And if we have growth, proper growth in the proper areas, so be it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chunin.
Good evening. My name is Richard Dare, 305 Victoria Way, Richmond, Virginia, 23238, and I'm here to oppose the rezoning. I won't be repetitive because my friends and neighbors have all spoken eloquently on why they do not want the zoning to be changed. I have my own issues, and I'll just concentrate on a few small ones. I don't know if anyone here can answer the question, but who gave the right to use Creekmore Road as an exit for all the thousands of people that'll probably be going into this development? Is that permissible? Because what I've read is that there's, that under RO is not permitted. They have to come out on a major highway and would have to use Patterson to go in and Patterson to come out and not Creekmore. And so I don't know if anyone here knows technically, because I've asked a bunch of people and they seem to not understand, who has the right to come out. Because at one time there were two separate lots. If the 6-acre parcel, the western part, was developed, they couldn't go through the other person's property. I mean, they would have to have come on Patterson Avenue. So that confuses me, and that really hurts our development big time, because we do have a traffic problem. But keeping a rural setting, keeping strictly to the zoning that protects the people not only that have lived here, and I've lived here for 15 years, it's necessary to keep our land values and our way of life, because it's going to change if we keep making exceptions to the rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dare.
Hi, my name is Lisa Hand. I live at 304 Victoria Way. Primero quiero decir felicitaciones, señor Alvarez, por su jubilación.
Muchas gracias.
De nada. Pues, congratulations for his retirement. Yes. So, first I want to say that when I say that I live at 304 Victoria Way, that is lot 35. That is the second lot as you turn into Victoria Way on the left. I say that purposely because you can see that my lot backs up to the proposed development directly. Not only does it back up to it directly, but it backs up to what is being referred to as the enhanced buffer. Not sure that enhanced is the word that I would use, since it is substantially less than the rest of the buffer that is being offered by this plan that is superior. I say that also because since that is my piece of property, I decided that I should do my due diligence, and I have done intensive investigation to see what does this mean for me. I went to the courthouse. I got a plot. I can tell you where my property starts and where my property ends. The pink tag is out there. It's marked. I can also tell you about the comprehensive plan because I've read it. You mentioned earlier the major thoroughfare plan. I can tell you about that because I've read it, and part of what I read, since you mentioned it, with the changes in Patterson Avenue, it does indicate that Patterson Avenue from Blair Road to River Road is identified as a hot spot, and when I say hot spot, we're talking about a high crash density area. I also can tell you about the annual average daily traffic because I found that in my studies. And I do want to report on that in the application. It was a little misleading because first it said in tonight's presentation or in tonight's packet, it said 300, but it is actually 330. It also says that that daily traffic volume was from 2018, which was not accurate. That was the statement on the piece of paper that I have, but it was actually from 2015, which I want to point out was prior to Creekmore Place being built, prior to Creekmore Park being fully developed as well. I point those things out because, as was just stated by my neighbor, Mr. Dare, Creekmore Road is a local rural road. It is only 0.25. That is a quarter of a mile in length. The area that we're talking about for the proposed access road is 300 feet from the intersection of Patterson to that actual, what they are requesting for full access. And Richard, I am in agreement with you. When the property to the west, I just want to mention this, that these are two different owned properties. The property to the west, there have been several proposals for that to be developed, none of which had access on Creekmore Road. As a matter of fact, the developer that we are talking about tonight had a proposal. What we are looking at tonight is called option C. Their option A that we received in August in our neighborhood was dated July 18th. That option was for the western portion, and it only had access on Patterson Avenue. Later, and in full disclosure, let's see, how did that right portion, how did that eastern portion parcel become available? Because the person who lived next door to me, the Fields, in Lot 34, who owned that property, in a change of circumstances, decided to move, and when they moved, they no longer needed that property to protect their home behind them, which is also behind me. As I was doing my investigation, when I came to the county office multiple times. People were very generous in helping me and answering my questions. I was supplied a folder with all of the information regarding this case. I sat for 2 hours probably, and I read through that folder, and to be perfectly honest with you, I was not convinced. I have not found anything in here that convinces me that this property should be reclassified from R0 to B2. I hope that before the end of tonight, that you will not be convinced that it should be rezoned either. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Han. Anyone else? Going once, going twice. He wanted the last word.
Really, I didn't. Paul Spencer, 412 Regina Lane. If the earlier meeting is representative of how you react, we're full of numbers to object to this plan, just like the gun lobby earlier. I also would like to point out that at the Planning Commission meeting, you need to take that vote with a grain of salt, because one of the commissioners was half asleep, woke up and voted for the proposal. So if you go through and watch the video, you'll notice that. I think I'll stop there, but please understand where we're coming from. The developer promised us, and we were moved in 2005, and he and his partners owned the first part, and they said it'll stay RO, we'll get a nice medical office building, and we all bought into what he said. In addition, you need to understand that it's been brought up about the water issue, and if you walk our land, it's a floodplain that comes through and is part of that whole development. And when it rains heavily, it is a flood, and it's been pointed out earlier. So we're also concerned about the hardscaping and the impact, regardless of that, whatever it's called, the water pool. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else want to tap the last word? Last word, okay. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. At this time, and it is part of our process, I know there's a concern with the applicant having the last word, but they don't, we do. But I would like to ask the applicant to come up and take about 5 minutes to rebut what you've heard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard some comments, and I tried to address most of them. I think we did at the opening, but one of the things I heard was that this particular applicant had this B2 or nothing attitude and aggressive. I have represented some clients that have had that attitude. I can tell you that's not, they're not the people I represent tonight. We've had, one of the comments was, well, so many proffers. Yeah, there have been a lot of proffers, and all of them have been to try to accommodate the people there in Creekmore Park, or either the planning staff's concerns. They've given us, I think, some good comments, but we haven't said no, that we're not. We have changed. We've reduced our size down. We were at one time, we were more than this. I think we were 37,800. We've come down to 37,200 square feet, and we've basically given the building elevations. The county wanted those. They wanted them proffered. We've done that. We've proffered our hours of operation to make them conform to RO. We've done everything from moving dumpsters to adding buffers, and so no, it hasn't been, at least from my experience in representing some developers, this has not been a client that's been non-responsive or uncaring about the public. I think they've been very responsive and have come forward with a good plan. If you remember at the outset, when Ms. Hunter gave her presentation to you, she put up a spreadsheet and she gave you a comparison between the B2 zoning and what can be allowed in that, and the RO, and then filtered in our proffers. And if you looked at that, and I think her presentation pretty much showed that really what we are offering to you is essentially RO zoning. Now, some of the comments that I've heard tonight was along the lines, well, if it just weren't called B2 and it were called RO or something else, that might be good. We could probably live with that. But you see, zoning's not a game of semantics. It's a game of land use, and it's a game of what realities are. The realities are that we have put together a plan with the proffers that is better than the existing RO. It simply is. And if that existing RO is acceptable as a land use in the county, and obviously it's been approved for that purpose, what we're presenting to you tonight is better. I think we've demonstrated that to you. And I haven't heard anything tonight that shows anything otherwise. So if you have any questions about what we're doing, we'd certainly be happy to answer those. But I think we've given you a better plan than what's in place at the present time.
Thank you, Mr. Satterwhite. Any questions for Mr. Satterwhite before? Yeah, Mr. Peterson?
Mr. Chair, I have a couple. Mr. Satterwhite, thank you for that. A couple of the comments that I heard, can you just get by with 5,000 square feet maximum?
That's the problem. I mean, if we could do that, we would simply use the RO we've got now. But I think part of the proof in the pudding there is that has been in place for quite a while and has simply not been feasible to develop at that level. Unfortunately, that is the maximum square footage that we have in RO, and hence we're before you tonight to increase the square footage of those buildings. That is the driving impetus for us to make this request to you. But in answer to your question, the 5,000 square feet is just too small in the market in which we exist today.
Can you connect two buildings to make a 7,200?
We've considered that, the breezeway type effect, to try to, not that we don't enjoy coming before you and having these meetings, but we've looked into that. It just doesn't meet what we need to have for these to be state-of-the-art, today's market type of professional offices.
Is that being driven by the anchor tenant?
I think it's been, to be perfectly honest with you, I think it's driven by the market as a whole, not just one building or one person or one tenant or one user. It's just not something that is saleable in today's world, either from a tenant perspective or from an owner perspective, if someone were to come in and actually build the buildings for themselves.
Has VDOT opined on the entrance off of Creekmore?
I haven't handled that personally. I know Jason is here from Town Site Engineering. I know he's done that. I believe that is, we need 230 feet, and we have, we're within their range is what it amounts to, but I have not handled that personally. I'd have to let him address that for you.
Good evening. My name is Jason Wilkins with Town Site Engineering. I've spoken with Robert Butler in the Ashland residency of VDOT about this, and 225 feet is the separation required from Patterson to where the first entrance could be on Creekmore. And based on where we're proposing it with this project, he finds no issue with it.
Okay. I've got more questions, but not for the applicant at this point, Mr. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Thank you.
Yield back.
Any questions for the applicant at this point? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I think now we need Ms. Hunter. You want to go first?
Well, ask a couple, Ms. Hunter, thank you.
I have a few, but I think you're probably going to ask them too. So.
Could be. The original POD, that POD was approved or was not approved?
It got to a point where it was in an improvable state. However, before we can stamp the POD approved, they have to submit all their bonds. They had never filed any of their bonds, so it was never approved, but it was in a format that could have gotten approved.
It could have gotten approved, and it was consistent with RO?
Yes, sir.
Zoning. Okay. I've heard that the entrance off of Creekmore would not be allowed today for RO. Is that true or not true?
Yeah, I don't know where that came from. So when that POD came through that was in the approvable state, it was only for the westernmost portion of the property, so it didn't have access to Creekmore, so it was not there. Every property is required to be able to have access, so if this was developed separately or together, that one piece has to have access, and usually you want the access off the lower traffic volume road, so you would want that property to access off of Creekmore, not Patterson.
So the western property under the approvable POD had 5 buildings, 5,000 square foot with entrance on
One on Patterson.
One entrance on Patterson. The other property to the east of there, the smaller property, could, in RO zoning, have 2 5,000 square foot buildings for 10,000 square foot. And the egress and regress from that corner property, if you will, would be off of Creekmore, not off of Patterson?
That's correct.
In part because it'd be too close to the other entrance?
Yes, too close for the volumes of speed on Patterson Avenue.
And so if they shared parking or whatever, the two areas would have 2 ways in and out, is that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chair, that's all I had for right now.
Okay. Other questions? Ms. Lascolette?
So, Ms. Hunter, back on follow-up on Mr. Peterson's question on the POD, you said it was an approvable estate, but they didn't bond it, so is it dead now? I mean, what would have to, if they wanted to revive it, what would they have to do?
So because it's been, they're allowed a couple-year extensions, they have beyond that point.
Okay.
So they'd have to start over now and meet all current requirements.
What do you mean start over? Another plan, not zoning?
No, with
No,
the
the
plan of
POD.
development, yes. We would re-review the plans under current standards, which some of the changes since that was gone through would be changes to stormwater management and things like that.
Gotcha. The things that have changed since then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, follow. So we heard earlier from one of the citizens, and I believe it was 42 RO properties in the county. How many of those have been developed? Do we know? I mean, are those sitting vacant, waiting to be developed, or have they, I know a few of them probably have.
Right. I don't have that information. I apologize. We do have a map that showed all the RO properties. Many of them are in the courthouse area, and the majority of those are developed. But there's a number in the Patterson Avenue that are not developed. But I don't have a number of whether it's 50% or not. I just couldn't come up with that number.
Just a question. Well, it just came up tonight that 5,000 square feet might not be marketable in today's economic climate or today's markets. And I was just wondering, is that the issue? Is 5,000 square feet with that classification the issue? If that's too low?
So we went back to, because that was kind of the core issue with this case, we went back through the zoning ordinance to find out when this 5,000 square foot was put in and what the history was on that. When the ordinance was first adopted, the first zoning ordinance for Goochland County was adopted in 1969. The RO zoning district was there, and that 5,000 square foot number was in there. So it's been in there since the beginning of the adoption of it, so from 1969.
That's a few years.
Yeah, I wouldn't be comfortable from a market standpoint saying that a 5,000 square foot building is not marketable. This property has sat vacant, but, it's sort of been a little bit further out there. Development is sort of pushing this way. Whether it's marketable or not, whether it's a 5,000 or a 6,000 square foot, I wouldn't be comfortable saying.
Right. I'm just wondering if that's another possible solution to take a look at the RO zoning, which would mean if we went down that road, this might have to wait while we looked at that. I'm just throwing it out there. But is there another way to get to where we want to go?
That is an option. It would require an ordinance amendment. I know there's been some questions about, from citizens as well as board members is, can we just make an exception to the RO and allow us a larger building? We do not have a process to do that. A proffer cannot reduce a standard. It can only require additional standards. So the only option to have a larger building within the RO zoning district would be an ordinance amendment to the RO district that would not only apply to this RO, but all of them in the county, and that's about a 60 to 90-day process.
Right.
And that could be initiated either by the board or by the applicant.
Okay, just trying to figure our way through this. Thanks.
Mr. Peterson?
We heard one of the comments about flooding. If and when this land is disturbed, DEQ has a say in the runoff from the property, and my understanding is that after it's built, that the runoff cannot exceed the runoff today.
That's correct.
Before it's built, is that right?
Yes. And so when they do the plan of development, they'll have to do a stormwater management plan, an E&S plan, and the, review of the BMP, and that would be done to make sure that they cannot increase the quantity or impact the quality of any of the runoff because of this development.
This development would not increase the runoff at all, then?
Yes.
The BMP, or the settling pond, under the previous approvable POD, I believe had a pond sufficient for a 1 in 10-year storm. And the current applicant has a pond for a 1 in 100-year storm.
Yes, they are oversizing the pond.
So they're oversizing the pond to make sure to accommodate a large storm that might come through,
Yes.
a 1 in 100-year storm.
Right.
Okay.
And the one that happened 2 years ago was like a 1 in 1,000-year storm, so.
Yeah, I guess we saw down in Houston, there was a couple of 500-year
Yeah.
storms. So, yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. While we're on the pond, we're on the pond, one of the concerns that we heard was that somebody backs up to the pond, their grandkid could be going. Is there any landscaping required or fencing or anything on a pond?
I'm just getting confirmation from the environmental manager, Debbie Bird, and no, she said no.
The layout, and this is probably for Debbie as well, does water from the neighborhood run onto this property or the other way around?
No, the water actually comes from across Patterson, underneath Patterson, through this property, through the neighborhood, and then exits out towards.
This shows it better, if they can pull this.
It goes through here, through here, through here, and out that way.
Yeah, I saw it, I just wanted to, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, again, the water on this plan, you can see it comes under Patterson. Right here, goes through the property, joins up with some water off of the country club, and together they come across here and go out and go under creek.
That happens today.
That is the way it happens today.
And will that pond do anything to manage the water flow?
It will manage the water flow off of this property.
So nothing that's coming across the road,
No, it won't affect this water or this water.
but it has to account for all the water off the parking lot
Yes,
and the rooftops and all of that, right?
yes, sir.
Would they, just, Mr. Chair, if I can follow,
Yeah.
could they either redirect some of that water or manage that water into the pond, or is that something under the Waterways Act that you're not allowed to touch, or how does?
There's nothing that says they couldn't route this through the pond. Most people would not want to do that just because they're not required to. And it would greatly affect how that pond is designed and
Sure.
how it would function. They're just required to manage the water on their
Sure,
property.
okay, so they're required not to make anything worse, but that would go above and beyond, I guess. Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
No, don't let her sit down. Ms. Bird?
Miss Bird,
Come
sorry.
on back. Okay, so my question is this. The water's coming across Patterson Avenue, across this property, into the Creekmore subdivision today. Then how do we know, if they have flooding issues after this project, if this project were to be built, how do we know if it's coming from the natural or from this project? How do you manage that? Do you see what I'm saying?
I do, and it's,
How do it know?
well, one, you can look at where the outfalls are. And it's hard to exactly say on this particular plan because they really don't have, this has not been designed yet. Other than I know it's a pond and it will have an outfall, and what comes out of that outfall, which will only have water in it that comes from the project, you can gauge that. But it's hard to tell also because, of course, what comes under Patterson and comes under here is affected by what goes on the other side of Patterson. And again, as that's developed, they have to meet the same criteria. They're not supposed to increase. It has to meet the same criteria as that develops. So in theory, it's just, it shouldn't make a difference. But when you have large storms, and the storm that they talked about earlier was an abnormal storm, way off the charts, you're going to have those events that happen every now and then. And that's not something that they're required to design for or plan. Okay?
Don't go yet. So basically, is the pond designed based on square footage of hard space around it? Is that kind of, is it a formula that says X number of square feet, you need a pond this size?
It's based on the amount of impervious area.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Any more questions from Ms. Bird? Okay, thank you. I do have a few questions. Oh, I think one's been answered. So, Ms. Hunter, for clarity, I know you just answered some of this, but would the original plan, could it be built today if they came in with a POD and said, here it is, RO, we want the 7 buildings? Could it be built today, and would it have egress on Creekmore?
Yes, so here is the conceptual plan that's existing right now. They could have access off Creekmore, access off Patterson, and they could develop this with the 5,000 square foot max buildings.
So they already
we believe it would be
included the
7
small
buildings.
lot. The small lot was included in that plan.
Yes, when this property was rezoned in 2002, it was for the entire project, same owners, same developers. This portion of the property was zoned R3. This portion of the property was zoned RO. As typical, what happens is the residential usually develops first. And we've seen that in other areas of the county as well.
It's the the proposed, the wall that was there before, is, and then maybe it's for Ms. Bird again. Would that wall have any impact on keeping water in the neighborhood? If there was another rain event, would it be almost like what happened downtown in, I think it was 2004, when the flood wall actually kept the water inside? Could that happen from the original design wall?
I don't think so.
The topography is just
Yeah,
going in
the
the
wall
opposite
isn't there to contain the water on the site. The wall was there strictly as a feature of getting the parking area in and help screening and things like that. It didn't serve a purpose as far as directing drainage necessarily, although it does help that a little bit, but that wasn't its primary purpose.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And how many buildings are?
Yeah.
It doesn't, it's not drawn to scale, but they were showing 3 buildings at the time, but you could actually do 7 buildings.
So I do have a question. Mr. Peterson asked the applicant about the 2 buildings with the breezeway. Would that be allowed?
Yes.
In RO? So
And we
that's considered 2 buildings?
And we actually talked to the applicant about that very early on and suggested that instead of going through the zoning proffer amendment, we could work with them on doing either a breezeway or a connected covered walkway or something.
Can it be an enclosed walkway?
It could be.
So, Mr. Chair, so if they went back to this original 2002 plan, could you put that back up again? So they could build that right now, clearly, right?
Yes.
But they'd have to go back through a POD.
They would, yes, they would have to go back through the POD process.
Okay, so, is it a maximum building size or an aggregate building size for the entire acreage?
Some maximum building size. And then
So it's the 5,000 or whatever.
It's the 5,000. Now, if they were to do that, they would be required to build the wall and the different things like that. That is not part of the current proposal. if they were to develop under the existing RO zoning.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Duran, this existing approvable POD, this, what we're seeing in front of us now,
No, this was the conceptual plan with the zoning case of 2002.
conceptual, yes.
So the approvable POD was just for the
RO.
there's two R, the western portion of the RO. So let me show you on the zoning map.
Right.
So the approvable POD for the 5 lots was for just under 6 acres. It's like, I believe it's 5.8 acres. So the POD only included this. This is another 2.5 acres that is being included with this project, as was proposed in 2002. That just happened to have 2 different owners at the time when that was being reviewed.
So the original was a conceptual plan, and this was a approvable POD, more detailed plan. The conceptual plan was done, you mentioned, at the same time as the rezoning to RO, which was done at the same time as the rezoning for the Creekmore development. And all of that preceded the first home being built in Creekmore, the rezoning to RO and the conceptual plan, but not the POD and not this, what we're seeing today.
That's
Okay,
correct.
Good, well, thank you. Wanted to clear that up, thank you. All right, Mr. Chair.
You can.
Joanne, Mr. Chair, if you will. Thanks for bearing with us. We heard an awful lot of comments out there today, and we listened very closely to each and every one, and there's just an awful lot to circle back on, so I appreciate your indulgence. This one goes really to the county attorney. We've heard a concern that perhaps this application would be precedent-setting, the B2. Could you let me know whether this sets a precedent? If it does, at what level?
Land use is considered in Virginia to be unique, and in the same way that real estate contracts, well, no, I won't even go down that road, never mind. And so the rezoning of this property to B2 or to B2 with proffers, as is tonight, does not mean that any other piece of property immediately next to it or exactly the same size or across the street could ever be entitled to be zoned similarly, because they are different. They are unique under the eyes of the law, no matter how close human eyes might say they are. That has been affirmed by the Virginia Supreme Court in the past few years with a case right out of Hanover that both had electronic message signs not 300 feet from one another, and the court said it's different. Hanover can say yes to this one, no to that one. It's different. So it's a long-held land use principle.
Okay, great, thank you for that.
Mr. Lumpkins, any comments, thoughts?
Lots of thoughts, but I don't need to express them right now. I'm good.
Okay. I did want to clarify one thing. No questions. I wanted to clarify one thing that I heard from several folks was the H.H. Hunt record-setting proffer change. We've actually had a meeting or a rezoning that was even faster than that, and that was when a property was taken from a 52-lot subdivision down to agricultural. Usually going down in density or going down, and that's what happened with H.H. Hunt. I think we were all on board when they first asked, because we were going down 12 houses, I guess. But so they're not that easy. I've had several developers in the past call me about a proffer they wanted to give up, and they were worried because they were not going to get the favorable review that they got the first time around, and they were worried that the density was going to be. So they didn't want to come through this process again and go through planning commission, everything. So I just wanted to make that clear, because they're not always that easy. We've had other proffer cases that have lasted a lot longer. Other comments, questions, discussion? Um, Ms. Hunter, one more question. The gentleman that put up the RO properties, I think it was Mr. Attia, showed the Bellevue Gardens entrance with all the RO there. Did I hear that we've received an application for that area? Or it's in the process?
And that property is actually very similarly sited to this one. That property is also zone B2, but it's limited to
it's B2.
office as well. And we are working with an applicant on potentially filing a POD for medical office use on that property.
But it is B2.
It's B2 with a limitation to office uses only.
Right. Yep, it's on Broad Street. Okay. I think I've run out of questions. Did you have a comment, Mr. Peter?
Yeah, I guess I have, Mr. Chair, I guess I have a little discomfort here trying to figure out, because if I'm hearing things right so far, so the neighborhood is fundamentally, I mean, I'm sure there's, generalized, fundamentally fine with an RO zoning here with the structures that apparently were, conceived in 2002. Not exactly, but the drawing itself is not I'm losing the word. Anyway, so so if I'm looking at but it's still going to have an entrance, would still be required to have an entrance off of a Creekmore, and it would still have an entrance off of Broad Street. Patterson. So we would still have the potential traffic issues, and I mean, I live near enough there that I'm quite familiar with kind of what the pattern is in that area. So, but having said that, the least path of resistance for the applicant is to do RO here, right? Even though that could potentially result in some unfavorable site conditions for them in terms of parking and backside exposure to parking or northern exposure to parking. So it seems like it's either it's on all or none here, I think, kind of thing. There's no apparent middle ground that I can see. I'm just trying to square comments about we're okay with development, but leaving something that's fundamentally kind of undevelopable. And since we see this as a low intensity, this is not a retail activity, it's a lower intensity kind of activity, if it's envisioned as being more or less a medical park. Now, I know traffic comes in and out of a medical park, don't get me wrong, but
Yeah.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, that's fine.
Mr. Chair, well, one of the things about this piece of property, it's given me the opportunity to get to know an awful lot of people that I didn't know before and make some new friends and spend some quality time over the years. Back in 2014, I guess, when the application came in that had a retail component, the residents of Creekmore were very loud and clear and said that's not an appropriate area for a retail operation. Can you please hold the line on that? And I'd made the motion to deny that application based on it's zoned for office, no retail. What part of no retail don't you understand? This board held the line on that, no retail. 3 years later, 2017, we had a large 2-story commercial building come in, and the citizens and the residents said, this is office, no retail, no commercial, this is commercial. You need to hold the line on that. And there was enough pushback that that application was actually withdrawn before it got to us, but it was loud and clear, office, no retail. That's what we want you to hold the line on. Now, today we have an application for office and no retail. And I've heard an awful lot of concerns tonight, and I've tried to listen to each of them and write them all down and go through them one by one and say, if this is office, no retail, then what are the additional concerns? And we've kind of gone through a lot of them in my mind. And by the way, I think it was Wes that put the map up there with the cancer spreading all over Route 6 with all the red and all that. What's gonna prevent that? And what's gonna prevent somebody from going in and changing these proffers? What's gonna prevent anything nefarious from happening in that corridor? It's this board that has been holding the line since 2014 on no retail and no commercial. And that's what holds the line, is this board listening to citizens that say, this is what we want for our area. I've listened to the comments tonight. There's been an awful lot of them. I tried to follow up on each of them. I've tried to compare the RO previous 2002 conceptual plan with this one, and I gotta say, I think this one is dramatically better than the previous one in terms of leaving up more trees, better setback, et cetera. I gotta put myself in the position of if I lived in Creekmore, what would I prefer? Where they clear cut the trees for a parking lot back there or leave them? I prefer that they left them. Okay, hang on. So I've tried to go, I've tried to go through the issues as I've heard them, and kind of one at a time. What's the traffic differential between the 2002 plan and this one? If they're both office, no retail, dramatically different traffic patterns? I don't think so. What I've heard is that if RO goes there, what would the traffic pattern be versus this office, no retail? Again, I don't think dramatic different change in traffic patterns generated by the two entrances and egresses and regresses. We've heard that those are going to be appropriate for RO zoning, so there's no real difference there. The flooding, we've heard that this application should not and cannot, under DEQ regulation, generate any additional water runoff. We've heard we want no retail. Of course, that's not part of this. The total size, 35 versus 37, yes, it's a little different. Is it material? It depends on the eyes of the beholder, I guess. The wall for a visual screen, as I understand, the applicant is going to put in what I understand to be evergreen or year-round visual screening that's more natural than man-made. Again, eyes of the beholder, depends on which one you prefer. Does it set a precedent? We've heard that, and I think the county attorneys addressed that. Does it set a precedent issue? Proffers, how easy are they to change? Again, that comes back to change the proffers, you have to go through basically a rezoning process with a community meeting, a planning commission meeting, and a public hearing before this group. And again, the line to hold the line, this board again would be the ones that be asked to hold the line on any changes to the proffers or changes to the rezoning. It's the same issue that we've had since 2014. So, as I go through the issues, I'm trying to understand what it is other than the letter, what it is about this new proposal, which is office, no retail, what is about this that is worse than what could be there or what was planning to be there in the first place. From traffic, water flow, precedent, all of the different angles and issues that have been brought up, because we've listened very carefully to what's been brought up here today. And I'm not able to find those things that I say this is dramatically worse off than what could go there. So that's kind of where I'm coming from, Mr. Chair. I thought I'd share that. Oh, by the way, I do need to, in full disclosure, I need to disclose something tonight. I've met with the folks in Creekmore several times. It's been a lot of fun, very enlightening. I also met last night with another group of 40 or 50 folks. And a large number of those folks last night either came up to me at the meeting or emailed me later and said, we thought retail was going to go there, and that's why we signed the petition, or commercial. We did not know that it would just be office and no retail. And several of them, I think 5, 6, 7 of them asked to have their names removed, and we haven't done that, but I wanted to disclose that to this board, that a lot of those folks that last night told me they did sign a petition didn't fully understand the nature of the application. So, well, I just wanted to share those thoughts with the board. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any other comments, Ms. Lascolette?
Could I ask Ms. Hunter one more question?
Certainly. Ms. Hunter?
So Ms. Hunter, the POD is passed, they'd have to apply, they'd have to do a new POD, correct?
Yes.
If they stay with RO,
Yes.
right? A new
Yes.
POD. And you said if they do a new POD, they have to conform to the newer conditions. Does that require parking along Patterson or
You-
any of those things?
You have an option whether you put, depending on the width of your buffer, whether you have the parking in the front or the rear. It doesn't require the parking, so, but the,
Because we were comparing the
Right.
The quote, old RO POD.
right.
Right. Okay, thank you. All right, gotcha.
Ms. Hunter, while you're there, Mr. Chair, if you could. You mentioned today there was 2 additional proffer changes. One was the elevations, which had the overall height, and one was the hours of operation.
Yes.
Are there any other areas of difference between RO and what's being proposed?
Like I went over in the chart, the signage was the big thing, but let me run through.
32 to
The 32 to 50 square feet. So the uses are the same. The impervious coverage is similar. The setbacks are based on the overlay district, so they would be the same. So the larger signage, the height is the same. Landscaping is, RO has higher, a little bit higher standards, but our new standards of our landscaping will require interior landscaping, parking lot landscaping and all, so it's pretty comparable. And then no outside storage and no speakers audible beyond the property line is, you could do in B2, but they don't have retail or fast food or a bank, so that's what those uses are for. It's not typical that an office use uses outdoor
So the
speakers.
uses are the same?
Yes,
And the hours of operation are the same?
Yes.
And the scale and scope's the same?
yes.
I guess what I'm getting at is if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck. If this is restricted to just RO, when you drive by it, you're not going to know if it's RO or B2, if it's consistent with an RO design standards.
No, you would not, driving by, you would not be able to tell the difference.
Okay. And then as far as property values, I know there was some concern about the property across the street from Creekmore. At the time, when I talked to residents of Creekmore, they were concerned that if the asking price on those residential units was lower than theirs, it might affect their property values. And I talked to a few of the folks in the residents, and I haven't seen the deterioration in quality or property values from that development, the triplexes, if you will, with a lower price. Is there any concern that this development, RO, would affect their property values?
I did not discuss that with the assessor's office, so I would not want to speak for her. I'm just not comfortable, so.
Okay, fair enough. It really comes down to what's either permitted there or what's existing there.
Right.
So that after it's built and it's professional offices, it's professional offices.
Mhm.
And- Okay, all right, thank you.
And Ms. Hunter? And you said this is part of the overlay district.
Yes.
So the review committee will have to look at it, design review committee?
It could be either reviewed administratively if they meet all the standards. If not, or if there's any sort of variance, they would go to the design review committee, which is a public meeting.
It could in an appeal, I think.
Yeah, Ms. Hunter, again, if they, if this did not go forward and the O2 was resurrected, would that need to come back before this board, or would that just be able to be a POD and be implemented in?
No, anything, the only decision that comes before the board would be the legislative decision of the zoning change. The PODs are reviewed administratively, and the COAs are either removed administratively by the design review. The only way it would come back to you is if the board appealed whatever decision the design review committee made, or if the design review committee, the applicant wanted to appeal the decision of the design review committee. That would.
So then typically citizens wouldn't have any say in that process?
Now, the site plan process is an administrative process. You either meet the standards or you do not. It's not a legislative decision.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments, questions, discussion?
Did you get the videos we sent you about the traffic?
We did. We've seen the videos and the flooding. Okay.
I'm hesitating. I'll go ahead and say I've been quiet. There's history. One of the reasons I wanted to do much more listening this time is I know there's history to this property, so I was trying to learn that and follow that. And this board, you all have dealt with this property before. And I'm also reluctant. I don't want to get the board in a difficult situation with some comments that, just how I'm looking at it. But my vote is no on this. But what I would, what I would do is do a board-initiated ordinance amendment. When I did a spot check, I mean, we learned it's been 5,000 square feet since 1969, and the property's been sitting there. I did a quick spot check of other similar, as best I could figure out, similar zoning classes in surrounding counties, and there were at least some that had larger building sizes. Now, I wouldn't want to approach this like we're trying to accommodate this particular application, but I think it's reasonable to look at the square footage, because here we have an applicant that wants 7,200 and 6,000, and they've gone through the staff process of talking about breezeways and all these other sorts of things, which all I think sound, why can't they work it out? Well, I think maybe if they're going to the trouble of going through all this process, I'll take it on face value that it just doesn't work for them for the 5,000 square feet. And at least my review is I think there are other. I don't understand the real benefit of the restriction. I do understand the benefit of total square feet in, per space, but I don't understand the restriction of 5,000 per building. I don't see that that's that important. What's more important is, to my thinking, I could be wrong, but is the total square footage on the property, relative to the amount of land. So again, my vote is no to this, and I do understand. And I know Ms. McGee, and I'm also a lawyer, I get that, but I do understand the community's points that down the road, somebody's going to throw up a map and it's going to say, look, there's B, and it's not going to say B with an asterisk. It's going to be a B. So I think as a practical matter, you all are right. I think, we would recognize this, and there was a statement made that proffers do not need to go before hearings. That's not true. It's very, very limited. So proffers would have to come before, proffer changes would have to come before the board. But I'm saying I'm with you on the importance of the B versus the R. And I have been generally in favor. Somebody did the Mannequinville thing. I thought that was pretty good, because I represent here in the village, and I'm getting a lot of residents in the village that are pushing back on the growth in the village. But to me, it's coming, and so I'm going to be doing some votes that people aren't going to like, I think, if the economy continues and development continues. But the commitment we always make is keeping a good part of Goochland rural. So I'm looking at it, when you do cross 288 and head west, I think it was some valid comments about the scenic byway and keeping that, once you get past 288, what is going to happen there? And I'm trying to look at the comprehensive plan map, and this isn't stuff I need to talk about tonight, but I know I'm going to sit down with staff and I look at, some of these colors on the map that I'm looking at, I can't decipher. But the challenge I think we have is to the right is the Tuckahoe district. So growth is going to happen in the Tuckahoe district. But when you look at the whole Mannequinville, I don't think that's not in our plan to make Mannequinville like Centerville or like the village. And I think a step towards honoring that is to kind of look at that 288 passing on Route 6 and really step back from, what would be really careful about what we approve, and keep in mind this is a rural corridor. So that's a longer comments. No, I'm not. This is not my district. I'm not going to make a motion, but I've told you my vote on this application. But again, I would encourage the board to look at a board-initiated amendment to RO. I guess, Mr. Minnick, you pointed out kind of the box we're in, I think, and it's a hard compromise. I would hope that the applicant wouldn't, and there's no indication the applicant would try to, say, throw their hands up and say, well, we'll just go do RO. I hope there's an opportunity to get, because I do agree with Mr. Peterson. I think what they've proposed, there's a lot to like about it. Traffic is a concern, though, that we haven't talked about enough, and I don't feel like that's been adequately addressed. Because I've been by there since I knew about this. I tried to go by there, and I sometimes will go by there in the evening, and it's I mean, we sometimes hear VDOT say, oh, it's okay. And I'm like, how do they figure that? So, so traffic is a concern. Keeping it RO is a concern, but I would be interested in this board looking at RO in a way to not fit what we have before us, but to move in a direction that I think addresses what we're hearing that the applicant tell us that 5,000 square feet is inadequate.
Mr. Chair, if I can follow that line of thinking, if we're a board-initiated change in the square foot, everything else remains the same, it stays RO, is one scenario, but the process to get there. So, I'm looking at the county attorney. Would this be a defer this until then, or start over, and then I need to hear from the applicant what the implications would be? But how would that process unfold if we were to go that route and say, is there a way to keep this RO with the board-initiated changes to the square foot that lets the applicant do what they would like to do without changing the zoning? Is that?
Certainly understand your question. It's probably one that Ms. Hunter and I will tag team in responding to, because Ms. Hunter's, it'll be both of our offices involved. As Ms. Hunter described earlier, just amending an ordinance to change the square footage is its own process that takes 60 to 90 days. And so then this case would have to, it couldn't just defer, it would have to defer and amend.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for the applicant, but in conversations, I know that they did not want to build the wall, so they would need to do a proffer amendment, I would imagine, as well. So they would, this application would be, it would be up to them. I mean, the board either could take an action on it, you approve it or deny it, or the applicant can withdraw it. It's up to the applicant of how they pursue that. But they would need to do a proffer amendment to remove that wall requirement. And that could be tracked at the same time as the ordinance amendment. So it would be a request to set, if the applicant agreed to it, it would be a request to set, which could occur at the January board meeting, and then it would go to a planning commission in February. The applicant would need to get their letters out. Now they'd have time to meet the January filing deadline, so they could be tracked February, March. So it would be back before the board in March, potentially as an ordinance amendment and a proffer amendment, if that's what everybody agrees to.
So if everybody agreed to it and the proffer amendment and the zoning modification, rezoning, those two traveled parallel paths would be about a 90-day, well, 90 to 120-day timeframe. If they traveled parallel paths and both, if everybody agreed to it and it all got done. That way, at the end of the day, it would be RO zoning, they'd be able to implement this plan, and then we need to hear from the applicant what the impacts might be on their business and their application. So.
If I might add a little to the conversation, because I'm sort of where Mr. Lumpkins is. I actually had, everything I've heard tonight is the biggest concern is the B2. And I think we can answer that concern by saying it's not an issue because proffers changed the B2, but I understand that the map is going to say B2 and it's going to take some further drilling before you see that it's got proffers. But the concern is we could say RO and you could end up with an uglier development, and because I think what was originally proposed and approved was uglier than what this plan calls for. I think you could end up with buildings with a parking lot in the rear that you would see from your backyards. I've been to at least one of your houses, and so where I think you could see the parking lot, and so that's my concern for you, for the citizens, for the neighbors, is that you could get we could get back to RO, but you could get an uglier plan. That said, I'm willing to go there because I do believe that that's obviously it's a 1969 decision, so we probably adopted it from somewhere else, but I would be okay with kicking it off. My only concern would be that I won't be here for the remainder, for the process, but I would support that if we wanted to take that route. And if the applicant was willing to. Yeah. Could we have Mr. Satterwhite, would you come up and?
I may have to confer with my client on that if I could just have a second.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and take a question from.
I'm trying to understand, so if it stays RO, is it that he still doesn't have to do what he wants to do? Or that if it stays RO, he has to go back to whatever somebody put together back in 2002? Or what?
Okay, yeah, maybe you can try it. That's a good question.
Repeat the question, Jimmy.
The goal of the board at the moment.
I think everybody here agree that some of the things he has in there is better, like putting the parking lot on the front and in the back. Okay. And I'm just trying to understand, it seems like if it goes back to RO, then everything he has put forth disappears and he has to go back and use what happened back in 2002?
No, if he changes the building size, why can't he do this plan?
Maybe have the county attorney will try and take a cut at that.
What the board is trying to work through now is what is proposed is an attractive development, and the only thing stopping it is the 5,000 square feet limitation that dates back to 1969, and that this group would be happy to take a second look at. And so all they're suggesting is they would take a second look at changing an RO to larger square footage as a whole zoning classification, such that this property could then be developed with larger buildings.
Right.
There's nothing, however, guaranteeing, this is what Mr. Alvarez was just referring to, there's nothing guaranteeing that this applicant will bring this exact development back. It would be entitled to revert back to larger buildings, but parking in the rear and a wall, and, I mean, it would have that entitlement.
Or a whole new plan.
Yes.
Yes, so,
Whole-
but it would address, so the balance, perhaps, as you've heard Mr. Peterson and Mr. Alvarez, is that, no, I don't remember what I was just gonna say.
Yeah, I think they could come back with an RO plan, totally different, but it could still be like the last one with a parking lot in the back, as long as it fits the RO zoning. Is that a better way? So they could have let's say we increase it to 10,000 square feet, it could be a 10,000 square foot building, and they could put the parking in the back, the dumpsters in the back, as long as it fit the RO mold.
There's nothing in RO that would prevent them from putting an 80-foot tree buffer, right? If that's the.
No, but they won't need to. They have proffered it this time, but they won't need to. But let's, Mr. Satterwhite is back. Let's see what.
The difficult, quite honestly, the difficulty with the timeline that we have is the doctors that I represent, their lease is up. So what they would do, they don't have the 90 days, they don't have the 60 days actually. So what they'd probably do is just fold and, look to buy a building, I guess, because they have to go somewhere. But could I at least offer this as something for the board to consider? We don't quite honestly care whether you call us RO or B2 or whatever, as long as the use is, compatible with what we've presented to you tonight. Would it not make sense to pass it tonight as B2 with the proffers? And when you do, and then you will change the ordinance, and that will generally take about 60 to 90 days, probably more 90. I mean, you've got the authority to rezone us to RO. I mean, and we don't care. I mean.
The board has the opportunity to initiate rezoning applications for property.
I think that's what he suggested.
After the ordinance change.
After the ordinance changes. I'm not really thinking through the possibility of whether that's downzoning the property, which would be a concern, but.
But that's all I'm saying is.
And the applicant is entitled to do that as well.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Satterwhite, so if the applicant, if the doctors group is only operating on a 60-day timeframe, if this were approved today, you'd have no structure, they'd have no structure up in 60 days.
They'd have no structure up in 60 days, that's right. But
So
but they got to do something now, I guess, is what I'm being told. I'm not that familiar with their logistics, but I got to, all I could do is relay to you what they've just told me. They really need to know something to either do this now or to take another step, in another direction to meet their needs. And it is lease oriented. They're running out of their lease, so.
Didn't you say earlier that there was a take it or leave it attitude, and you said, oh, no, that's not the case?
All I can do is tell you, that's what's been relayed to me.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Satterwhite.
Okay.
We're gonna, sorry, folks, no more.
May I ask the county attorney, you were talking about downzoning, can the applicant proffer or make some sort of representation at this point that they are agreeable to an RO, later RO rezoning by the board or initiated by the board?
No, I think the only thing that would happen is, as we know, property owners are entitled themselves to downzone. It's only the board downzoning that is subject to legal scrutiny, so the property owner could.
Could the property owner agree at this point to accept that if we bring RO in compliance?
I have some concerns about that being a viable legal proffer.
So the owner could come back and say, you're trying to downzone me, I don't want to accept your downzoning. So,
I think there's a number of concerns with that.
yes. Can we do it through the motion? Can we do something with the motion to say we're approving as temporary B2 to move to RO.
A B2 with an
That,
asterisk.
because that would have,
No.
it would be part of this, of the change.
That wouldn't be appropriate.
stretching it.
So-
It'd be imposing a condition on the rezoning.
So we've been at this for a few hours. I think we need to wrap it up, and if I would entertain a motion, or,
I mean, we've been at this quite a while, and we're trying to brainstorm at 1 in the morning, and we're barely brain misting. I don't know if there's any benefit to deferring this decision or not, to trying to iron this out or come up with a creative solution at this point is becoming increasingly futile. Of course, with a negative vote, then this can't come back for quite a while. So I don't know if buying any time to try to craft a solution here that is responsive to the zoning issue and is responsive to the applicant is worth any beneficial, to buy some more time.
Obviously, if the board wishes to defer, when you say not be able to come back, if the board were to pursue the change to RO regardless, this property wouldn't necessarily have to come back in for a full rezoning.
right.
Could just be a POD.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be, the application would no longer be to change to a B2. It would be a substantially different application because it presumably would be just a proffer condition amendment, maybe to get rid of the wall. So I just want to make sure you understand that I don't think they would have to go a year before they could pursue an action before you, which would allow this development, because it would be a significantly different, if the RO change also occurred.
So if we did pursue the change to the zoning ordinance itself, which could take 90 days plus or minus, that would accommodate basically this application in terms of the parameters, that it would not have to go through this process again.
No, I'm sorry, it would. You said if we say no, then they have to wait a long time before
Well,
they could pursue this.
To bring them back something that's substantially the same.
Right.
What you're saying is
That's a year that you have to wait before bringing back a substantially similar application. I'm just suggesting if an RO is pursued as an ordinance amendment, any new application by them for what they're showing us tonight would be substantially different because it would fall under the new RO zoning.
But it wouldn't need to come back.
So it would come back potentially to remove the wall, or it was, I believe, what Ms. Hunter's, but that would be a significantly different application, so it would not wait a full year.
Okay.
Were you considering just a deferral for more time to think through it, or a deferral for us to change the RO zoning?
No, I think we can go ahead and initiate the zoning ordinance, revisiting the zoning ordinance. We can go ahead and initiate that anyway. What my concern was, we're trying to invent the wheel here, and maybe I guess I was trying to figure out whether additional time would be beneficial or not. And the concern of, if they brought it back substantially similar, it wouldn't be able to come back for another year is not an issue that would be binding on this. Okay.
That's my read of the situation, yes, sir, if the board was pursuing the RO change anyway.
Now, Ms. Hunter mentioned that we would have to, at our January meeting, maybe set the hearing for February.
Request to set to the planning commission.
Request to set to the planning commission. Can we do the request to set tonight to the planning commission for January?
You typically need,
Do we need to advertise that?
you typically need to have the proposed ordinance
Ready to go.
ready to go. Your referrals don't require public hearings or advertisement, but at the time that you make them, generally, you have a proposed ordinance available.
Yeah. We need some language once it's, put on the agenda. People need to be able to come and see what the language is going to be.
Mr. Podesky?
Just from a timing standpoint, could that be initiated on the 18th and still make it to the January Planning Commission?
So that would work for the ordinance amendment. However, if we wanted to track a proffer amendment at the same time, there would not be enough time to have a community meeting and all for them to, they'd be pretty tight. They could potentially, if they start tomorrow, meet the January filing deadline, but that would still put them at February and March. So,
And Mr. Badesky, I mean, January and February typically have more than just our first Tuesday meetings. I don't know if there's any opportunities there with multiple meetings.
We certainly can look at the calendar. Look, one way or another, this 60 days best case scenario, 90 days more realistic. One of your options, and I still haven't heard back from the applicant here yet, is to defer for 90 days, recommend the initiation of the zoning, the RO size change, have them track similarly. It may or may not work for this particular applicant for this particular project, but it sort of addresses the discussion and opens the opportunity for that RO change that may also address the residents' concern and support the applicant's request.
Did you say that again? I think what I'm hearing is possibly all three. You defer this for 90 days. You do a board initiated with all due haste on the revisiting the RO to take a look at it, and the potential proffer adjustment to that retaining wall that was, and anything else the applicant would like to. So adjustments to the proffer, adjustments to the RO, and a deferral of this could all 90 days and then track simultaneously, and we have multiple meetings, so there may be opportunities to accelerate the process. Is that what you were saying?
That's what I was saying.
Okay.
I'd like staff and their attorney to either confirm whether or not.
But.
I think staff is ready to confirm.
yes.
No.
So I still see the best case scenario of this getting done by March in an appointment.
Yeah, I totally
Yeah.
agree. But,
Ms. Lascaux?
but if we defer this, we look at the RO size of the buildings, it's currently zoned RO.
Right. So if you were going to consider an ordinance amendment, this zoning case would either need to be withdrawn or denied by the board. It needs to go away, right? Because we would no longer be looking at a B2 request.
Right.
And then but they would also likely want to track a proffer amendment at the same time as the ordinance
Why?
amendment.
They wouldn't have to do a proffer.
Well, they have indicated that they don't want to build the wall, and
Oh, okay.
the
So if they
wall
didn't
would
want to build the
require
wall,
them
then
to
they-
clear
right.
out a lot of trees, and
But
that
they
is a
could.
proffer.
They could.
They could build it, yes, they could.
Ms. Hunter is, you're so much more familiar with the processes, but within this case, would they be able to amend it to get to that proffer condition amendment, or does that just not make sense?
It doesn't make sense.
Are you saying just amend this application from a B2 zoning to a proffer amendment? It's a, different case number,
Okay.
yeah.
What's your prerogative, folks?
But we could wait.
I mean, I think we've heard from the applicant that his time is of the essence. So, I mean, I think if the applicant would want us to defer, I would support a deferral just to give it some time to work out. But if the applicant is, doesn't have that, then I don't think it matters. I think we just, I'm voting against it. So.
Against the zoning?
Against the zoning
current
application,
proposal.
yes. But I'm willing to defer it if it helps accommodate, because to the gentleman's point, I think we want, there's a lot of good things in this application. Mr. Satterwhite lives in the community. He's, I realized that, my suggestion opens up what Mr. Alvarez is concerned about. We could end up slipping in something RO that doesn't have some of the benefits. I believe that, you know, Mr. Satterwhite and the applicant, they want to do something nice, so they've heard us and they've heard you all about the things that they like about the application, so I would hope that they would keep those things in a future application, even though maybe they don't have to put them in there, since it's just not a whole rezoning package. But I think it sounds like the board is interested in my suggestion that we do an ordinance amendment. I'm totally on getting on that as soon as we can. But I don't think we can do it tonight. I think we need to want to look at the other RO properties and really, you know, again, I'm not looking at their numbers exactly, but let's think about, we haven't had the discussion. We haven't had the discussion. Staff hasn't really looked at like what makes sense between 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, whatever the number is. So, but
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, even if the board decides to defer for 60, 90 days, whatever that date is, if the proper action from the applicant is to withdraw and submit a proper amendment, that can still be done after this evening and align those processes to try to work it out. I think one thing, while I'm sensitive to the applicants and potential purchasers' timelines, I do want to say, just from some of my experience, I have not seen a board as willing to revisit an entire zoning classification to potentially try to make a project work and be sensitive to the residents' concerns like this. And so while that may not always work with a business's interests timeframes, this is unique, and not every county would be going to these extents. And so there is a balance here.
Would you like to make the motion to defer?
Please. If you don't, I will.
I regret that I won't be here for the next vote, but
I'll make the motion. Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we defer our decision on RZ 2019-00009, application filed by JSC Family LLC and Medical Development Ventures LLC for 90 days? Does that give staff enough time? Okay, for
So that would be a regular March 2020 meeting.
March 2020 meeting. Yeah, that's the motion.
okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second the motion. Before we go to a vote, any additional discussion?
Well, Mr. Badesky pointed out how unusual this is. We are listening to what the citizens have told us. We think we have a quality builder, a quality developer, a quality anchor tenant, a decent plan that we're trying to salvage so that we don't end up with something worse. So we're trying to bring all those pieces together. This is how you make sausage. It's not pretty sometimes, and it is extreme, and this board's willingness to do this is probably unusual at best, or at least. So thank the citizens for hanging in till a wee hour, but want to let you know that we did listen to everything that was said tonight. We're trying to work that out, so.
And if it doesn't turn out to be good, I'll be sitting in the audience with you. All right, Mr. Badesky, would you do a roll call vote?
Just to clarify, who was the second on that motion?
The second was me.
Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
I think it was me.
Can I just ask for a point of clarification?
Yes.
This was a 90-day deferral on this. Are you also including a recommendation for staff to bring back and initiate?
Not in this motion.
not in that motion.
Not in the
Do a second motion.
Okay. Ms. Lachlet?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes.
Now, do
So
we need to make
do
a motion?
for,
I think,
no?
Or can we just instruct the staff? We don't have to
I
have
think
a
we just,
motion.
the
do we?
staff knows what we want. Let's get started.
That's right. Why do we need
Let's
a
get to
motion?
work.
We have one more hearing. So y'all don't want to stay with us? Thank you all. Do we need a break or anything?
No, this should be brief.
Yeah, no, it's brief.
Let's-
I'll hold it. I had way too much water.
Yes, sir, thank you.
You know, as clunky as that was, we'll probably have to work with them on on what to submit and how to do it as we move forward. Eddie, I tried to send you guys home. I forgot you had a public hearing.
No, we have another public hearing. No, it's still one more.
Well, thank you, Ms. Hunter. It's a great presentation.
Good morning. Are you ready to start Mannequin Town? Yeah. This is the ordinance, yes. This is the ordinance amendment dealing with fire access road standards and ability to allow the fire marshal to waive distance requirements in terms of remoteness. The International Fire Code is incorporated into the Virginia statewide fire prevention code, and then it's up to each locality to determine whether they want to adopt any of that and put it into their local codes to enforce fire prevention requirements. The county has adopted Fire Code Appendixes B, C, and D to enforce fire protection. It came to our attention as we were looking at another ordinance that the county has always had the policy of one access for 49 lots. That has worked. That's been successful. The Fire Code Appendix D actually had a requirement that you have to have a fire apparatus road for every 30 lots. So that standard is different. We discussed whether what is appropriate, 30 or 49. It would lead to a lot more fire roads instead of full access roads, and those are difficult to maintain and things like that. So the fire staff is supporting that 49 limit instead of the 30 lots. And then it also allows, this code would also allow the fire official to reduce distance requirements for remoteness on where access, how far close access roads could be placed, and it's based on, the exception would be for unusual circumstances that due to site conditions, they wouldn't be able to meet that standard. The fire official could waive that requirement. I think I made sense, but I'm not sure. But I can answer some questions, and the fire marshal and fire chief is here to help me out for questions as well.
Thank you. Question for Ms. Hunter.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hunter.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak will be shocked.
Me, Mr. Chairman, Jonathan Lau, 1521 Mannequin Road. I've heard a lot of times that we are oftentimes handcuffed by VDOT, and I know just even in tonight we are hearing that this is an acceptable egress distance from Patterson Avenue off the certain roads. Is this anything that's got to be coordinated with our friends, and they are our friends at VDOT? I mean, can a fire official arbitrarily change a distance without getting some kind of sign off from VDOT? Is that just one of those unknown details out there? I don't know who is he. So that's really my question. It's just one of those, I just heard people saying, that's an acceptable distance for a road entrance and exit, and I'm here to the bitter end, and you won't see me on the 18th, so, there you go. So.
All right, I'll close the public hearing.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Badesky, Board. The does not have to be cleared through VDOT for this. This is a fire department access, and it's governed by the fire code. It doesn't come under VDOT standards.
Any other questions for? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject. Or defer.
Mr. Chairman, ready?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you nod your head. Mr. Chair, I move approval of ordinance to amend Goochland County Code Section 6-100, and all the rest.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Mr. Gillespie, would you do a roll call vote?
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Lachelet?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick? Yes. Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes. So at this point, any new business? So I'd like to, I'm going to adjourn our meeting to Wednesday, December 18th. We have a ribbon cutting for the new courthouse security building at 3 p.m.
Mr. Chairman, before you leave, that may get moved to 4, just to give you a heads up.
It may get
It's
moved to
listed at
4.
3 right now.
So it may get moved to 4 p.m., so watch our website. And then we also have at 6 p.m. on the 18th, the rescheduled hearing on the Mannequin Town proposal. Then on Friday, December 20th at 2 p.m., the swearing-in investiture ceremony of newly elected officials will be held in the Circuit Court building. And then on the next meeting will be on Tuesday, January 7th, 2020 at 3 p.m. And my friend Neil will be sitting in my seat. The regular business meeting at 3 p.m., the public hearings at 7 p.m. Thank you all for coming and for those who hung out. Appreciate all the recognition today, and thanks to all the employees that handled all the traffic, the routing of cars and people. Thank you. And
ceremony.
you guys for hanging with us as well all night. With that, adjourned.
The ceremony.